There's that great scene on pit straight. This massive field of V8s. Mark Scaife and Peter Brock sitting on the prime. Pole position 0.5. The last time we'll see 0.5 in action. Confederation of Australian Motorsport will retire that number at the end of the year. And so they should. It's synonymous with Brock, the 0.5 number. It's the last time we'll see it in competition.
And by comparison, 17 drivers are tackling this event for the very first time, including 3 all-rookie teams. They are Gover and Williams, Hislop and Briggs, Hart and Lawrence, and another rookie who will draw enormous attention this weekend, and I guess a lot of pressure too, because he's in a very fast and competitive car, and that's Scott Pruitt of IndyCar fame. And as you mentioned earlier, Mark, he's been putting in some very good times, but still not quite on the pace, so that'll be very interesting to watch.
Well, he's almost there. I was talking to Alan Jones yesterday. It is a huge ask. I mean, this guy's got an enormous amount of experience and skill, but you're talking about switching from a left-hand drive car to a right-hand drive car. You're going from a left-hand gear change, a right-hand gear change to a left-hand gear change. It's a real swap around. But he's got down to the 2-minute 15-second bracket yesterday, so he's just about there.
Well, that was the really encouraging thing, because we were talking with Alan Jones yesterday, and well, he wasn't overly concerned, but he said it'd be really nice if Scott could drop maybe 3 seconds off his time, and towards the end of the day, he did just that.
Yeah, I tell you what, it was really a shame that he didn't get a drive in the production car race.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines.
There it is, the final word from Martin Jolly, almost set for the Primus 1000 Classic of 1997. A bumper field, -1, as you can see there. The gap on the grid is a memory now for Jason Bargwanna and Mark Noske, whose car was irreparably damaged in the warm-up to this race. Such a shame to see 2 great talents, young talents, missing out on the start.
It really was. He came off the track at quite a speed, hit that concrete wall very hard, but as John Smale said earlier, for a guy to admit that it was purely human error, he didn't blame the car, didn't blame the crew, as some racing drivers may be tempted to do. He just said, well, it's driver error, I'm sorry, and let's hope he can come back next year.
As the 41 cars head off, well, 40 now, head off on their warm-up lap. We are just this warm-up lap away from the start. They are trying to get as much heat into the tyres as possible. And isn't that a terrific sight? All of them coming up Mountain Straight. Fantastic. Let's take a look at the grid now as they climb Mountain Straight. Once again, the Shell Helix grid from pole position. Peter Brock and Mark Scaife in the Mobile HRT Commodore. Glenn Seaton and David Parsons, they share the first row.
Out of the second row, Greg Murphy and Craig Lowndes in the second Holden Racing Team Commodore. Larry Perkins and Russell Engel alongside him.
Go back to row 3, you can cancel that name. Bargwanna and Noske, they're gone. But Alan Jones and Scott Pruitt will still start from 6.
Out of row 4, Dick Johnson and John Bowell in the Shell Helix Ford, John Faulkner and Wyn Percy in the Fisher and Paykel Commodore.
We go back to row 5, it's Steve Johnson and Craig Baird, Wayne Gardner and Neil Crompton in 10.
Row 6, Stephen Richards and Jim Richards, the father and son combination, the Valvoline Commodore, Mark Larkham and Andrew Madecki in the Mitre 10 Ford.
Row 7, position 13, John Trimble, Thomas Mazira. 14 is Greg Crick, Peter Fitzgerald.
Out of row 8, position 15, Darren Hossack and Steve Ellery in the Gibson Motorsport Commodore. Peter Bradbury, Anthony Tratt and Paul Stokel will start the second Wayne Gardner racing car.
Row 9, Terry Finnegan, Terry Shield, Trevor Ashby and Steve Reed out of position 18.
Out of row 10, Mark Poole and Tony Scott. Paul Romano and Alan Grice line up alongside them.
We keep it going, position 21, John Connor, Peter Dillman, the first of the privateers, Ryan McLeod and Darren Payton.
Row 12, Bob Pearson, Alan McCarthy in the Product Commodore, Kevin Heffernan and Danny Osborne in position 24.
Row 13, Chris Smurden and Charlie Cox, one of the rookies, Ray Hislop and Tim Briggs.
Row 14, Mal Rose and Kevin Burton in the Fairfax Commodore, Mike Conway and Gavin Monahan in the Falcon.
Row 15, position 29, we're almost there, Kevin Waldock, John Smith, Neil Shempry and Ian Love.
Row 16, Bruce Williams and Paul Gover in the Simcoe Pacific Commodore, Gary Wilmington and Bill Siders in the Commodore.
Position 33, Malcolm Stenek and Peter Gazzard. Position 34, Wayne Russell and Rick Shaw.
Row 18, Peter O'Brien, Ron Barnacle and Brian Callahan line up. Ian Palmer and John English in the Palmer Promotions Commodore out of 36.
37, it's Brian Walden, Steve Williams. 38, Scotty Taylor, a trio, Stephen Bell and Bill Attar.
Tony Longhurst and Charlie O'Brien, they had problems in qualifying. They're going to start way back, but watch them charge. Michael Hart and Peter Lawrence in the SMC Pneumatics car.
And off row 21, the Castrol Cougars of Melinda Price and Karen Brewer. They did have some misfortune, but we spoke with Melinda earlier on, or Barry Sheen spoke with her, and she seemed pretty positive, Baz.
Well, she did. You know, your heart goes out to her when you think about it. She's trying to do her best, and they're both really good little drivers, and it's just a shame. You know, it happens to everybody. You look at Barguana, you know, he's going sensationally well, and that's the luck of the draw. It's going to be interesting at the start of this race to see which tyres heat up the quickest. Traditionally, the Bridgestones are really good. You've got the first three guys on Bridgestones, and then you've got Larry Perkins on the Dunlop. So just keep your eyes open for Perkins, and you can get a good idea if Perkins is right up the front and catching quickly on the first lap, then the Dunlop's heating up quicker. If not, if he's going backwards, then obviously the Bridgestones are the hot tip at the start.
Big field of V8s. There's Glenn Seaton, the 1997 Shell Australian Touring Car Champion. He's won 2 Australian Touring Car Championships. This is the one he has failed to conquer. Mount Panorama, Bathurst.
Sorry, Mark, I was going to say, if fairness comes into it, Mark, you'd have to say that this would have Seaton's name on it, wouldn't it?
Yeah, he's tried many times, come very, very close. 1995, he got within 9 laps of winning until he had engine failure. There's the man of the moment, Peter Brock, on windscreens. O'Brien onboard camera. Last time at Mount Panorama for Peter Brock, 9 times winner. He wants to go out with number 10.
Well, while they're nice and set off the front row, we've still got quite a few cars coming in. There they are, just coming around Murray's Corner. The Conway Monaghan entry, Shembry and Luff, they're all lining up, and isn't it such a colourful grid? Just moments away from the start in the 1997 Primus 1000 Classic. 5 more cars to come up to the grid.
110% concentration on the face of Peter Brock. He looks across at Glenn Seaton. It's Holden and Ford on the front row for Australia's greatest motor race, the Primus 1000 Classic. We're only moments away. Tony Longhurst now taking up his grid position right back there. The Castrol Cougars Commodore, they had problems too. The green flag waves. We are only moments away. Hear the V8s roar in the Primus 1000 Classic from Mount Panorama, Bathurst.
Set to go, green light, they're away. Brock gets away to a great start. Sideways. He gets away, the best is going to be Brock. Perkins has got the outside run, but Peter Brock will take him through the first corner.
Good run for Perkins, great.
Side by side up Mountain Straight for the first of 161 times. This big field of V8 sort themselves out, but it's Peter Brock in 0-5 who'll lead this field up Holden Hill toward Repco Corner for the first time.
Cricket Fitzgerald got away quite nicely as well, but it's Brock Jones coming up the outside of Perkins as well. They hit Repco Corner. The big V8s, they climb the mountain. Let's hear them roar.
Toward GIO cutting, it's Peter Brock in charge, Larry Perkins in second, Alan Jones in the Komatsu Ford, and listen to the crowd greet this field as they thunder across the top of the mountain for the first time. Big cheer for the mountain man, Peter Brock in 0-5. This is where they want him. For 161 laps, 0-5 leads them down through the cutting, down toward Forest Elbow for the first time. Larry Perkins in the Castrol Commodore locked in second. Alan Jones the first of the Fords. Then it's Glenn Seaton. Big field swings down Forest Elbow for the big run down Conrod Straight, reaching speeds in excess of 290 kilometres an hour.
What a determined start it was from Peter Brock in the 05 Mobile HRT Commodore. He sort of got pretty sideways off the start, but he was so determined to hit Hell Corner first.
Well, he did, but how about Jonesy? Really excellent start, and interesting to see the speed down the straight. There's not a lot to choose between any of them. Top 4 virtually the same.
Well, they'd all want to be sitting in that big draft at the start just to get their tyre temperatures up, get nicely settled. They don't want any mistakes like spins this early in the race. So all the field sort themselves out. Fabulous sight as they sweep through Caltex Chase and down toward Murray's Corner for the first time. And listen to the crowd roar. It's Peter Brock leading the Primus 1000 Classic as they cross the line for the first time.
Well, settle in and get nice and comfy. That's one down. We've got 160 to go here at Mount Panorama. Perkins got away to a terrific start as well from 4th, coming up into 2nd. Jones from 6th to 3rd. Seaton's gone backwards a little bit. And there's John Faulkner, who started from 8th position.
2:15.70 for Brock. First flying lap. Larry Perkins in behind, Alan Jones, Glenn Seaton, then it's Greg Murphy in the second Holden Racing Team Commodore, John Bower in the Shell Ford, Wayne Gardner, Steve Johnson, John Faulkner and Mark Larkham in the Mitre 10 Falcon in 10. Tony Longhurst is already on a charge. You saw him off the back of the grid. He's already up to 19th position.
20 positions he's made.
He's made up 20 positions in 6.2 kilometres. Tony Longhurst is on a charge.
You'd have to say that's a pretty determined effort. And look, Longhurst was saying all we need is a pace car, and I might just as well have been on pole position.
Well, Charlie O'Brien said earlier with John Smales, he said it's the best race car I have ever driven. And when Longhurst was interviewed about it, about the car having some mechanical problems, he said, I'm not perturbed, I'm not worried, we just got a little bit of extra work to do.
Yeah, but that's great, you know, for somebody to have that attitude. Normally you're already rattled because your qualifying was ruined, but to go into the race with that sort of attitude, starting on the back of the grid, not worrying about it, that's good. So keep your eyes on Longhurst.
Down through the S's toward the dipper. The Levi's race score tells the story. Brock in command from Perkins, just opening up almost a second gap over the Castrol Commodore. Jones in 3rd position, Seaton in 4th.
Gardner's done quite nicely to come on up into 7th position, considering he started back in 10th. There's Mark Larkham, who's made some ground. Stephen Richards, the Crick Fitzgerald combination. Terry Finnegan coming on through. Thomas Mazira in the Bottle Magic car. Then we saw the second of the Wayne Gardner Racing cars as well.
The man is on fire. Peter Brock, we're riding with him just above the 05 Commodore and the Channel 10 chopper. Great shot there as they sweep down Conrod Straight and brake hard with this very tight left-hander through Caltech's Jakes. Brock in 05. And we go on board with the Mountain Master. 52 years of age, his last crack at victory at Mount Panorama. And man, this guy is really pumped for a big result.
Great pictures from the windscreens, O'Brien, in-car camera. He's always such an animated driver to watch. His face, he always works so hard and he's giving it everything.
So they come across the start-finish line once again. He's opened up a little bit more. 1.4 seconds over Perkins in 2nd position. Larry won't be too disturbed about that at the moment. Very experienced campaigner. He wants to get himself in the groove. Alan Jones sitting in behind the Castrol Holden in the Komatsu Ford. Then we go back to Seaton. Greg Murphy still in 5th. John Bowe in the 1st of the Shell Fords, hanging back there in 6th. Wayne Gardner in the Coke Commodore in 7th. Steve Johnson in the 2nd Shell Ford in 8th. Then Faulkner and Larkham.
It looks like, yes, I was just going to say, it looks like the Murph's getting a bit impatient in behind Seaton. He's just nipped up the inside there going into Repco.
Let's have a Longhurst update. He's up to 16th now, so he grabbed another 3 positions in that last lap.
Well, he said he was going to fly. He didn't look at all perturbed about that engine driver they had just before qualifying. He said, well, that's the way it goes in motor racing, but we've got a fabulous package. He was very, very confident he was going to get his way onto the back of this pack pretty early on.
So it's sort of 0 to hero as he goes 0 to 0.
Greg Murphy in the 15 Mobile HRT Commodore. He's starting to make up some ground on Alan Jones now in the Komatsu Pertec Falcon. He's slotted in nicely behind Larry Perkins. Not too much urgency at the moment. Just trying to get themselves in a nice groove, a nice pattern. The Armour All in-car camera riding with Murph right now. Riding across the top of the mountain through the S's. Heading down towards the dipper.
Really got to give credit to George Smith and Dennis Watson from Dencar. They're the guys who build these Holden Racing Team chassis. After that very heavy shunt on Friday, the boys worked overnight to get this car back on track, and it looks like at the moment it's running perfectly. So full credit to the behind-the-scenes boys who really make this thing happen.
You can hear that squeaking of the brakes. There's nothing wrong. It just means that they're working.
Yeah, just drive you around the bend. 161 laps of that, so it doesn't do you a lot of good.
That's usually an indication that the temperatures are pretty cold. Usually when those brakes are squealing, it shows the brake compound isn't up to its optimum temperature. And they really do squeal a fair bit when the conditions are cold. There's Greg Murphy.
It's strange to see Greg. That's not his normal helmet. It's just a plain white one. He hit his head so badly when he hit the wall coming out of Hell Corner that he had to borrow a crash helmet off of someone. So that's, if you're wondering why he hasn't got his normal sort of colourful job on, that's why.
It's not his usual Larry self, is it?
Yeah.
The crowd go up as Brock brings them over the line once again. They've come up pit straight and hit something like 220 kilometres an hour up this short pit straight, then hard on the brakes back down to 2nd, and then crank it back up for the climb up Mountain Straight.
Well, a 2:12.49 for Peter Brock. That's a new lap record, a 2:12.49 on his 3rd flying lap. So Peter Brock builds at 2.6 seconds, the gap now over Perkins in 2nd position.
Oh, Jones.
Jones now on the attack, just has to look up the inside, not enough room on the inside there. Perkins goes very deep under brakes. And we're looking out the back of the Castrol Commodore.
That's an interesting pairing, those two, Mark. If you see AJ is a hard man and Perkins is a hard man. To see those two together is going to be a lot of fun.
There's a real queue forming up behind the Castrol Holden here. 4, 5, 6, 7 cars. Brock's starting to open it up. A 2:12.49, new lap record on the third lap of the race. A 2:13.67 for Perkins. So Brock really has got the hammer down.
Longhurst up to 14. Meanwhile, Murphy continues to bridge that gap between himself and Alan Jones. Glenn Seaton just waiting back there behind Murphy as well. Across the top of the mountain. Perkins, the view from the back of his car, courtesy of Dunlop. Great camera shot.
Fantastic shot. You can see that big aerofoil on the back of the Commodore. Those high speeds, 250 kilometres an hour, is generating something in the region of 200 kilograms of downforce, and that's very important because these cars generate a lot of lift underneath the floor, and without these wings they just virtually take off coming down Conrod Straight, so it plays a very important part in the safety of a V8 supercar.
You can just look very closely on the two white uprights at the bottom, just as it comes up from the boot there. There's adjustable points where you can sort of lift it up and drop it down to create more or less downforce. They have somewhere between 90 and 100% of creating downforce here because of the high speeds.
So hard under brakes for Caltex Chase. Let's look a bit of a move, a bit of a look up the inside by the Shelford. Yes, he's got him too. That'll be John Bow sneaking up on the inside of Glenn Seaton. So that moves Bow up to 5th position, Seaton back to 6th as they sort themselves positions in the early part of the race.
This is your top 10 at the moment. Brock, Perkins, Jones is getting nice and close. Gardner up the inside of Seaton. He's got there. Gardner and the Coca-Cola Donut King Commodore. Now Seaton comes back on the inside. Watch the Ford Credit Falcon. He won't have enough there though. So Gardner's on a move up. He gets up there into 6th.
I kind of get the idea with Seaton, the way he's driving at the moment. I don't think he must have some kind of problem, you know, because he was dropping back. You saw him glance down there, so we'll see if he's getting on the radio. It looks, I don't know, you can't tell, but I would say he might have some kind of problem.
XR Falcon onboard camera.
Murphy's got Jones.
Just snuck up the inside of Alan Jones in the Komatsu Ford. We just cut to that in-car shot. So position starting to change. The Murph's on a charge. He wants to get up there and chase Brock in 0.5. He's got Perkins in between him. That gap stabilised last time around 2.6 seconds, the gap between Peter Brock and Larry Perkins.
And this is the scene on the track. Brock leading the drive. Mark Scaife, of course, will jump in a little later on, ahead of Perkins. Greg Murphy has made a move. He's up to third now. Down to number 5, Dick Johnson from the Gardner car, also on the charge. Glenn Seaton has dropped back to 7th place now after duelling with Brock at the very start of the race. And Stephen Johnson, a great drive from the younger Johnson, of course partnering Craig Baird. His father Dick is partnering John Bow in the other Shell Helix Falcon. And the leading privateer at this stage is car number 33, Alan McCarthy, in the Product Racing VS Commodore.
Well, I reckon Larry Perkins is pretty determined to try and spoil Brock's party early on. He's just undercut Brock's new lap record. Brock did a 2:12.49 on his third lap. Now Perkins has come out and cut that down again at 12:33. So he's carved a 1/10 of a second of that new lap record Brock set just a few laps ago. So there's a real battle going at the front of this field.
Yeah, we hear news from the pits from John Smale. He's spoken to Seaton's crew. There's no problem at all with Seaton's car. He just reckons that he's settled into his pace and it's a long race, so the good news is no problems for Seaton.
27 positions made in 6 laps for Tony Longhurst in the Castrol Ford. He's up into 12th position now behind Stephen Richards in the Valvoline Cummins Commodore. Can you believe it? We got some onboard telemetry now on board the Shell Helix Falcon. Thanks to Primus. You've got your speed on the left, rev count on the right, and the brake right in the middle.
If the one on the right goes off the end and into the R, then the scrutineers rush round and say your rev limiter's not right.
Let's have a listen to the Shell Ford as he hammers it around Mount Panorama. Fantastic sound there. Ford fuel-injected small block V8 producing about 600 brake horsepower. And this really is a track custom made for an engine of that pedigree. You can hear beautiful sound as it came up Mountain Straight there.
Oh.
You'll hear plenty more of that during the race. They're already lapping some back markers. Yep.
Boy, that's cost dearly. Cost Jonesy a lot of time there.
John Bow starting to come right up on Alan Jones now. The 2 Ford drivers, they work their way through Castrol Curve across the top of the mountain. Bow sitting in nicely. Gardner's done a great job early on in the race. We've only done 7 laps, but he's picked up 3 more positions and is starting to put in some consistent lap times. He's in the 2:13s, and if he can remain there, he's looking good.
The battle, there's Murphy in 3rd position. This is the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th position we were just watching. Alan Jones, John Bow, Wayne Gardner, we're back on board with the Murph. Greg Murphy, young Kiwi, running in 3rd position at the moment. He's 1.6 seconds behind Peter Brock. You can just see the Holden Racing Team Commodore up the front on the Armour All onboard camera. That's Larry Perkins in the sandwich. Perkins has undercut Brock's lap record of 2:12.33 in the Castrol Commodore, and he's now 1.4 seconds behind 0.5.
Well, if he and Craig Lowndes can win today and have back-to-back Bathursts under their belt, they'll be the first combination to do that since Jim Richards and Mark Scaife back in 91 and 92. There's the Windscreens O'Brien profile driving the Commodore VS, the 96 Bathurst and Sandown winner. First in the New Zealand Gold Star Championship in 95, second in the Australian Gold Star Championship in 94. So he's got a pretty good open wheeler background. He's very good in the tin tops as well.
Well, we had a wretched season in the Shell Australian Touring Car Championship this year. There was never any doubt about the young Kiwi's speed, but he only ended up 4th in the championship. 6 race wins, 3 round wins, 4 pole positions. He certainly had plenty of pace, but some remarkably surprising reliability problems with the 1.5 car in the opening rounds really did cost him the championship. So looking for a strong, reliable run here, just as they had at Sandown in the Tickford 500 just a few weeks ago.
Yeah. If you look at Larry Perkins now, he's just over a second behind Brocky, so he's pulling him in, and his last lap was 1/10 of a second quicker.
Yeah, Brock's just done a 2:13.21, Perkins a 2:12.85, so he's nipping away at that lead all the time.
Top privateer at the moment, it's still Alan McCarthy, teamed up with Bob Pearson in the Product Commodore. So McCarthy doing a good job. There's Longhurst putting the challenge on the Minor 10 Falcon driver of Mark Larkham. Both the Queenslanders, both from the Gold Coast, in fact. as they start their climb across the top. Longhurst has done so well to weave his way through 27 cars. In fact, make that 28 because he's into 11th position now.
Last time through, Larkham did a 2:15.6. Longhurst at 2:13.9. He's up the inside. Not enough room down there. He backs off, fortunately. Larkham's not going to let him through without a fight. They're fighting for position in the Primus 1000 Classic. We go on board with Tony Longhurst in the Castrol Ford. You see Larkham brushing the brakes there as they come through the dipper. Maximum acceleration as they thunder down toward Forest Elbow. Very critical to get the car beautifully set up through this corner, because if you get a nice clean exit on full throttle, it really does determine your terminal speed on Conrod Straight. Out of there, shifting up through the gears, 4th, 5th, 6th. Building up to 290 kilometres an hour. Longhurst will try and pick up the draft. There's the onboard telemetry, courtesy of Primus as he gets in the draft behind the Mitre 1040. He's going to have a look down the inside. Not quite close enough, is he? They will go side by side. Down into the chase. He's in front of Larkham. He moves up another position. Longhurst moves into the top 10.
From 39th to 10th, Stephen Richards has come right up on Larkham as well in that little encounter. So here come the three. This is 10th, 11th and 12th. Longhurst in the Castrol Falcon comes through Murray's. Then we've got Larkham, then Stephen Richards in the Valvoline Cummins Commodore.
So the order at the moment: Brock from Perkins, Murphy in 3rd, Alan Jones in 4th, Bow, Gardner, Seaton, Johnson, Faulkner and Tony Longhurst now up to 10th.
Larry Perkins is reeling Brock in something fierce. It was out at 1.04 seconds on the last lap. Now it's down to half a second and Larry is right on him.
So the team order's been sent out from Jeff Gretsch for the Holden Racing Team cars to put their headlights on as they start to lap the slower traffic. That's much easier for the slower cars to see the car approaching. It catches their attention in the rearview mirror and reduces the chance of not seeing them as they try and sweep past.
Levi's race score giving you the updated positions there. Let's focus on this though. Brock's had a pretty cruisy up until now for the first 9 laps, but Larry is starting to turn up the heat. No love lost between these two guys.
No, former teammates back in the Holden dealer team days. They shared 3 fabulous victories at Bathurst, the Peter Perfect era they called it, 82, 83, 84. You couldn't touch Brock and Perkins back in those days, and now it's their opponents and give no quarter rivals. Coming down toward Forest Elbow, it's a 2-car war at the moment. We've got this on the replay, the Shell Helix replay. Kevin Heffen, the Queensland privateer, he's had a blowout on the right rear tyre, and looks like he was able to make it all the way down to pit lane. Barry Sheen, you can never allow for that sort of thing in a race strategy.
Well, you can't. That's the whole point. You know, you can do the best laid plans of, oh, Wilson, Perkins.
Here he comes.
Maybe. No, he's not close enough. I was going to say maybe up the inside.
Perkins sitting right in behind 05. The great shot from our cherry picker way above the course. We go on board, you're looking out of the rear bumper with 05. Looking back at Larry Perkins in the Castrol Commodore.
And one thing's for sure, Larry ain't no lamb when it comes to having a go.
Windscreens O'Brien onboard camera, you're riding with 05. They come onto pit straight once again. Perkins closing the gap all the time. You don't need a stopwatch on this one. He's close enough to make a passing manoeuvre should Brock make the slightest mistake.
Greg Murphy with the quickest lap time that last one around. He's in the 2:12s, while the front two guys, Brock and Perkins, are in the 2:13 to 2:12.87 for Greg Murphy. He's tucking in behind Larry.
There's only 1.5 seconds covering the top 3. This is a great battle. Commodores 1, 2 and 3. The first of the Fords, Alan Jones just sitting in behind them. Some 2 seconds behind our race leader, Peter Brock.
Faulkner back there in 9th. Just ahead of Tony Longhurst. That's Longhurst's next driver on his agenda to get past. Fabulous effort. He's got past 29 other cars to be where he is. Brock's just turned the lights on. He knows that he's coming up on a slower driver up ahead. Wants to give him plenty of signal, and he's coming on through.
And that might give Perkins a bit of a chance, because by the time the slower guy gets to sort of sort himself out and get out of the way, Peter's thinking, oh, which side do I go? Oh, no, done the right thing.
Ryan Walden, Steve Williams, that's the slower car. Meanwhile, this is your race leader, Peter Brock, in the Mobile HRT 05 Commodore.
Well, we saw these guys running very strongly. There's Greg Murphy closing up on the back of Larry Perkins in 2nd position. So we've got all angles covered on Network 10. This fascinating opening battle. Dunlop onboard camera looking out over the rear wing of the Castrol Commodore. Murphy just sitting in behind the draft. They just want to stay in this lead draft. Each car just getting towed along by the one in front. Peter Brock making all the room. Now Perkins has dropped back a little bit. Conrod Straight this time around. He's giving himself a little bit of room. He was right up behind Perkins. Behind Brock, I should say.
Murphy through this. Just, oh no, I was thinking it looked like he was going a little bit quicker than he was. It's nice to see now, Mark, that Dunlops, you know, with all the problems they had with that earthquake in Kobe and that, have finally got their things sorted out. The Dunlops are really good tyres.
It really has been a 2-year fight back, hasn't it? From that disaster, they really didn't have much product the year after the earthquake. It took them most of 1996 to get back on the program, but the 97 product, cooperation between the Dunlop factory in Birmingham in the UK and at Japan, has really produced a great tyre. They've gone for a softer compound tyre. Today the Dunlop team's gambling on the fact it was only going to be 16 or 17 degrees, and that should put them in good stead. You can see Perkins doing very competitive lap times.
McCarthy in the seat is leading at this stage. You see the fastest qualifier of the privateers, Peter Dillman, is back in third. Then we had the McLeod-Pate car in fourth. Then Rose and Burton, Hislop and Briggs, Conway and Monaghan in the oldest car in the field, the old EA Falcon, with the 7th placing so far, and then Waldock and Smith rounding out the top 8 privateers, but up the front after 12 laps. It is Brock, Perkins and Murphy, and they've just ticked over number 13.
Well, we talk about that leading trio. Longhurst isn't stopping for anybody. He's in 9th position now. He's got ahead of John Faulkner and is behind Stephen Johnson.
Showing the speed differentiation between the level 1 guys and the level 2 guys. The level 2 privateers, of course, running on a control tyre. They don't have the level of expertise or testing or the intellectual property that the level 1 teams invest in their cars. So there's no way they can match the speed of the level 1 cars. It's such a great initiative this year and a great incentive for the battlers to have this level 2 privateer class. So we'll be following that right throughout the day. Lap 14 of 161. It's early days yet. almost half an hour into the Primus 1000 Classic for 1997, and this great battle continues between the three Commodores. Brock leading just over 0.8 of a second in front of Perkins and Murphy in third.
5 times champ Larry Perkins chasing 9 times winner Peter Brock, with just 1 Bathurst win, which is nothing to sneeze at when you look at people like Glenn Seaton, doesn't even have one yet. Greg Murphy sits in third position, chasing his 2nd straight Bathurst win, teamed up with Craig Lowndes. They're an ideal match. In terms of body size, nothing needs to be changed as we go on board with Greg. Nothing needs to be changed in terms of seat position or anything. A similar size physically. When those driver changes, it has to happen so fast and smooth. They're an ideal team. The Armour All in-car camera for you down. Conrod straight, Perkins in the Castrol Commodore up ahead.
You're riding at 290k with the 25-year-old New Zealander Greg Murphy. 2-time Sandown 500 winner with Craig Lowndes. A very strong open-wheeler competitor back in his native New Zealand. Won the New Zealand Grand Prix, 2nd in the Australian Drivers' Championship back in 1994. He's also done some time at Le Mans driving a Porsche. 2nd in class last year driving the German car. So he's a guy who's accumulating an enormous amount of experience for one so young. 25-year-old Greg Murphy won the race last year with Craig Lowndes. Now he's sitting in a very competitive position in third.
Well, they're coming up on the Castrol Cougars entry of Karen Brewer and Melinda Price. Karen has started the race and she moved over to the inside and let the guys come on through. Here's a replay of an earlier incident as we ride with Larry now as they climb the mountain. Coming down into Murray's corner, Monaghan, and no, it's in fact Poole. Mark Poole in the Gawler Commodore. Just trying to come on the inside there of Thomas Mazira, and a little bit of a spin. Boys down at Murray's corner would have appreciated the burnout. Plenty of smoke from the back of that car as he gets back in the race. Fortunately, it didn't touch the fence. We're back at the pointy end of the field, riding on Larry Perkins' Commodore. You're looking out the back window. Greg Murphy just sitting in behind the Castrol Commodore. Brock's just on a 2:13.9. Perkins and Murphy both. Well, Perkins just on a 2:14 neat, and Murphy a 13.7. So times just within 2 or 3 tenths of each other. They're sitting in this trio formation. Peter Brock quite comfortable at the front of this race. Further back in the field, doing quite well, Stephen Ellery and Darren Hossack, the Wins Commodore combination. They're sitting in 13th position, so they've improved 2 spots from their qualifying position. 15th up to 13th. Ellery is behind the wheel, and of course he got a podium finish last year, finishing 3rd. The Castrol Ford with Tony Longhurst. They parted ways earlier this year. Ellery has spent most of the year out, sitting on the sideline, watching the Shell Australian Touring Car Championship from home on the TV. It's good to be back. They did very well. They got a top 10 finish. They finished 8th, he and Darren Hossack, at the Sandown 500. They're looking to improve on that here at Bathurst.
Yeah, while we've got time, I just want to say hello to 2 little children who are in hospital with cystic fibrosis that were coming here today but can't. It's Renee and Brock, and they're in Newcastle Hospital, the John Hunter Hospital. So wish you all the best and hope you're enjoying the race. Get better soon.
Yeah, it's amazing. I've heard of a number of proud parents of newborns in the last year who have named their kids Brock. It's quite phenomenal. So he's really had an effect on the Australian public. Down Murray's corner once again, braking for pit straight. There's Alan Jones in the Komatsu Ford. Wayne Gardner in the Coca-Cola Donut King Commodore brings it on to pit straight. This team's had a very satisfactory build-up to the race. They were very fast here in the Primus 1000 Media Day back in August, and very confident they'll have a strong race package.
Teamed up with last year's teammate for the last few years, Neil Crompton, who was recently returned from Columbus, Ohio in the USA, where he was racing in the North American Touring Car Championship. Did very well, got 3rd in his debut season, won more races than anybody else, and he missed a couple of rounds. So it was quite a good year, quite a good start for Neil's overseas driving.
Well, the top 6 cars in this race are setting a blistering pace. They're all operating the 2-minute 13-second bracket. Behind that, it's 2-minute 14, which many people thought would be the race pace this year, but they've gone up a peg. Just an indication of the level of competitiveness in V8 supercar racing in 1997. You really have to sprint 100% from lap 1 to lap 161.
Larry Perkins with the quickest time. In fact, Gardner with the quickest time last lap around. So he's starting to go very well. He's in the 13s, a 2:13.41. So Gardner going extremely well. We go back up the front of the pack. Here's Brock. He has led from start to now. We're on lap 15, lap 16.
Braking hard for Forest Elbow, Larry Perkins, his constant shadow. He's been sitting in there in the Castrol Commodore, both doing lap times within a tenth, sometimes even a hundredth of each other. Very evenly matched.
You know, just now Larry's pulled away from Greg Murphy, so I don't know whether Larry's turned the heat up or Murph's turned it down.
Well, they're all operating in that 2-minute 13-second bracket, so very, very competitive in that leading trio. John Smales.
Greg Cricker's in the pits from 12th position. He's blown the front right-hand tyre, the Dunlop on his car. The tyre's just come off the rear, the rim. You can see it just to the left of the car now. Crick in the car. 26 seconds and he stalls it all the way over the pits. Goes at 29 seconds. Just have a look behind me though. Here, just have a look here. This is the tyre and that's what he drove down on.
So tyre troubles early in the race, that's what no team wants to know about. There's the tyre John Smales was talking about, absolutely shattered. And that really can muck up your strategy. Here we go, more lap cars that the leaders have got to pick their way through. Brock with the lights on. Jazz cuts across in front of that slower competitor. Larry Perkins will go the other side. Greg Murphy just sitting back, watching brief in third.
Well, that's two tyres we've seen go now. The other one was with Kevin Heffernan. That was a rear tyre right up on him.
He's getting pretty serious about this now, Perkins. He's right under the rear wing of 05. This is a great contest. I said before, these two former teammates in the Holden dealer team days, great competitors, enormously experienced. Windscreens O'Brien camera on the rear bumper of Peter Brock's 05 Commodore. As you ride with them, this two-car war between the Castrol Commodore and the Mobile Machine.
Well, they're a very serious outfit, not only the Mobile HRT outfit, I'm talking about the Castrol Perkins outfit. And in fact, Castrol Motorsport Australia, they're very dedicated to V8 Supercar Racing. Bronick Karch, the managing director, John Clark, the National Motorsport Media guy. They're really revved up about Larry and Russell's chances here this weekend.
Look at that fantastic shot from the Channel 10 chopper. Some of the most evocative views you'll ever see of Mount Panorama. It really does show the serpentine shape of the road as it weaves down this mountain. Very, very steep descent, hard on the brakes through Forest Elbow onto Conrod Straight. Great stuff.
Coming down, put the foot flat on down. Some 55 to 60% of one lap is spent with the throttle.
Oh!
That's John Bowe.
John Bowe, problems on the left front. It looks like some body damage there too. He's come into contact with either a car or the wall. They have been picking their way through the slower traffic. And maybe he's come to grief with one of the slower cars. The rear tyre's rubbing too. Oh, what a tragedy for the Shell team.
That looks pretty terminal to me, because if you look at the near side front wheel, it's stopped. So I can't see there's any way he's going to make it back to the pits like that.
Now you can see what he's trying to do. I think John's done the right thing, getting off the racing line over near the grass there. He may even try and put that wheel in the grass to try and reduce the amount of damage it's going to cop from the hot mix. Let's have a look at this in the replay now.
Just gone
John
out.
Bowe, he's going straight ahead. I think he's had a tyre blowout. It looked like the front tyre may have been flat as he was sliding off the road there. Once you lose the outside tyre on a corner base, you just got no steering control.
Oh, there's absolutely no chance. And if you have a look at that thing, it looks as if it's knocked the suspension in and everything. If you it's
look
fire.
at the sparks. So he's right down on the metal now.
Sparks of fire.
I think it might be sparks coming off the wheel, or it might have even gone right through to the brake disc. Now he might have been running it along on the brake rotor, so that's doing a lot of damage underneath the car.
Look at the angle of the front wheel. I would say that's the end of the day.
If that was a blown tyre, there's a bit of a strange coincidence there, because the previous two cars that have blown tyres have both been Dunlop runners.
Yeah, right.
So hope.
Look at that.
Oh, look, that's some serious damage. The Shell team, under Les Laidlaw, tremendously experienced. They'll do everything they can to try and get this car back on the race, but the story will be told once they get into pit lane, get it up on the air jacks, get that wheel off. They'll be able to make a clearer assessment of the damage. What a shame.
That was a masterful effort from Bowie to get that thing back. Look at it squirreling around at the rear. Look, no!
He's barely keeping control of that car. It's very, very difficult. He's only steering it on that right front wheel. The rest of the chassis getting ground away on the bitumen. There's going to be some frantic scenes in pit lane as John Bowe brings it in.
Well, it's such a shame he was sitting in 6th position. We go back up the front. The battle is on. Look at Larry. Here he comes. He gives Melrose a bit of a serve there as they come on down Conrod. He's right in behind Peter Brock now. Will he have a chance as they come through the Caltex chase? This is probably the closest Larry's been. We go on board with Peter Brock now. This is the Windscreens O'Brien camera at the back of Brock's car through the left-hander. Larry
right there.
It's the situation Larry Perkins will be absolutely relishing. He really has been a little bit miffed by all the attention Brock's got in his final year, and he really wants to spoil his party. 0-5 Perkins, and now Greg Murphy moving right up into the battle as well. So the top three really bunching up as John Bowe heads for pit lane. Well, that's a tragedy for the Shell team. Dick Johnson will be really distressed every time he comes here. This is the race that means the most to him, and they're putting it into the garage. Then there's some major surgery got to happen under the sheet metal. John Smales.
Bowe has just come to the pits. The front left-hand side of the car is really badly damaged. They're getting a fire extinguisher into it now because there is leaking brake fluid, and there was a fire under the car for Bowe. The car is right down on its left-hand side. You'd have to say it would take a miracle for this car to proceed in the event.
John, I'll be interested to find out from John Bowe whether the tyre went flat when he crashed. We couldn't quite see clearly because we were looking through the catch fencing at the top of the mountain, but it looked like that front left tyre went flat.
I'm taking a punt it was the front, rather the left rear, because the left rear is totally destroyed. He's driven in on the rim on the left rear. Somehow or other, I think the left rear might have gone, which in turn dropped him down, and it caused the front left damage. It certainly looks that way from what we're seeing at the moment. I can't see this car proceeding. I'm heading towards Dick Johnson at the moment, just on the off chance he's prepared to talk to me. He's talking to Bowe at the moment. Bowe's explaining to the boss what's going on. Yeah.
I would say there's no chance whatsoever that thing could go on because it's broken the suspension, the upright, everything. So that is...
And you can see from that shot on top of the mountain, he really did give the wall a whack when he came off. Dick Johnson trying to console his teammate John Bowe. And, well, disappointment's obvious.
Jeff Moorhead from Dunlop is having a good look around the car as well, guys. So your concern about the tyres, I think, guys, is on.
Well, we'll get back to John when he can have a chat with Dick Johnson or John Bowe and find out exactly what caused that accident. David Siegel, Shell Team's PR man there trying to get the answers. Alan Horsley, formerly the Mazda team manager, he's there too, back to camera. He's doing some tactics for the Shell team this week. Man who masterminded a number of victories for Mazda in the 12-hour production car race here. And there'll be a long sorry faces there.
Well, Perkins on Dunlops doesn't seem to be having much trouble at the moment.
No, he's really pushing Brock hard. Look at the way they're picking through that slower traffic. They really have to thread the needle now. There's cars all over the place. A big field of V8s, the biggest one they've ever had at Mount Panorama. And there's a lot of slower cars out there, so that's going to be a constant hazard as the day wears on. Perkins now has dropped back a little bit. Give a little breathing space. Brock still leading at 2:14.67. Perkins at 2:14.51. Those two locked together. But Murphy was the fastest man that time at 2:15.1.
Longhurst with the quickest lap at 2:13.98. He is really going well in 7th position now from 39th to 7th. John Smales.
And as John Bowe pulls himself together, he's had a chat to the boss, Dick Johnson. Dick, what did he tell you?
Well, basically, he was just trying to go through that right-hander just before the dipper, and he turned the car in, and it just went straight ahead. So something's gone wrong there somewhere. We don't know exactly what yet, but we'll investigate and let you know.
Your punt, though, Dick, was it tyres or was it suspension?
Well, as I said, I really don't know, and I wouldn't like to say at this point until such time as we have a good look.
At this moment, is there any possibility the car can get out again?
Well, you know yourself in this race, if you have any problems, like you're virtually out of it, but the boys will work and see if they can get it back going again, as long as we can be sure that when we go out it's going to be safe.
Pardon the question, how did you feel when you saw it?
Well, like you always feel, very disappointed, but, you know, I've still got a few years left.
Good on you, Dick.
Thanks.
Well, you can see from that shot, some sort of front-end failure. Dick Johnson not sure. John Bowe not sure whether it was a tyre or suspension or steering. Something's gone wrong at the front end there, Barry Sheen.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I would say that wasn't a tyre. That was something mechanical, because there was no... At least with a tyre, you're turning the thing, you can see it turning. John Smales.
John Bowe with me now. John, what happened?
Honestly, John, I don't know. The little right-hand curve before the dipper, I went to turn there and everything felt fine prior to that, and then it just went straight ahead. So there's obviously some sort of failure, but it would be a bit premature to say what it was. It had no steering, basically, so it hit the wall. You're only going slow there, but you don't realise how fast you're going until you hit something.
How hard was the thump, John?
Quite hard. I mean, when I had that crash at Phillip Island in 96, it hurt my neck and shoulder, and I had a crash at Indy last year and it repeated it, and I guess this will repeat it again. So it's obviously destined not to come good, is it?
The other thing was the drive back to the pits. It looks like you were really fighting it.
Oh, it was, yeah. It had obviously no front steering on the left side, and then halfway down the straight, the rear tyre blew out because it must have been damaged when it hit the wall. So, but I wanted to get it back because firstly it's a long walk, and I wanted the guys to have a look at it to see what it was, you know, just in case there's a major problem somewhere.
JB, thank you. Yes, I can. Falcon of Tony Longhurst. He's in 6th place and only 7 seconds off the 5th placed Wayne Gardner. This is the car to watch right now, but up the front, of course, a massive battle between Brock and Perkins in the two Commodores as we file through the field on the Levi's race score. Down to Romano and Grice in 16th position, and then Trevor Ashby and Steve Reed in 17th. Cotter and Dulman, the fastest of the privateers in Friday's final qualifying, in the top 20. Tony Longhurst, renowned for his very, very high fitness levels. He's an active participant, an active competitor in small level triathlons. He trains almost on a daily basis with Ironman Guy Andrews, and he's really had a big effect on Charlie O'Brien's fitness. Charlie's been really hitting the gym hard on the Gold Coast in Queensland. He's given up smoking and drinking. He's lost an incredible amount of weight, and he's as fit as he's ever been, and these two guys are really pumped up.
I'll have to start hanging out with Tony Longhurst by the sound of it.
So Tony Longhurst, you're riding with him in the Castrol Ford as he works this 1,350 kilogram monster across the top of Mount Panorama, 180 kilometres an hour, just guiding it through McPhillamy Park. Now hammer back through the gears as he comes across Skyline. Back to third, back to second as he sets the car up for the dipper. And we'll take some telemetry on board the Castrol Ford. You can see it, road speed on your left, revolutions per minute of the engine on the right, and brake application in the middle.
see it just creep over the 290 mark. 291 kilometres per hour for the Castrol Falcon of Tony Longhurst as he comes through the Caltex chase. Some extra support for the Primus 1000 Classic from the Hog's Breath Cafe on the coast. Longhurst is just on an absolute charge at the moment. He's into 6th position. There is the elapsed time so far. We're creeping up towards the 1 hour mark, lap 24 of 161.
Tony Longhurst, a former winner here, of course. 40-year-old, he grew up in Sydney, but there's a big attack from Murphy on Larry Perkins. Had to cut away from the Castrol Ford there because there's a bit of action up the front. The top three, Murphy now. We saw Perkins applying the thumb screws to Brock in the opening laps. Now Perkins coming under pressure from Brock's teammate.
Murphy's going to have his work cut out to get past Larry. There's no doubt about that.
So we go on board with Greg Murphy. 1-5, the car that was so badly damaged here on Friday. Fixed and looks like it's running to perfection on Sunday. Across the top of the mountain, the Armour All on-board camera. You're riding with Murphy, 180 kilometres an hour as he drops into the Castrol dip, and you can see Perkins. Great shot there at the rear of the Castrol Commodore, working very, very hard across the top of Mount Panorama.
I was fortunate enough to go for a ride around the circuit the other day with Larry in a road car, and it was amazing to learn that they just use such simple things for their braking markers, etc. Coming up into Repco corner, he uses a tree as one of his braking markers. Going through Castrol curve across the top there, he uses a grate just off the side of the road, a drainage grate. That's his point where he turns in from there, and he's got all these little benchmarks all the way around the circuit.
See, the really interesting thing too when you ride with these guys is they're so experienced that everything in that race car is happening for them in slow motion. They've got so much time to take in details like drainage grates, this particular type of tree, a particular mark on the road. It really is a testament to the amount of experience they've got.
Well, that's the key word, experience, because he was saying, you see this here, if you don't turn here, you're going to end up out there, and if you don't do this here, this is what's going to happen. And it was so interesting just to listen to him talk around the circuit. It's fantastic. Tell you what, he's got his hands full at the moment, though. Here comes 25-year-old Greg Murphy, really starting to put the pressure on.
These guys still lapping in the 2-minute 13-second, the low 2-minute 13-second bracket. That is a phenomenal race pace. I think only a couple of years ago they were qualifying 12. Murphy has a look up the inside. He's very, very close to Perkins. He might have even just touched him there. Boy, must have been a cigarette paper between them. So Dunlop onboard camera tells the story. Greg Murphy is getting very, very serious about taking second place. Look at this now. As he hucks in the draft behind Perkins Commodore. He pulls out, they'll go side by side. It's a drag race up Mountain Straight. Side by side at 240 kilometres an hour. Who's going to win the braking duel? Perkins is perfectly placed on the inside. He'll swing through and maintain second position.
I'm going to say it's a long way round the outside. You ain't going to get round the outside of Larry Perkins very easily.
Because Greg, in just a little bit, he's just dropped off a couple of car links now. They've got a whole heap of slower cars up ahead. One of the top qualifying privates here in the Allen's Commodore, the combination of Cotter and Dillman, right in front of Larry as we go on board now with the Dunlop in-car camera. Here's Perkins hard at work.
Now this is where the experience of a guy like Larry Perkins comes into play, because when you're trying to you come up behind a gaggle of drivers and you've got somebody right up your backside, you have to kind of split your brain. You think, okay, where can I duck past? And Larry's really good at this. You just keep your eyes open because he'll stick the car right in the middle of the road so that there's nowhere for the Murph to go.
Murph's looking for a way past the slower traffic as they come down the side of the hill. These top 5 guys operating the 2-minute 13-second bracket at absolutely blistering pace. That's Wayne Gardner, Alan Jones, Murphy, Perkins and Brock. That top 5 all right down each other's throats.
Well, just have a look how much there. Here's an earlier incident. Greg just waves to Larry, but Larry wasn't waving back because he was concentrating on holding that inside line through Repco.
I think Murph thought he might have had him there. See you, Larry, and then Larry comes back on the inside. But you'd have to go very, very deep under brakes to beat Perkins under brakes. This car stops phenomenally well. Always has done. Perkins engineers a fabulous car.
Let's take another look at that incident with Greg Murphy just waving to Larry Perkins as they were coming up towards Repco corner. Hitting speeds up towards 260, heading up Mountain Straight. And here's Murph just getting up side by side with Larry. He says, "G'day, old chap. How you going? I'm going straight past." And then Larry says, "Well, I don't think so, young Kiwi. I'm coming back on the inside."
I think Murph was saying, "Come on, Larry, do me a favour."
No favours at Mount Panorama, particularly when you're talking about Larry Perkins. 5 times Bathurst winner. He really wants to make that 6, and he's got a perfect opportunity in 1997. And he wants to top the record of that man just in front of him before his racing days are over.
Wayne Gardner running some very good, consistent lap times. He's been in the 2:13s for almost the entire time, just fluctuating 2:13s, 2:14s. Was that Gardner's car off to the side there, or in fact the second Gardner car just parked in off the side of the circuit, the trio of Peter Bradbury, Tratt and Stokel? I just caught a quick glimpse of that.
It's great, Lee, with the tyre situation now. You've got the Dunlops, the Bridgestones and the Yokohamas. They're all much of a muchness, you know. It makes life so good, you know, whereas Longhurst and Gardner have really been struggling, especially at the beginning of the year. You know, the Yokohamas now have really come on strong. Whoa, get us sideways.
Car 20, Ian Palmer and Brett Peters, the combination there, spinning at Murray's corner. We have, the English combination there. We've seen a few spin at Murray's today.
Sure have. Look at this lap traffic. Perkins now trying to find his way through. Look how close he is. Come on, get out of the way.
Get out of my way.
Larry really trying to keep up the pressure on Brock, but he's copied plenty on the rear bumper as well from Greg Murphy in the Mobil 1.5 Commodore. Tremendous battle continuing. Those leaders both dropping into the 2-minute 14-second bracket that time around. That's because the lap traffic started to hold them up. Jones and Gardner haven't hit that yet. And Longhurst now one of the fastest guys on the circuit at 2:13.75 for the Castrol Ford.
Murphy!
He's up to 6th position now, Tony Longhurst. So he's really starting to close the gap to this leading bunch.
Top privist here at the moment is still Alan McCarthy, and he's just behind these guys. There he is coming through the Caltex chase. We're focusing on Greg Murphy's challenge on Larry Perkins, the defending champ. Here goes Murphy. He pulls out of the draft, down into Murray to right with Murphy. He's got him. So we now have an HRT.
See, Larry came in a bit hot there. He wanted to get him back, but the car got very, very sideways. Now, Larry, enormously experienced, was able to catch the car.
And now Murphy's going to do a Perkins now. You watch Murph up here into Repco. Murphy's going to be right on the right-hand side of the road, because that's where Larry was. And if you're right on the right-hand side, nobody's got hope in hell's chance of getting past. Oh, Larry's dropping back.
Now it's a Mobil HRT 1-2. Brock in the lead. Murphy sitting in second. Then Larry. Then we go back to AJ. Jones is still in 4th position. Gardner, Longhurst, Seaton, Stephen Johnson, Stephen Richards, Faulkner and Larkham and Ellery. They're your top 12. Great work there by Stephen Ellery in the Wins Commodore.
That little carve up between Perkins and Murphy has allowed Brock to open that gap a little bit more. 3.1 seconds the last time across the start finish line. Still putting in some very quick laps in the 0.5 Commodore as he leads this field. This massive V8 field in the Primus 1000 Classic. Let's have a look at the replay of that. Murphy set him up down the inside, side by side under brakes in the Shell Helix replay. Now watch Perkins. He's going to try and switch back on the inside, but just a little bit too hot. Catches it, and that really did muck up his run onto Mountain Straight. Cost him a little bit of time, but Perkins will be right back in the battle within a very short period of time.
this year, Peter Brock, to make it number 10, to win in his last competitive event. It'll have to be the 8th win from pole position. That's where he started the event. That's where Mark Skate put the 05 Commodore, and right now the fans relishing him in front. Great battle going on behind him as Greg Murphy, the HRT teammate. Oh! It's the Bottle Magic car. Trimble and Mazzira, that's the entry. Thomas Mazzira was behind the wheel.
Goodness me, you could hear those tyres screaming. Where was it coming from? It was Mazzira, I think. Coming down Conrod Straight, he must have had a massive brake failure or something.
That was unbelievable. He just went straight off into the sand trap. Let's have a look at the replay of that. That was over at Caltex Chase.
Well, the safety mechanisms in these cars generally look after the drivers. Let's look at the replay. Well, you can see the massive amount of dust there. He's just carving a groove through that sand over and over and over. Thomas Mazzira at the wheel. Let's hope he's okay. But you can see the effect of that sand trap washing the speed off that car. It would have been coming into Caltex Chase. Here, let's another angle. Right up in our cherry picker. Hits the sand. Over it goes.
John Smales.
And I'm with a very, very disappointed John Trimble, team owner and co-driver. John, what's he said to you?
Oh, we haven't got. He hasn't said anything to us, John, at this stage. What we do understand from pit control here that he's okay, which is the main thing. It certainly was a spectacular roll. I've got to tell him there's a left-hander at the end of Conrod.
A rotten end to a fairly disastrous weekend, really.
Oh, I probably had worse, but I can't think of it. But mate, it hasn't been particularly brilliant. But anyway, there's always next year.
Thanks, John.
Right, mate. Good on.
Probably had worse. Will have to be pretty bad to top that one. Thomas Mazzira, thank goodness he's okay. There he is sitting on the grass, but look at that car. Massive roll cage system built into each and every one of these V8 supercars. A 6-point harness, safety capsule the driver sits in. It really does do a tremendous job at looking after the drivers in a situation like that. There's a great shot from our Channel 10 chopper of the wreckage of Thomas Mazzira's John Trimble Bottle Magic Commodore. Goodness me, what a frightening moment for Thomas Mazzira.
Well, Greg Murphy put in the quickest lap time last time round. He's 0.2 of a second quicker than Brock on that previous lap. As we have a look at another young charger, Stephen Johnson, the sole Shell Helix Falcon in the race at the moment. A little bit of smoke coming from the front end of the number 18 car. Stephen nonetheless doing a tremendous job. He's sitting in 8th position at the moment. We were talking about this yesterday. Discarding the Sandown 500, Stephen has only had 2 V8 supercar drives this year, and that's a real testament to his talent.
There's a bit of smoke belching from that car. It's only slight at the moment. Alan Jones has come in for his scheduled stop, I'd say. 30 laps down in the Primus 1000 Classic. Barry Sheen's on the scene.
And Scott Pruitt just got in the car. It's a routine stop. They just changed tyres and refuel. And Jason Bright was all kitted up there, and I wasn't quite sure who was going to get in, but it's definitely Scotty Pruitt. It'll be interesting now to watch Scott's lap times. They're obviously not going to be as quick as AJ's, but he's had more time in the car now than he had at the beginning, so let's wish him the best.
Here's the moment we've all been waiting for. We see Scott Pruitt finally begin his role in this year's Primus 1000 Classic. Much anticipation. A lot of people have been waiting to see the American IndyCar driver competing in this year's Kart World Series. He won the 3rd round, which was at Surfers Paradise on the Gold Coast earlier this year. He loves Australia, and this is his first time at Bathurst, and he's been faced with a pretty steep learning curve, but he's shown in the last 24 hours that he's willing to accept it, and he has, and he's done very well. Yesterday getting down into the 2:15 time bracket.
Yeah, that was a great effort, wasn't it? When you think of all the stuff he had to learn, not only getting into a right-hand drive car, but also learning this torturous 6.2 kilometre layout. 37-year-old from Crystal Bay in Nevada in the States. And he really is a brave fellow too. I remember back in 1990, he had a devastating crash in an IndyCar. He broke his back, he broke his knees, he broke both his feet. A lot of people thought he would never race again, but he really fought back through an enormous amount of pain and physiotherapy to become once again a very competitive race driver. He's a great talent, Scott Pruitt, and a hell of a nice guy to boot.
Well, Stephen Ellery is hot on his hammer at the moment. Coming on through, Gardner's coming round. Barry Sheen.
Yeah, I'm down here with AJ. Great drive, AJ, in 4th position. Lovely back markers.
Oh, aren't they lovely? I tell you what, it's worse than bloody Parramatta Road at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, it's terrible. You know, you you lost so much ground. You lost the gap on the leading pack, and nothing you can do about it.
Baz, is there 6 white Holdens out there, or is it the same one? I don't know. I got confused.
I know, but I do know that if you get a chance to have a word with him, it won't be, how are you, son?
I think I'll wait till the end of the day, mate. Put a mocker on myself.
Car going all right?
Yeah, car's going better than me. I'm actually holding up better than I thought, but yeah, no, everything's really good.
Very modest, going very fastly.
You're only saying that because it's true, Baz?
Thanks, AJ.
Alan Jones very happy with his progress in the Primus 1000 Classic, and so he should be. He got away to a blistering start. Glenn Seaton is in the pits, the Ford Credit team working nice and hard, and David Skippy Parsons in the car, Glenn Seaton getting out.
So the rash of pit stops have started. Alan Jones was the first man in of the level 1 teams on lap 30. It's lap 31 now, so Seaton changes over to David Parsons in the Ford Credit Falcon. It's quite interesting. After that crash suffered by Thomas Mazera, I thought there may have been an opportunity for the safety car to come out. We may have seen a rash of pit stops, the first range of pit stops under the safety car, but they haven't brought it out yet. So it looks like the first of the level 1 teams are going to go in under full race speed.
Well, the Castrol Falcon outfit of Tony Longhurst and Charlie O'Brien, they've pitted as well. O'Brien in 12th position as we ride now with David Parsons. The last time Peter Brock won here at Bathurst was in 1987. It was 10 years ago. We're just talking about O'Brien, and there he goes, flashes past Parsons. David was Brock's teammate in that year. Very capable driver. Glenn Seaton has tremendous respect for this guy. Doesn't drive V8s throughout the year. He just rolls up for Sandown and Bathurst and does a tremendous job.
Yeah, it's really funny. A lot of people suspect that David Parsons gets a lot of testing with Glenn Seaton during the year, but he really doesn't get that much. Very naturally talented driver. Here's 05, our race leader, Peter Brock. Brings it into pit lane for the first of the scheduled stops. Very slick Holden Racing team burst into action. Mark Scaife getting in. I saw Brock and Scaife rehearsing their driver changes yesterday. They got it down to 15 seconds. Barry Sheen.
A really difficult situation for the HRT team because they've got 2 cars here, and it's going to be really interesting to see who gets done first because they changed tyres. It was a difficult situation for the guys because they had Lowndes and Murphy's tyres at the front set of the front lot of the pits, and the other guys' tyres at the second part, and it was a real difficult job for them to do. John Smales
and Rory Perkins scream, or rather Russell Ingall screams out of the pits behind the 2 of them. They will rejoin the race together, nose to tail. The 2 Holden Racing Team cars are waved away, and Ingall's pulled up at the end of the pit straight and then told to go. But he's lost probably 10, maybe 8 to 10 seconds on the pit stop.
Well, Larry Perkins will be angry about that. One thing he won't tolerate is drama in the pits. Here's the second shell forward. Shell 18, the remaining shell forward, I should say. Stephen Johnson and Craig Baird, the New Zealander Craig Baird getting into the seat for his stint. Castrol Commodore back on the track. There's the shell 18 forward. Stephen Johnson just giving the last minute instructions to Craig Baird. They've been in there a while now. Let's hope everything's okay, John Smales.
No, everything is not okay. There is smoke pouring from the front of the car. Stephen Johnson's come around to have a look at it. They're about to open the bonnet. It goes open. Look at that smoke coming out from underneath the bonnet. They're looking around the brakes. Could it be a broken brake line? That's what I'm waiting to hear from them. But this will be a long stop by the looks of it, and this Stephen Johnson Craig Baird car is definitely not going to be going anywhere on for at least a lap.
Feverish work under the bonnet of the Shell 18 Ford. Well, some days are diamonds and some are stones. It really has been a bad day for the Shell Helix team. Really pumped for a strong result at Mount Panorama. It's all going wrong for them. John Bowe suffering a front end failure very early in the race. Now the last remaining car has got dramas as well.
They obviously don't want us to see inside the car. A couple of the, look like Les Laidlaw asking one of the team just to stand in front of one of our cameras. So we will respect that and let the Shell Helix team work away at the Johnson Baird entry. The real shame for Craig Baird too, because he was improving every time in the car. Previous New Zealand Touring Car Champion. He got down into the 212s yesterday and was in fact quicker than John Bowe. Barry?
Yeah, I'm with the Murph. Murph, you were waving at Larry. What was all that about?
Well, you know, the rules are that you're not supposed to weave in front of people, and I can't understand it. You know, he's quite a lot slower at that stage. He was quick at the start, and he got quite slow, and he was just holding everybody up, or holding me up. and he weaved on me down here. I actually touched him. I mean, I could have spun him around quite easily, and it would have been his fault. So it's just I don't know, got past him finally.
Yeah, good passing move.
Yeah, you know, I think finally he decided to give up because he fell back pretty quickly.
Yeah.
So I just wish he'd done a lap or two earlier.
And how was the car? Everything all right with it?
It's working fantastic. It really is. I'm not wringing the neck of it at all. It's just working beautifully, and we've got a nice pace going. So, you know, Craig will do a fantastic job out there, and hopefully we'll be in front when he comes in.
Good on you, Merv.
Thanks.
How do you, John?
What's not going positively at the moment is the Stephen Johnson car. Stephen, what's happening?
Not really quite sure at the moment. The stint was going really good. I was just looking after the tyres mainly. A lot of traffic out there, as you can see. And halfway through, or 3/4 way through the stint, I had a oil pressure warning or low oil warning in the car. And it kept flicking on and off the whole stint. So, and we came in and we found that the rocket cover's leaking oil, unfortunately. So you have to place a rocket cover and fill it up with oil, and off we go again.
Some days it just doesn't pay, does it?
Oh, it's amazing. You know, you can have the highest of highs and the lowest of lows, and obviously things that never happen to you through the air seem to haunt you here at Bathurst. But the Shell Helix team is running great, and we'll be out there and showing how it's done later on.
Well, at the moment we're watching the Coca-Cola Donut King Commodore Neil Crompton is on board right now and leads the race. We saw him do an amazing double stint at Sandown. He did almost 100 laps in those really tough conditions.
We're just waiting for those timing monitors to trip up. There's been a whole rash of pit stops here. Crompton was leading the race before he came, Gardner, sorry, was leading the race before he came in to change over to Crompton. So we'll just let those things trip up as Neil Crompton dials himself in for his stint in the Coca-Cola Commodore.
Timing monitor's got itself into order now, and in the correct order after all those frantic pit stops. And Mark Scaife leads the Primus 1000 at the moment in the Mobile HRT Commodore.
Yes, Jim Richards, Stephen Richards' car was in second. That's come into the pits recently too. That'll move Lowndes up to second position. So that remains a Holden Racing Team 1-2 at the front. Russell Ingall should move up to fourth. Neil Crompton, the car you're riding with, should be up to fifth. There it is, the Valvoline Cummins Commodore coming out of pit lane.
There's the Castrol Cougars have just pulled in, but it's a long stop, a very long stop indeed. And can you believe it? It's to change the water bottle for Melinda Price. Karen Brewer has complained that the water bottle wasn't working and she couldn't get vital bodily fluids. And seriously, that's a really serious problem. So they've lost maybe 30 seconds changing the water bottle in the motor car, but it's worth doing to keep these girls fresh as they try to muscle this big Castrol Commodore around Mount Panorama. 1 minute and 2 seconds the pit stop took.
Tell you something else interesting happening down there, John. We're just watching the Ellery Hossack car being run by Gibson Motorsport. It's lap 36. They still haven't come in for fuel. If you remember, that car ran very, very long on its first stop at Sandown. We're just thinking they may be trying to stretch it to 40 laps, which means they could do the race on 3 fuel stops.
Well, Freddie Gibson certainly knows Bathurst very, very well. Have a look at the two guys that started on the front row, Seaton and Scaife, ex-Gibson Motorsport, apprentices, you could say. They climb up Mountain Hill. Here's a replay. Whoa!
This car's been taking in a bit of the countryside during the week. They've had a few offs, a bit of damage. This is just before they pitted. We saw them in the pits as a replay before they came into the pits.
Therefore would be Karen Brewer.
Looks like Karen managed to get out of the kitty litter. Just had enough momentum on there, so they're having a heck of a time at Mount Panorama on their debuts.
Lots of changes in the top 10. Oh, that's the Hislop Falcon there. Car 23, some problems in the front end. That tyre has blown by the looks of things, rubbing on the guard. Now he's heading through the chase there. And that is yet another tyre blown. Well, there's certainly been quite a few casualties in terms of tyres. We've got the two Mobile HRT Commodores, 1 and 2. Russell Engel third, Neil Crompton fourth. Scott Pruitt is in 5th position. He's going extremely well. Stephen Ellery and Darren Hossack, that's the combination. Ellery is behind the wheel in the Wins Commodore. They started in 15th position. They're now 6th. Charlie O'Brien, Parsons, Richards and Mediki, they're your top 10.
Well, we thought they might have been going to stretch it, Lee, but they've just pitted now. Stephen Ellery handing over to Darren Hossack. There they are. So they made it 37 laps. Thought they might have been going for 40 laps. If they made a minimum of 40, they could have done the race on 3 fuel stops. They haven't gone quite that far.
This is the ex-Mark Scaife car that Scaife campaigned earlier this year at selective rounds of the Shell Australian Touring Car Championship. 27-year-old Melbourne driver Darren Hossack, ex-Australian go-kart champion, is behind the wheel right now. His teammate, 23-year-old Stephen Ellery, finished on the podium here last year in 3rd with Tony Longhurst. So Stephen's got plenty of experience here at the mountain, but Darren hasn't. This is his first drive on the mountain.
Yep, the rookie from Frankston in Melbourne. Very successful kart racer, 2 times Australian karting champion. And he goes out for his baptism of fire at Mount Panorama. Meanwhile, down the pits, drama upon drama as the Hislop Falcon comes in. Might recognise from the paintwork, that's one of the ex-Glenn Seaton Racing Falcons, pensioned on. And he's back in the race. So that's a good one for the privateer. Meanwhile, the Holden Racing Team's steamroller continues at the front. Mark Scaife in 0-5, leading this field handsomely. Craig Lowndes just tucked in behind him.
Scotty Taylor, Addard and Bell, the trio there stalled in pit lane.
Trying to get some outside assistance to get that car up pit lane. Obviously no motor power or motor drive for the car, so they're going to have to physically push that all the way along pits, and they've got a long way to go up to the privateer's end. So Holden Racing Team out front, 1st and 2nd. Russell Engel in the Castrol Commodore, now some 8 seconds behind this leading duo. Neil Crompton in the Coke Donut King Commodore, a further 2 seconds behind.
Top privateer at the moment is John Cotter in the Allens Commodore. They've made the change, Dillman out, Cotter in. So they'll be pretty happy about that for quite a while. For many, many laps, we saw Alan McCarthy as the lead privateer, lead level 2 driver. That has now changed as the 2 Mobile HRT Commodores of Scaife. Oh, no! Looked like Lowndes was running wide. Oh, I just saw the bottom of that as he went off, and he has slammed the wall big time. Craig Lowndes in the 15 Mobile HRT Commodore has hit big time.
This is going to have to bring out the safety car, I'm pretty sure. Look where he's stopped, right on the edge of that treacherous corner, McPhillamy Park. The cars fly over there at 180 kilometres an hour. They won't want to leave that car there. Burke, of course, Tim Schenken will be looking on. Craig Lowndes, dejected, gets out of the car. Goodness me, the big ones are dropping. And the bigger they are, the harder they fall. Craig Lowndes, last year's race winner with Greg Murphy. out of the Primus 1000 Classic.
Well, just joining us, there's the Mobile HRT team, Ronnie Harrop and the gang. And Craig is just so disappointed, he can't believe it. Just joining us now in commentary, Dick Johnson. Well, this has just happened to your team, Dick. Can you believe it?
Well, Lee, I tell you what, this race is never won until it's over, I can tell you.
Well, Dick Johnson's just tasted the tragedy earlier in the race, and now the major Holden foes. Craig Lowndes out of the Primus 1000. Saw him just get a little offline there. Let's have a look at this on the replay. They're coming past the Hislop Falcon. Shell Helix replay tells the story. You follow it through here.
Looks as though he just got out of shape a little bit there, and then that's all you need is to be a wee bit offline there. You get out in the marbles and the car just goes straight ahead.
You can see there he was offline coming through Castrol Cove. Now the back starts to come around. He's going off the white line and crunch.
Wow.
That was a hard hit.
He's really given that concrete wall a clout. Would be very surprised if the safety car doesn't come out pretty soon, considering where that car stopped. No sign of it in pit lane at the moment.
Well, at the start of the day, the Holden Racing team had 3 cars. They now only have 2, 38 laps into the Primus 1000 Classic. Dick, an update on your team as we watch the replay from a different angle. You might like to talk us through this?
Well, basically, that is a very, very fast part of the racetrack, and you really can't afford to have any car in your road there if you're going at full pace, because you just get out in the marbles and you see what happens.
What do you think happened there, Dick? Do you think when he was lapping that slower competitor that put him offline?
Well, right at the turn-in point is the crucial part of the racetrack, and if the car doesn't turn there, well, it really gets upset, and you can see it sort of just started to oversteer a little bit, and then he has to correct that. If you overcorrect it just a smidgen, the car just then has a mind of its own.
Barry Sheen.
I'm down here with Jeff Gretsch. It's not a happy sight, is it?
No, it's not really, Barry, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, what do you reckon? Seeing it on the monitor, what do you think?
Well, a back marker got in his... This is from Craig, of course. Back marker got in his way and he got into the loose stuff. And it's a critical part of the track and slipped off into the wall. So looks like the race is over.
Oh, well, we've still got one more left.
Yep, yeah, one more.
All right, thanks, Jeff.
Second time in 2 days that 1.5 Commodore has tasted the wall on the same side of the car. Craig Lowndes, there he is. 1996 Australian Touring Car Champion. Let's have a look at that on the replay again. Call us through here, Dick.
Well, that is the crucial part there, where the turn in there, you see how wide he is, and he's just obviously gone a little bit too hard. You should be virtually up on that curb, and now he's out in the marbles, and there's absolutely nothing you can do when you get that far out. And it's obviously just the only thing is it's hit the wall, and the good part about it is you think it's dangerous having a wall that close. It's probably the best thing and the safest thing to have is a wall that close.
Well, that's a pretty sick looking race car, the Mobile HRT number 15. These 2 young guys, Murphy and Lowndes, show that they were in very good form at the Sandown 500 by winning back-to-back Sandowns. They were going for back-to-back Bathurst as well today. That's just not going to happen anymore.
Well, the marshals are having trouble moving that car. I'm sure Clark, of course, Tim Schenker, to be hoping the marshal to just drag that in behind the fence so he hasn't got to call out the safety car, but it doesn't look like they're having too much success with it at the moment.
You're looking at the sole HRT Commodore left. Barry Sheen.
Yeah, I'm down here with Greg Murphy. Ain't your day, Greg, is it?
Just we thought all our bad stuff would happen by now, Barry. Obviously it hasn't.
Well, you felt bad the other day when you backed her into the wall, but maybe you don't feel so bad now.
Oh no, definitely. I mean, I feel bad for Craig. I mean, he doesn't make mistakes usually, and it's just one of those things. He's got out wide in the marbles, and there's a lot of stuff out there trying to pass the car. And
all right, your face says it all.
It just wasn't meant to be, I don't think, was it?
All right, thanks a lot, Murphy.
Dick, maybe you could explain to people at home who don't understand that racing terminology when they say they get out in the marbles. Can you explain what that's all about?
Well, when there's 43 cars running around here, there's little bits of rubber come off the tyres, and the clean part of the road is obviously where the line is. And just off that line, all that dirt and everything gets swept over to the outside of the track. And once you get out onto that, it is very, very slippery. It's like running on the top of granite, and you really don't have any control. That's the sort of stuff that's there, and there's plenty of it. There's a lot of stuff you really can't see as well. And that particular part of the racetrack, you're doing some 220 kilometres an hour, so it's a very, very fast part of the track.
While we watch Mark Scaife come through the Caltex chase, can you give us an update on your team and how the number 17 Falcon is?
Well, the 17 Falcon, unfortunately, is out of the running at this point in time because something went wrong with the front suspensions. We're not quite sure what's happened as yet.
but we will sort of be looking into that to make sure it doesn't happen again. And when it did hit the wall, the back came in as well, and it sort of bent the watch linkage on the back. So we're virtually out for the day, and the 18 car had an oil pressure line burned through on the exhaust, so they've just blocked that one off because it's only for the oil pressure gauge virtually. They've blocked that one off, and that car should be fine for the rest of the day. It's just unfortunate that they've lost 2 laps. But the thing is, with the pace car situation, if they do bring out a safety car or whatever they call it these days, you could very well find that he may pick up a lap. And if he does pick up a lap there, and they have another one later on in the day, they could pick up a lap again. So, you know, that's the optimism coming out in me. As I said, I'm the optimist and Bowie's the pessimist.
Well, you must be very happy with Stephen's progress. He's going very well, and we'll talk more about that in just a moment as we watch Mark Skaife working across the top of the mountain.
Craig Lowndes is out, leaving his teammate, the 05 Commodore, in front with Mark Skaife aboard. Craig Baird has got the Stephen Johnson Shell Helix Falcon back out on the track, and he's moved up to 22nd already on the charge. There should be a few cars he can take very soon, but the biggest move of all is Charlie O'Brien and the Tony Longhurst Castrol Falcon, putting a lot of pressure on the 4th placed Scotty Pruitt. The gap is now only 4 seconds. Pruitt lapping in the 2:16s. And so that is a story in itself. But up the front, still, it's HRT and the 05, and for how long?
Well, just looking at the lap times there, Charlie, the last time around at 2:17, that's way slow for him. He can do a lot better than that. So I'm wondering if Pruitt's in fact holding him up, or he's having some problems, because he was certainly lapping a lot quicker than that earlier.
I guess there's a lot of traffic out there too, Dick. You were talking before about a large number of V8s on the mountain this year, and some of those guys are pretty slow.
Well, there is a big difference between the front-running cars and some of the back markers, but certainly This is one of the racetracks in the world that all you need is one small balk and you can lose a couple of seconds without any trouble at all. If you get stuck behind a car down the mountain, you can lose 4 seconds quite easily.
Lap 45 of 161. Dick, let's get back to what we were talking about earlier. You must be happy with Stephen's progress and your new team driver, Craig Baird.
Yeah, Steve's going pretty well indeed, and I think Craig's done a magnificent job to come from the types of cars that he's been driving for some time to jump into one of these vehicles. It's very difficult to sort of to have a transformation from one type of vehicle to another, and he's accepted it very well, which just shows you how professional he is and what an excellent driver he is.
Shot there of Craig Lowndes up on top of the mountain, just up at McPhillamy Park there. He's out of the race, but the fans still appreciative of the young man's input, asking for autographs. It really has been a sad day for Holden Racing Team. It's a case of 3 started, 2 are down, 1 left. 0-5, Brock and Scaife. Here's our second place man, Russell Ingall in the Castrol Commodore. He's 11 seconds behind our race leader, Mark Scaife, in 0-5. Neil Crompton is just behind Ingall, 2 seconds back in the Coke Commodore. He should see him in shot pretty soon. There's a good battle on here for the podium positions right now.
Well, you've had your fair share of highs and lows here, Dick. When you're on a low like today, unfortunately, what do? You're going to stick around and watch the race on TV, or?
Well, Lee, to be quite honest, I'm one of those sort of people that we'll reflect on what happened, but I'm a great believer in saying that the only thing you get from looking backwards is a sore neck. So we try and be a little bit positive in our team and look forward to our next batch of races, and hopefully we'll be able to sort of improve on our performance here today. I know it wouldn't be hard, but we'll certainly do that. But we've got some tremendous sponsors that have really looked after us all these years, and they're very keen to keep going.
Well, 3 cars that lead this race, Mark Scaife, Russell Ingall and Neil Crompton. They're all operating in the 2-minute 13-second bracket. There's the split from Brock, Scaife, Commodore 0-5, Mark Scaife at the wheel. And there's the split from second to third. So about 12 seconds between first and second, another 12 seconds between second and third. Great battles.
The car directly behind Russell Ingall there, he is Greg Crick in the Ericsson Alcare Commodore, and he is going very, very well in 11th position at the moment after that little bit of trouble earlier on. We have a look now at Neil Crompton on screen, the Coca-Cola Donut King Commodore. I made mention earlier that Neil's just returned from Columbus, Ohio in the States. That's where he's based now, a competitor in the North American Touring Car Championship, and he's really been upsetting a few of the Yanks as well.
Well, he certainly has. Neil's a very, very accomplished driver. He's done a lot of miles around Bathurst, and he's driven a lot of different cars. He's been from BMWs to 2-litre cars into the big 5-litre V8s, and he's had a lot of experience in these types of cars.
It's quite funny, Dick. He said to me a number of times how annoyed he got when people used to say, gee, he's not a bad driver for a race commentator. And he used to say, well, hang on, why don't they say to Dick Johnson, he's not a bad driver for a garage proprietor?
well, whatever your previous occupation, I think Neil, to be quite honest, is an excellent television commentator, and he's a very, very accomplished driver as well.
There's a split from Pruitt further back. As we go through your top 10 at Scaife, Ingall, Crompton, Pruitt still in 4th, O'Brien, Parsons, David Parsons in the Glen Seaton machine, Jimmy Richards in 8th is Mediki, Percy 9th, and Darren Hossack in the Wins Commodore still in the top 10. That's a great effort by those young guys.
And the gap between 4th and 5th. This is this battle. Charlie O'Brien continuing his charge. There it is. 4th and 5th. Scotty Pruitt in 4th in the Komatsu Falcon, and Charlie O'Brien really closing the gap big time in the Castrol Falcon.
Hey, Dick, that's a great bit of work for the Ford fans, isn't it? Longhurst and O'Brien coming from 39th up into 5th.
They've done a fantastic job, actually. That's a difficult thing to do, and Tony's very experienced around here, and so is Charlie. He's been around this place a lot over the years, and it just goes to show you that where you start in this particular race is not that important. It's where you finish that counts.
That's what they have on their minds at the moment. The Castrol Ford team, Tony Longhurst and Charlie O'Brien. Despite that drama at the beginning of qualifying on Friday, Tony's put a smile on his face. Ever since, he's been very, very confident they were going to charge through the field, and that's exactly what they've done. He's up to 5th position. Charlie O'Brien, his very accomplished teammate at the wheel, now battling for fourth with Scott Pruitt, the American.
Well, Charlie, like many of the co-drivers, he doesn't do the V8s all year round. He just comes in for the special events, and he's a very underrated driver. He's been around for a long time. This is his 20th start at Bathurst, and he still holds the record for the youngest driver ever to win a Shell Australian touring car race. So he's very underrated. He was looking forward to this race for months and months. I can remember talking to him, Mark, down at the Phillip Island round of the Shell Series. And as he comes up on the back of Scott Pruitt, really starting to put the pressure on now.
He's really caught him hand over fist, hasn't he? Both running in the 2:15-second bracket. But Charlie O'Brien's really closing the gap to the back of the Komatsu Ford now. So it's still Scaife, Ingle, Crompton. This is the battle for fourth and fifth. David Parsons in the Ford Credit Falcon, some 12 seconds behind this battle in sixth.
Well, do you remember I was saying just a little while ago that Charlie was running in the 2:17s, and that was way slow for him. He's just done a 2:14, 3 seconds quicker and 2 seconds quicker than Pruitt. That's why he's hauling him in.
See, the thing is with guys like Pruitt, he's a very, very accomplished IndyCar driver. He's driven on a lot of circuits throughout the states and oval tracks and all sorts of things. But this is a completely different kettle of fish, I can assure you. And I can tell you one thing from experience, that you can go to America and have a shot at those NASCAR guys over there, and that's just as tough as them coming over here to try and have a go at this.
Well, Tony Longhurst's co-driver Charlie O'Brien is really applying some pressure here to Scott Pruitt. It wasn't a tough enough transition for Pruitt already, changing to a right-hand drive car and going to a tin top from an open wheel, and now he's got Charlie O'Brien breathing down his neck, looks down the inside of McPhillamy Park. So Scott Pruitt will have his mirrors full of that Castrol Ford.
It's only a matter of time before Charlie O'Brien works his way past the American. Pruitt is only the third IndyCar driver, or the third IndyCar winner, in fact, to come to the mountain way back in 1977. Johnny Rutherford came along, and in '88, John Andretti shared the drive with Gary Rogers.
Well, when you have a look at the time after this lap, you'll just see that it'll be around about a 2:17 or 2:18. So that's what I mean about getting caught across the top of the mountain can cost you just so much time.
Charlie O'Brien tries to take advantage of the draft. He's tucked up behind the Komatsu Ford as they flash down Conrod Straight. Up in top gear, building up to 290 kilometres an hour. Charlie has a big look down the inside. He'll get him under brakes as they come into the chase, and Charlie moves into fourth position outright in the Primus 1000 Classic.
So it now stands like this. Mark Scaife in the Mobil HRT Commodore ahead of the Castrol Commodore of Russell Ingall. Neil Crompton in the Coke Commodore running in third, ahead of Charlie O'Brien and Scott Pruitt. They're your top five.
It amazes me, Dick Johnson, we were talking before about drivers like Charlie O'Brien, like David Parsons, who don't do a hell of a lot of time in the car during the year, and you seem to plug them into the car like a light bulb. They just come on, they perform.
I think you'll find Charlie's still been doing a fair bit of driving. He's driven some 2-litre cars and things, on odd occasions throughout the year, and I think Tony gave him quite a deal of testing before they came here. So it's basically familiarity with the car, and Charlie knows this racetrack very, very well. As you said, he's had 20 starts here before.
Well, as they climb the mountain, here is the official Holden race score. And Scaife leads the way from Ingle, Crompton, O'Brien and Pruitt. They are your top five. We go back. Parsons, Jimmy Richards, Mediki, Percy and Hossack. More after this break.
Charlie Cox. Charlie Cox and Chris Smurd. Oh, hang on. Charlie Cox.
This is the Primus 1000 Classic, and after 49 laps there was about a 10-second stop there for the Ford Credit Falcon with David Parsons aboard. We're not sure exactly what it was for at this stage. We'll check up on that. Mark Scaife leading the race in the HRT Commodore from Russell Ingall in the Castrol Commodore. All Commodores on the provisional podium, so to speak. Neil Crompton is third in the Donut King. Now Charlie O'Brien on the move in the Castrol Falcon. He just took Scott Pruitt in the Komatsu Falcon, and David Parsons in the Ford Credit Falcon right there on your screen will now be looking to put some pressure on Pruitt, although that recent pit stop didn't help. Looking at the Privateers leaderboard now, and you can see that we have a new leader there. Smurden and Cox. Cotter and Dillman in second place right now, and you're looking at the leading Privateer with Charlie Cox in the seat, Rosen Burton in third, then the Conway Monaghan. EB Falcon making up the top four. Neil Shembry next in 5. Mal Steniken's car is in 6th. Then we have Hislop and Briggs and the Castrol Cougars of Price and Brewer rounding out the top 8. Action aplenty here in the Primus 1000 Classic.
Victoria Coffee Commodore works its way across the top of the mountain. This is the leader in our level 2 division. All the Privateers this year choosing to run on a Dunlop control tyre, which really does even the playing field for them. Not only that, they've got a prize of $25,000 waiting for the winner of this category today. Here's our race leader, Charlie Cox. Hits a wheel right up in the air as he brings it across the top of the mountain, our leader of the Privateer level 2 division.
Well, it's almost like in one situation, in one respect, that it's like the GTP 3-hour showroom showdown yesterday, where there was 5 races within one. We've got 2 races within one here with the level 1 teams and the Privateers. We're on board with David Skippy Parsons in the Ford Credit Falcon. They just stopped, as you heard Bill Wood say. Apparently they had a problem with the front left, and David Parsons had to come in. It certainly wasn't his time to come out of the car after just completing 48 laps when he came in. John Smiles?
Well, there wasn't a problem, as it turns out. It was all imagination, and the stop took Glenn Seaton totally by surprise.
Yeah, it did really. We only caught it on the TV as he was coming in pit lane, actually, but naturally David's gone offline to pass someone at some stage and picked up a lot of rubber off the side of the circuit. And he thought he had a flat tyre, but naturally it was just rubber build-up.
So you've now got out of pit stop sequence. That's a drama, Glenn.
It's a long day, John. Anything can happen between now and 5 o'clock this afternoon, so I really don't have any concerns at the moment.
Pit manager Tony Murphy was telling me that he was having a bit of difficulty settling Skippy down in the motor car. Nerves very, very high.
Yeah, I suppose that's what this race does to you. And naturally, David, he doesn't get many miles throughout the year. He only gets the race twice a year. These things happen, but we'll come good.
So it was driver imagination. There was nothing wrong with the tyre.
Well, we can't find anything at the moment, and he's going fine now. So at the moment, we've only got a bit of a rubber build-up on the front tyre, so that's all we can put it down to.
Thanks,
There's nothing worse than that, to be able to sort of feel something when you see so many cars going into the fence for whatever reason. When they sort of get offline, you think, gee, am I getting a flat tyre? Because you can turn up at somewhere like the Chase and just turn the steering wheel and the car will just go straight ahead without any warning at all. And it is a frightening experience, I can assure you.
On lap 50, last time round, Russell Ingall did half a second quicker than Mark Scaife, so Ingall really starting to turn it up now. This is the rear view from the Mobile HRT Commodore, the sole remaining Mobile HRT Commodore. The pictures coming to you from Windscreens O'Brien. Here's Mark Scape at the wheel. 2 times Bathurst champ. We're coming up towards the 2-hour mark. Lap 51 of 161. 110 laps still remain.
Mark Scape at the wheel of 05. He's done a tremendous job throughout the week as he did the Tickford 500, coming aboard the Mobile Holden dealer team for the Tickford 500 at Sandown. Put the car on pole position. He's been scintillating throughout qualifying.
And that's actually the Skippy Parsons in the Ford Credit Falcon behind him, so he's actually gone a lap down.
He's got a problem.
He's got a problem. I just thought he had a drama there. He's slowing down. David Parsons went past him there. Looks like he's fiddling around with the gear change. Yeah, that car is slowing.
Boy, I know how they feel.
Well, it's all turning to disaster for Holden Racing Team. You can hear something broke.
And here comes Larry Perkins just coming up behind him now to sort of take the lead of the race.
You heard like a bang or a clang or something in the car as Scape was accelerating up Mountain Straight. Could be busily talking to his crew, and here comes our new race leader, Russell Ingall, on the attack. There he goes. And Ingall takes the lead of the Primus 1000 Classic. 05 is in big trouble.
Wow, this is just unbelievable. An unbelievable day for Holden Racing Team. They've had lost 2 cars. Bargwanna and Noski went out before the race even started. Lowndes and Murphy went out after Craig clouded the wall at the top of the mountain. And then now Mark Scape has a problem with the 05 HRT Commodore.
Some of those 15 and 20 to 1s are looking pretty good at the TAB, I'd say.
Goodness me, this is a cruel place, Dick Johnson. You've felt the highest of highs and the lowest of lows. It really can deal it out, can't it?
It certainly can, and for some reason we just keep coming back for more.
Addicted to it. Well, there'll be some long faces down at the Holden Racing Team. This is a major embarrassment for the works team. There's Greg Murphy. Just cannot believe it. Because the whole team would be feeling the same way. That body language, the picture tells 1,000 words. That's it. 3 cars started, 2 are out, and looks like the 3rd one.
Well, it looks at this point in time that unfortunately Peter Brock won't get his 10th win at Bathurst, unfortunately.
We'll have to know what went on in that car, Dick Johnson. There's some sort of a bang or a clunk as he was coming up Mountain Straight, and then Mark Scape, you could just see it was all over.
Well, it's very difficult to say at this point in time, but you know, it could be something reasonably small, and they may be able to get the car back out again. But when you hear a bang like that, it's always something wrong with the gearbox or something like that breaks.
Just noticed in that shot too, the 2nd place car, Neil Crompton, just swept past to take 2nd place in the race. So this car now running 3rd on the road, but he's got to bring it into pit lane. And as you say, Dick, it may not be terminal. It may be some problem they can fix.
Well, it is still running, and there's certainly no smoke or anything coming out. So
let's hope not get too carried away too early. Let's cross our fingers and hope that Mark Scape and Peter Brock can continue to give Brock every possible chance of winning that 10th. That now elevates Charlie O'Brien in the Longhurst Castrol Ford up into a top 3 position. So we continue that from 39th up to 3rd. John Smales.
Scape arrives in the pits, wisps of smoke from underneath. Jeff Gretsch was just asked by one of the team members, should they put the car straight away or should they bring it into pit road? He said, you may as well bring it in here, but he didn't sound too happy about it. They're putting the bonnet down. It is genuinely an engine problem. It is genuinely at the back of the car. They're going for the fire extinguishers. Extinguishers on it. Ron Harrop bring Mark Scape out of the car. Scape not keen to leave it, I've got to say, but he's still there. The smoke's going into the car from the fire extinguishers. They're not even going to take the engine covers off to have a look underneath it. As far as they're concerned, it's a push-away job. And 05 at 12:03 is out of the Primus 1000. At least for the moment. I mean, who knows? When they get it back, maybe they can do something with it.
Well, look at poor Mark. He will just be devastated. That's just so sad. Not even 2 hours into the Primus 1000 Classic, and all 3 Mobile HRT cars are out of this race.
Well, just imagine all those hundreds of Brock banners around the track. Huge crowd in here cheering him on. There'll be a collective sigh or groan around Mount Panorama now. 05 in the pits, and doesn't look like it's going anywhere. 3 Holden Racing Team cars started. None are finished.
So your updated order is the 05 car is going to get pushed back into the pit garage. It stands like this: Ingall, Crompton, Charlie O'Brien, Scott Pruitt, Jimmy Richards, Andrew Medicki, David Parsons, Wyn Percy, Darren Hossack and Tony Scott in the top 10.
When you look at it, they've really had quite a few unfortunate reliability problems this year.
You're right, Dick. I mean, there's the shot. Mark Scaife wiping the sweat from his face.
Rob did a fantastic job in the early stages of that race. You know, he'd been sort of inundated with people all week and really couldn't get his head around it, but he certainly got his head around it this morning.
Let's go to John Smales, who's with Mark Scaife.
Mark Scaife, just a huge disappointment. What happened?
Just had like a flame out up Mountain Straight, John, and all of a sudden bad misfire, back on 7 cylinders for some reason we don't know yet. And obviously I battled to get it back, so the boys will have to have a look.
Are you talking about terminal at this stage, mate?
Honestly, we don't know, mate. I mean, we haven't looked at it properly yet to ascertain that.
Peter Brock, your feelings at this time?
Well, that's motor racing. I mean, you know full well when you embark on this whole business of going in a motor race that you can go through the highs and lows. And I mean, we had a magnificent run thus far. It's just running absolutely beautifully. And I guess that if you've looked at it one perspective, well, the fans were treated to something there for an hour or two, you know, and but to come back from here will be pretty well impossible, I guess.
The emotions, Peter?
Well, I really have none of it as we speak, to be honest with you. I'm just sort of sitting here going, hey, this has happened to me before. Been in a good spot. I suppose as the race unfolds, I mean, you know, you can start to see that it was there to be had. Yeah, probably feeling pretty flat about it all.
That's motor racing, guys. It's not a bad epitaph, is it?
And literally tears being shed in the pits right now from the team members. This is the new race leader, Russell Ingall, as we look back at a disconsolate Mark Scaife, and I'm sure there's a tear or two in those eyes as well. Ingall in front of Neil Crompton in the Donut King Commodore, taking over from Wayne Gardner, of course. The co-drive there, another nice piece of co-driving from Charlie O'Brien to put the Longhurst Falcon on provisional pole right now. The safety car is out. We'll just quickly tell you that Scott Pruitt's in fourth in the Komatsu Falcon ahead of Jimmy Richards and Andrew Madecki. Then David Parsons in seventh, but Russell Ingall has just lapped the Ford Credit Falcon of David Parsons, so that gives you an idea of how far ahead he is right now as we return to pace car and an incredibly dramatic Primus 1000 Classic after only 56 laps.
Well, the safety car is out on the circuit, and this is the reason why. Let's have a look at the slow-mo replay of the incident that caused it. Andrew Madecki coming up the inside of the Cotter Dulman Allen's Commodore, and Madecki gets sideways. Yes, there was contact there, and John Cotter just goes spinning off into the sand, and Madecki looks like he was able to get out of that. Here's the angle from up pit straight. They go spinning side by side. Cotter was unable to pull it up before he went into the sand, and he wasn't getting out of there in a hurry. That's why the safety car is out. They're going to have to pull him out of the sand.
Well, they certainly are. It was a fairly ambitious move, I must admit, from Madecki to sort of try and... He obviously just locked his rear brakes as he was going down underneath Dulman there, and obviously contact, and unfortunately it's put the privateer, who was running extremely well, obviously a fair way back, because they'll have to pull him out of the sand.
Interesting thing here, Dick, is we're getting up to lap 56. That's coming up towards your scheduled second stop, so maybe we'll see a rash of pit stops peeling off the pace car.
Well, it just depends. I think it'd be a very smart move. Well, you know, I'm sort of tactically saying from our point of view, what we would do, if we were in the lead at that point in time, we would straight away go ahead and pull the car in, and because you've got to make a compulsory 4 stops, you've got to make a pad change, and a pad change under pace car would be a lot quicker.
Well, both levers hard forward is full soft and right back to full hard, is that right?
David Parsons talking to Tony Murphy, team manager for the Ford Credit team. We will endeavour to make contact with David. David Parsons, it's Lee Diffie in the commentary. Can you hear us, mate? Perhaps still making communications with Tony Murphy. We're under safety car conditions, and David Parsons and the Ford Credit team aren't in the best of positions at the moment, because unfortunately Skippy has just gone 1 lap down. Russell Ingall was able to work his way past.
That's something you just don't want to do, is you know, with these pace car situations, you really got to fight for the lead as long as you possibly can to stop yourself going a lap down.
See, Parsons really was fighting with Ingall too when he was trying to put that lap on him, because he probably knew with all those wrecks lying around the circuit it was only a matter of time before that safety car came out. He was going to get pinned in the lineup.
It'd be interesting to see how many people actually, or how many of the guys actually come in and do a pad change and everything, because there's enough now to go straight to the end with 2 stops, and there's a compulsory 4-stop rule in this race. So if it was me, I'd be sort of heading into the pits because it's getting very close to the second stop.
Let's go down to Bill Woods. He's with Peter Brock.
Yes, thank you, Lee. Well, Brocky, well, there's really nothing I can say, but I'm sure that the whole of Australia right now is feeling for you. What are you feeling?
Well, I know that motor racing's just one of the weirdest sports you'll ever choose to partake in your life. I've been through the highs and lows of it all, and I guess after a while you just tend to roll with it a bit. The car was running magnificently. I suppose from one perspective, to have gotten out there early on that race and to have led the first stint was something which I'll never forget. I mean, it was a thoroughly enjoyable situation. The car was running beautifully. Mark drove it along. It looks like it's had a massive flame out in the airbox and actually set fire to the fuel injection system and what have you under the bonnet. So it's rather a remarkable situation. We haven't seen it before.
Well, it's been a troubled year, really, mechanically. I mean, obviously Murphy and Lowndes did well to take Sandown, but you had your problems there as well, you and Scafie. So it's been a tough end of this career.
Yes, it has, and you know, you can't, not every week you're going to go out there and be a winner. I tried to explain it to young Jason Bagwana before. They're, they can get their eyeballs spinning a bit with like saying win, win, win. So no, look, you've just got to be enthusiastic, enjoy the moment out there, and just take it as it comes. I mean, some days it's your day, some days it's not.
Well, Dickie Johnson, of course, has had similar troubles today, but Dick, of course, could look forward to next year. He's up in the commentary box right now, and Dick, is there anything you'd like to say to Brocky at this stage? Because he has nothing much to look forward to over the next 100 or so laps.
Well, congratulations, Brocky. You've had a fantastic career, and I know damn well that you gave it your best shot today, mate. You did a fantastic job, and you've done a lot for motor racing over the years, so all the best, pal.
Thanks, Dickie. As a matter of fact, I just saying to Scafie a minute ago there that I said, mate, I was terrific out there this morning. I was getting in and out the traffic. I was driving like a kid, Dickie, so there's maybe there's a couple of years in you yet.
Well, I'm sure there is, pal, but you've made the decision. It's unfortunate, but I'd like to see you around for a few more years, because I certainly haven't finished yet, but probably later on in the day I'll have a cup of lemon tea with you or something.
Thanks, Dickie. Yeah, look, it's a tough sport, as I was saying a minute ago, and I seem to remember the first 10 years or so of your racing career. You had some tremendous challenges to overcome, but you did that, and it's an absolute credit to you.
Well, it's just great to be part of it with you, pal.
Thank you, Dickie.
I think if we gave Dick a few more minutes, mate, he might talk you into a comeback.
No. I have loved the sport. I love the mountain here. I mean, what a magnificent crowd. They've come to say farewell, and that's really what they have done.
What are you going to do for the next 100 or so laps?
Well, I don't know. I might. I think we'll get the car going again, and I'm determined we're going to get the car going again, because I want to finish off the end of this race. I don't care how many laps down we are, and do those farewell laps. And as Scafie just said before, let's go out there and go feral. Let's go out there and really give it to it. Just have some fun.
So it'll be a bit like Sandown was. That was memorable.
Yes, it was. And as far as we're concerned, look, motor racing is entertainment, and for all those people who've come along to the racetrack, for all those people who've tuned into the 10 network to have a bit of a look, I just hope you've enjoyed the day's activities. It's not over yet. It's a very exciting, unpredictable sport.
Well, it's fantastic news, because I don't think the crowd here realises that you can get that car back on the road. Let's hope that does happen, and that they at least get to see you go around, because I think they'd be pretty happy with just that.
Yeah, look, I'll get it around the track. I don't care if it's going on 3 cylinders. It's going to get around the tracks, trust me.
Mate, we might have to get out and help give you a push, but anyway, we'll get there.
So it will turn out to be the lap of honour I wanted to do, but I'll be actually going as fast as I can. I think that's the way it's going to be.
Well, Peter Brock, congratulations on everything, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, and to all you out there who've supported me around Australia, for all you viewers, from the bottom of my heart, thank you very much.
Peter Brock, and there is the news from the pits. We expect him to be back. Thank you very much, Peter.
Thank you.
Well, it looks as though, to be quite honest, I think they're going to give the Holden a bit of a heart transplant and probably put another engine in it for Brocky to go out, and I think that's just a tremendous thing for the HRT guys to do.
Okay, the lights are off on the safety car. That means we're about to resume racing in the Primus 1000 Classic. The V8's on Thunder Mountain. The light about to come back. Just over 2 hours in race distance. Safety car peels off into pit lane, and away they go.
Well, at the moment it's stands. Russell Ingall leads the way, and there he is. Doing a great job in the Castrol Commodore.
There's second place. Neil Crompton in the Coca-Cola Donut King Commodore. He's 1, 2, 3, fourth back in that queue. He was 31 seconds behind the Castrol Commodore before that safety car period. Now look where he is.
Yeah, terrific effort. Top privateer at the moment. It is still Charlie Cox and Chris Smyrnan. They're doing a terrific job. 15 outright and top privateer.
Here comes Neil Crompton. We're waiting for the Castrol Falcon to come into view as well. That's your top three. Ingall in the Castrol Commodore. Second of the short boards coming through there. Left down.
It seems as though Seaton may have some sort of a problem, because the way they were talking through the bits and pieces inside the car before, obviously he's playing with the sway bars to get a balance with the car. So I hope nothing's really gone wrong with it.
Here's your second place car, just slowly picking its way up through the field. Neil Crompton and Wayne Gardner. Car prepared in Sydney under enormously experienced engineer Wally Story.
They've been doing it tough here for a few years, poor old Wayne. They've had a fairly good run in a lot of the races, but they've never just really got right to the end.
Well, they've always just had some bad luck towards the end. Last year they were very, very frustrated and disappointed, but nevertheless we ride now inside with thanks to Primus. Let's have a listen to Neil Crompton, hard at work inside the Coca-Cola Donut King Commodore. Fantastic sound for us. How loud is it inside the car for you with your helmet on and your earplugs in?
Probably about 10 times worse than that. Yeah, because my kids reckon I'm going deaf anyway, because everything they say I just have them on anyway, and I say, hey, I can't believe it. But it is very noisy inside the car, and not only the engine noise, but you certainly get a lot of gear noise from the gearbox and things like that.
honestly, they're dropping like flies here this afternoon. Quite amazing. We just lost car 21, Brian Walden and Steve Williams, VP Commodore, one of the privateer entries. Now lying about 35th at the time, so no major influence on the race positions here. But still, lots of things happening as Russell Ingall still leads the race from Crompton, and Scotty Pruitt has won back, third place ahead of Charlie O'Brien. Let's go to John Smales.
All the damage on the David Parsons Glenn Seaton car is round the front end. Look at them rip off the front spoiler. Without that new front spoiler on, the car will have no downforce. It'll be able to do nothing. There is no attempt by the team to go anywhere near tyres. They're not changing any tyres at all. Parsons is in the car, simply shaking his head in dismay. They're having a quiet look at the back of the car just to see that everything's in round and that the dip's working. 25 seconds have gone by, just tightening the front spoiler. It would appear to only be superficial damage. Hugely bad luck. Just putting a bit of race tape on the front of it, just to hold it in place on the front left and the front right. 39 seconds down. Glenn Seaton nowhere to be seen. I think he might have even left his pit and may not even be aware that this is on. Well, I can bet you he's sprinting to it. 48 seconds the stop, and David Parsons rejoins the Primus 1000.
Well, Dick, he didn't need that, did he?
Mate, he certainly didn't. And, you know, the worst thing you can do is go another lap down. But fortunately, they've got the car back out just prior to the lead car coming around. But going back to to when they had the pace car, I cannot believe that so many of these guys.
Just while you're talking there, Dick, we've got a Shell Helix replay. Might explain what happened there to David Parsons. Now he's running offline. He's going straight across the grass. Yep.
Well, mate, if you get into trouble there, that's the only way of going, I can assure you, because the rest of it's all concrete and it hurts.
Sand or wall.
Exactly.
There's so little
that's
clearance.
Where John Bower went in there on the left.
Yep. There's so little clearance. Let's look at this from another angle. He goes, oh, he locked up a brake straight ahead. And watch this crunch. There she goes.
I can't believe they didn't change the tyres, to be quite honest, because, you know, I think they wanted to have a serious flat spot on it.
Have a look at this again from the back of the Castrol Commodore. So, yes.
He's actually missed the apex of the corner, because you've virtually got to brush that wall as you go through. And he's just got into the wee bit of the marbles again.
Just shows what you're saying, Dick Johnson, about how accurate you have to be around this track. Here's car 11, our race leader, coming in for what should be its second scheduled stop, 62 laps down.
And this should be a pad change too, I'd say.
Should be the pad change. They've got a pad change window between 30% and 70% of race distance. That means between lap 48 and lap 112. So this would be a good time to do it.
No.
Barry Sheen's on the spot.
No, it's not a pad change. It's just a routine sort of tyre change. And Larry was just about finishing putting his helmet on as the guys called him up and said, Ingall's in the pit lane. So it was all a bit of a rush job, but knowing Larry can go with it.
Very quick stop from the Castrol team. Back into action, not changing pads that time. They're going to leave it till later on. I guess Dick Johnson, you look at this race situation now with Charlie O'Brien in 4th position. Ingall, Crompton and Pruitt are still yet to make their pad change. They made their pad change under the safety car.
Well, exactly, and I think what Tony did was exactly the right thing, and I think it's going to play right into his hands, because when you consider that, okay, it puts you out of sync with your pit stops, but there is the chance that there may be another pace car at some other stage of the game. But I can assure you that under a yellow flag, it is much better to change your pads, and come the later on in the race, if you've got a problem, or should I say, if you've got to put another stop in just for a bit of fuel, it is a lot quicker than changing pads.
Well, a very hot and sweaty Russell Ingall has just stepped out of the Castrol Commodore. Let's go to Barry Sheen.
Going all right, Russell. Got a nice smile on your face.
Yeah, no, she's really cruising along. Like, I haven't even cracked into a sweat. It's just doing it so easy. I said to the boys, what do you want me to run at? They said 13.5, so I tried to stick it around that, and I said, look, if I need to go faster, just give us a yell. But no, beautiful. The car's really good. I dropped off a little bit. The boys said there was oil up the top of the circuit, so I just took it cautious for a lap. But just then, it caught us out a bit. It just ran out of fuel in the chase. I was going through and it just went, and I thought, so a big panic, and I'm telling the guys, I've got to come in.
Well, you reckon that was a panic? You should see Larry. I was talking to Larry, and he didn't have his helmet on. The guy said, Greg is coming in. half his gloves on, half his helmet on. Anyway, we'll keep our fingers crossed for you. It's a long old race, isn't it?
Thanks, Barry. It certainly is.
Right, back to you guys.
Well, Mark, I tell you, that's what Bathurst is all about, mate. When it's your day, it's your day, I tell you.
Yeah, you get a cough when you're running out of fuel just when you're very close to pits. That's what I mean. The sun's shining on you one day, isn't it?
Well, exactly. You know, it could just as well have coughed as you went through the corner on the pit straight, and you've got to do a whole lap wondering whether it's going to make it or not.
Russell Ingall, top 3 finish in the Shell Australian Touring Car Championship this year. He was one of those 3 guys that were fighting it out for the win. Seaton, Bow and Ingall, and of course Glenn Seaton won that. We're looking at some nice in-car shots of Larry Perkins hard at work, courtesy of Dunlop. Got the split there, an internal and external shot as he goes down underneath the Dunlop bridge. Just caught up the combination of Williams and Gover. Going across the track into pit lane, we have Pruitt in the pits. Scott Pruitt is in. They're going for a change. Now, will they do their pad change here? No. John Smales.
So I'm on the stop at the moment. No attempt to do the pad change. Interestingly, Alan Jones has come back out to get in the car, not suggesting that he'll put Jason Bright anywhere near it. Jones looking pretty fit, in fact, and saying that he's feeling right up to the task. And with the amount of dropouts that are occurring, looking pretty good for a race win, and that's a good thing to get a driver thinking positively about his mental health. Jones got in the car.
Well, with the way
it is, however, a long stop, Lee. It's gone 37 seconds so far. Difficulty getting the driver actually into his belts.
Gee, they've been there a long time, John.
Certainly have. We're over 45 seconds now. The car's ready to go, but it's all now. The mechanics jumped in the left-hand side just to help with the belts, and that stop was 51 seconds, just for fuel, just for tyres. Too long a stop.
You cannot afford to have those sort of pit stops. If you're going to win this race, you've got to be in and out of the pits in 20 seconds or less.
I was going to say that's effectively cost them half a minute in the pits, hasn't it?
Well, I can assure you that picking up 30 seconds on the road is an impossible task. This is such a competitive class.
Here's your new race leader. It's Neil Crompton in the Coca-Cola Donut King Commodore. They'd be over the moon. Wally Story and the gang down there in the pit garage would be very, very happy with the way things are going. Wayne Gardner, things are looking good at the moment. They'd be very happy. Right at that spot there that we just saw, Wayne smacked the wall very hard yesterday in the top 10 shootout, but he was okay, and it was just a little bit of superficial damage to the car. They both worked hard. They worked very well as a team in unison as setting up this car. They have to make very little changes when they actually make the driver change, and it's working to their advantage at the moment. Crompton and Gardner leading the way. Now there's Gardner standing by, so expect Neil Crompton in the next lap or so.
Well, they're getting good mileage too, 64 laps before Gardner steps in for his second stint. They're doing a terrific job here.
Well, 64 laps, Mark, is about the right sync for the pit stops. It's interesting to see that Craig is matching Crompton 1 for 1 here. He's going well. His times are in the mid-14s, which is about the race pace.
So Neil Crompton brings it across the top of Mount Panorama. Tyres ready, Wayne Gardner ready in pit lane as he brings it down the other side of the hill this time around. Enjoying a 31-second lead over Charlie O'Brien in the Castrol Falcon. And we're just going to see if they go for their pad change now. I guess, Dick, a pad change is a potentially messy and disastrous thing. You want to get that out of the way as soon as you can.
Well, there is a window. It's got to be somewhere between lap 48 and I think it's around about lap 112 or thereabouts. So, so you've only got 2 opportunities as long as you don't get out of sync with your pit stops. And this is why I cannot understand why they did not do that when the pace car came out. Because, okay, it's easier to put a little bit of fuel in the car to get to the finish, a little bit of a splash and dash as they call it, but not to do something that sort of can go wrong as easily as a pad change under a yellow flag amazes me.
Yeah. We go on board with Neil Crompton at the moment. Pictures courtesy of Primus sweeping through the Caltex chase. We'll stay on this shot. Let's see if Crompton does in fact come in this lap. I think they will because Gardner was standing by, helmet on, full gear on, ready to go. They come under the Dunlop Bridge. Neil sticking to the left-hand side. No, he doesn't. Doesn't go into pit lane. So perhaps one more lap before the Coca-Cola Donut King Commodore comes in.
I think they'll be looking towards just getting it onto the reserve on the fuel so they can get the most laps they possibly can in, just in case something goes wrong towards the end of the event.
Well, they've got a good little buffer over Charlie O'Brien in the Castrol Ford. Keep in mind, Charlie is doing a double stint. They've stopped, they've made their change, and rather they've come into the pits, and Charlie stayed in the car. He's doing a double stint.
They've also made their pad change. That's a critical thing too. It could be a very critical thing later in the races. Dick Johnson says you come in for a splash and dash, we just need to put a little bit of fuel in it. They haven't got to worry about a pad change.
Some of the thing that Crompton's doing now, I would suggest the way he was adjusting a few things there, would suggest that he's going to pull into the pits this lap.
So we're on board the Wayne Gardner Racing Commodore, and it's busier than Pitt Street in the rush hour here.
Well, there's 3 seconds gone off your time, that's for sure.
Crompton just backing off a little bit, making sure he got through that traffic nice and cleanly. See the bugs all over the screen. Car is due for a pit stop very, very shortly.
Well, he takes this race extremely seriously as we have a look on the Levi's race score. The combination of Gardner and Crompton. Crompton behind the wheel leads the way from Longhurst and O'Brien. Richards and Richards. That's a great effort by the two Richos. We go back 5 through 8. Larkin, Medigi, Jones, Pruitt. They've fallen back a bit because of that slow pit stop. Faulkner, Percy and Poole and Scott. Hossack and Ellery, they're doing quite well. Ashby, Reid, Romano and Grice up into 11th. That's a terrific effort. And Crick and Fitzgerald sitting in 12th.
So all eyes on the Coca-Cola Commodores. Neil Crompton points it down Conrod Straight once again. The 37-year-old from Ballarat, Victoria, now lives up in Belrose in Sydney, having a tremendous season in the North American Touring Car Championship this year.
Now, when you see this, when the Gardner car pulls into the pits, Longhurst and O'Brien car will take over the lead. And you'll see why it is so important to have done your pad stop there and then, because if they elect to do their pad stop now, they're going to lose a fair bit of time on Longhurst and O'Brien. So it's one of those situations.
They're going past again. So even though Wayne Gardner's standing there in the pits ready, this is lap 65, this will be lap 66, as Neil Crompton trips the transponder in his car to clock up another lap.
Well, he's got a reasonable buffer. He's got 31 seconds over Charlie at the moment.
Well, that was a 2:16, so it just shows you how much time you can actually lose when you catch some slower cars up around the top of the mountain.
Well, he has tasted victory before, Neil Crompton, at Bathurst. He was first in the 12-hour production car race up here in 1994, sharing a Mazda with the late and very great Greg Hansford. But he hasn't won the race for V8s, and that's the one he really wants. I guess that's the one every racing driver wants, Dick, before you retire.
Oh, most definitely. It's an experience that very few have had the privilege of winning this event, and I can assure you it's a great thrill.
He's had 2/3 in 92 and 95. He said he's sick of it. He wants to get up there to that #1 spot and just engage in that special feeling and experience that special feeling of winning here at Bathurst after 1,000 grueling kilometres. Surely he must be coming in this lap.
He must be getting very close indeed.
See how hard he's pushing that car. That great low-level shot through McPhillamy Park there. You can see one, sometimes two wheels on the inside of the car get up in the air. Car on maximum cornering load through there, down through the S's toward the dipper. Neil Crompton will be talking to his team manager, Chief Engineer Wally Story.
It's incredible when you see where the times have gone back to now, isn't it? Like starting at the early stages of when it's very, very cool this morning at 10 o'clock and they were running in the 12s and 13s. Now they're back to 14s and 15s. So I think you'll find that towards the end of the day when it gets cooler again, those times will start to come back down.
Larkham the quickest last time round with a 2:14.7, some 2 seconds quicker than the front runners. So here we come one more time through the Caltex chase into the left-hander. Neil Crompton just coming up on the inside of the Wayne Russell-Rick Shaw combination there. Do we see the Coca-Cola Donut King Commodore come in this time round? I think we do. It's slowing down. Yes. In comes Neil Crompton. Wayne Gardner will be jumping into the car. Whoa! Craig Baird.
Craig Baird, you can hear the crowd cheering. Bit of a tyre squeal. He's lost it. Coming onto pit straight. Unfortunately, no damage done. Gets back in the race.
He's away again.
Race leader Neil Crompton is coming down pit lane there. He's in pit lane and the pit stop has already started. John Smales is on the spot. John, are they going for pads?
Yes, they are, Mark, indeed they are. Now, in a unique car, this Donut King Coca-Cola Commodore, because as you can see, it has twin calipers on the front brakes. A leading one and a trailing one. That's a Wally Story invention made to make sure that this car is easy on brakes. But the rules state that they only have to change one set of brake pads. So as you can see, they just changed the trailing edge brake pad. And this is a ripper stop, held up a little bit by the front left-hand side of the car. New driver, all 4 tyres, full fuel and brake pads in 38 seconds.
That's very good, Dick.
It certainly is a very good stop. Anything under 40 seconds is a good stop for brake pads, but he's still pumping the brakes up. Now, that is something that I can assure you that we will not leave the pit until such time as that brake pedal is like a brick.
And that's the reason why the safety car is out on the track. The all-rookie team, the all-Tasmanian team of Ray Hislop, the EF Falcon. Ray Hislop Racing, he's 33 years old, and I think that's the end of his Bathurst in 1997. Here's another look at how it happened, and it's so often happened today at Mount Panorama. Into the wall, out of the Primus 1000 Classic. And great disappointment there for Ray and his teammate, his co-driver, 25-year-old Tim Briggs from Penguin, all the way in Tasmania. 1995 Tasmanian Rookie of the Year, Timmy Briggs, but Hislop behind the wheel when the car left, and that face says it all. Charlie O'Brien has the Longhurst Falcon in the lead in the Primus 1000 Classic, and that would absolutely smash all kinds of records. The worst starting position for a winning car was in fact the Dick Johnson John Bowe victory in 1994. They started from 10th on the grid. Peter Brock had a winning car, 20th on the grid in 1987, but that was in fact his second car. He started the race from pole and then swapped cars during the race. So Dick and John actually hold that record, starting from 10th on the grid and winning in that same car. If Longhurst and O'Brien can get this Castrol Falcon home today from 39th on the grid, it will be an absolutely amazing record to top. Stephen Richards in second place at the moment, Larry Perkins in third, but as we said, the pace car out and plenty of action ahead in the Primus 1000 Classic.
What an amazing story. There they are, from 39th to 1st. The two Queenslanders, the two guys from the Gold Coast. Charlie O'Brien behind the wheel doing a double stint, doing it tough, and he's coming into the pits. They...
Smart move. I think he flat spotted that tyre pretty badly in the chase there, just a few laps before the pace car came in.
Well, you were saying to us in the break, Dick, you saw that big brake lock-up, which our viewers weren't privy to, but it probably put a big flat spot on the tyre, and this is the best time to go and change.
Oh, most definitely, because you know, you don't lose any time. He really should have, when the pace car went out, and without even catching up to the pace car, he should have come straight in the pits then, and then he wouldn't have to join the end of the line. But at this point in time, he'll have to go back and he'll be right on the end of the line. And Charlie looks as though he's still staying in the car. Tony obviously wants to go fishing or something.
Charlie was always going to do a double stint, so I guess he hasn't got quite to the end of his time. Barry Sheen.
Yeah, I've spoken to Tony Longhurst, and Tony said they decided to bring him in, just give him a bit of extra fuel so they give him a bigger window of opportunity at the end. Hang on a second. Tony, why did you bring him in?
We were about 10 laps down on being able to do the race with only, 2 more stops. So we thought at the end we might have had to have a churn. But now we've got a full tank of gas. We can get out. We've just got it right back on pace. We don't have to change brake pads. All we've got to do now is have 2 more stops. I'll get in the car at the next stop, and then we'll come in later on for another set of tyres and fuel, and I'll finish the race. So it's looking pretty good.
I was going to say, why aren't you in the car? I mean, he's been out there all day long, hasn't he?
I let him have a bit of a drive. I didn't give him much in practice, so it's nice having a rest.
Great, thanks, Tony.
Thank you.
Tony Longhurst looking pretty happy with things, and why shouldn't he? They're in a strong position. Well, they've just handed over the lead of the race to the Richards and Richards combination, father and son, Stephen and Jim, and they're in a very good position. And there's Charlie just coming onto the back of that line. It's a replay of an earlier incident. We go to a very high shot there. This
Whoa.
is the Romano Grice entry. That looked like coming through the Castrol chase, and that thing almost tipped.
Well, that's the places you're going to go to falling over, that's for sure.
Shell Helix replay. Great shot there of Romano, getting it back on its wheels, fortunately. Seen a couple of cars come to grief down there. Might have a look at that on another angle. Just a moment on our replay. Same angle, just a little bit earlier. Romano coming around the outside and contact there. Yep.
Whoa. Flipped the tyre, the back tyre of the other vehicle, and boy, it all happens, doesn't it?
So fortunately, looks like he got back onto the track. Bill Woods.
Well, that's the reason the safety car is out on the track, although that is not in fact the reason. That they're taking the opportunity now to take away the Murphy Lowndes HRT Commodore, which was parked up there on the top quite some time ago. But it was the car 23, the EF Falcon of Ray Hislop, that has caused the safety car to come out as the Castrol Cougars take the chance to change pads. lights are off, so we'll be underway shortly. And Stephen Richards, the All Richards team, inherits the lead. Perkins second, Gardner third, but they've made a very intelligent pit stop, so we'll see what happens there. Larkham and O'Brien make up the top 5. We've said goodbye to Dick Johnson in the commentary position and thank him very much for an entertaining afternoon. But we have a new guest right now, so we'll go back up top with Mark Osler and Lee Diffie.
Yeah, we're joined by Scott Pruitt. Scott, you enjoy your stint out there. You went very well. You're running very consistent times.
Yeah, things went pretty good. Biggest thing was, getting more familiar with the car and watching out for traffic because there's a lot going on out there and you really got to keep your nose clean.
How are you physically? Are you a little bit tired or fitness is not a problem?
No, that's actually these cars are quite easy to drive from a physical standpoint, but you got to know where they're going. There's a lot of body roll with them compared to the Indy car. There's a lot of pitch when you go up underneath braking, so you really got to get used to that. And thinking that an Indy car weighs 1,500 pounds and these things weigh 3,000 pounds, almost twice the amount of weight and less tires. So you really gotta plan ahead.
Here's our race leader, Stephen Richards in the Valvoline Cummins Commodore. Larry Perkins in the Castrol Commodore behind him. Then there's Gardner, Larkham, O'Brien, Alan Jones back in the Komatsu Ford. Tremendous queue of cars here. There's father Jim Richards watching his very talented son at the wheel, leading the Primus 1000 Classic across the top of the mountain.
Well, what do you reckon, Jimmy? Are you pretty happy at the moment?
I think you can hear us down there. It's the roar of all those V8s coming past. He wouldn't be able to hear a thing, but he's certainly watching on with interest and no doubt a great deal of pride. This guy really is a chip off the old block, isn't he? Jimmy Richards, one of the most talented racing drivers the country, and I think the world's ever seen, turns 50 this year. And this is his son, just only in his 20s, and a long and surely sparkling career ahead of him.
Hasn't this race closed up beautifully? The top 3 sitting right there on your screen. Stephen Richards in the Valvoline Cummins Commodore. Then we go back to Larry Perkins and Wayne Gardner starting to haul him in. And I guess, Scott, you guys would be happy just to still be out there. Jonesy's got himself back up into 6th position, and especially after what's happened today, we've seen so many bad accidents.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate, too, because this race is one of those... going up the inside. Was that Gardner?
The Coca-Cola Commodore, Wayne Gardner, getting on the attack. Very, very early. Took that opportunity to slide up the inside of the Castrol Commodore. He moves up to 2nd position, pushed Larry Perkins back 1 position.
You also have a fight between tire manufacturers. You have to remember the Gardner cars on Dunlops. The car that you just got by is on Dunlops, but the car in front, I believe, is on Bridgestones right now, and you really got to have that consistency. As a driver, you really depend on the car, and right now, you're just putting the miles in. You need to run hard, you need to run strong, and just keep it going.
Well, there's a great tyre battle here, Scott Pruitt. The car in front's on Bridgestones, the 2nd place car on Yokohama, 3rd place car on Dunlops. So it's a real tyre battle amongst these teams. We saw that driver change you had with Alan. It seemed to go on for quite a long time. Did you have difficulty changing in that stop?
Yeah, I'm not sure. It just didn't go smooth at all. It really hurt us a lot because I think we brought the car in 3rd or 4th, I believe, and unfortunately lost a lot of valuable time, as well as not. We had really wanted to come in on that yellow, right at the end of that yellow, and unfortunately we just couldn't get it done. So we lost a bit of time there. So now we're playing catch up.
There's your sister car, the Mitre 10 Falcon with Mark Larkham behind the wheel, and Larkham would be wrapped at the moment because they're sitting in 4th position ahead of Charlie O'Brien. Then we go back to Alan Jones, John Faulkner, Mark Poole, Trevor Ashby and Glenn Seaton back in 10th position, but Larkham is going well in the Mitre 10 Falcon, sitting in 4th, and there's Charlie O'Brien right behind. So we've got some really good close battles happening at the moment in the top 5.
That's the beauty of the safety car, I guess, Scott Pruitt, because even though you had those problems in the driver change, the cars come out, put you all in a queue, and it's let you make up a lot of very valuable ground.
Yeah, it does, and that's one thing real interesting about this track. You have to remember it's, 4 miles are how many kilometers? 6, 8 kilometers?
6.2 kilometers.
6.2 kilometers. So if you're running good, you're not going to be lapped. And the beauty of it is if there is a yellow, and we know there is going to be a yellow in 6.5 to 7 hours of racing, we know that's going to happen. It's going to bunch everything back up.
Well, to you, a safety car and a pace car situation is nothing strange. To these guys, when they run their 3 races per round at a Shell Australian Touring Car round, they very rarely get to see a pace car situation. Here and at Sandown, the 2 Enduros are the 2 places they get to see that safety car situation. As Gardner closes right up on the back of Stephen Richards now, this is getting really exciting, Barry Sheen.
Quite incredible. I was standing here with Jim. Jim, when little Stephen was born, did you ever think you'd be leading Bathurst with him?
No, I probably didn't really, but I suppose all dads hope their sons are going to follow in whatever sport they're in, and it's great that we're here, but the race is only half over.
Yeah, he's Gardner's right up behind him now. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I think he'll just let Wayne go. If Wayne's travelling faster, I mean, it's no sense in trying to hold the guy up with the race only half over.
No problems with the car?
No, the car's going great.
Have you spoken to Stephen? Has Stephen spoken to the pits lately?
No, I haven't. He only speaks if there's something wrong, and he hasn't spoken.
That's good. Silence is gold.
Exactly right.
Great. Thanks, Jim.
Thanks, Baz.
I think that works on the theory of no news is good news when you're in the middle of a race like this, but not even at half distance yet, lap 74.
He brings up an interesting point, and I'm not sure a lot of viewers really understand. He says let him go. Because this race is so long, if one of the cars is running, the combination of driver and car is running quicker than you are, the opportunity, you don't want to let him go, but you may take a chance on him making a pretty bold move and taking you both out of the race. We've seen a number of times within the IndyCar ranks, and especially like running Daytona and some of the other races I've won around over the years. So sometimes it is. I mean, it didn't seem like you should let him go, but in talking about finishing the race and doing what you can, it might be in your best interest to let him go.
Just take it easy and operate wisely. That's exactly what Stephen Richards is doing at the moment. They're sitting pretty, the two Richos. The best ever father and son combination here on the mountain was set in 1991, where Alf and Tim Grant finished 6th. So Jim and Stephen are looking a little bit better than that at the moment.
Well, how close and tough do you like it? Stephen Richards leading the race. Just in behind him, Wayne Gardner, the 1987 World 500cc champion, really wants his first Bathurst win under his belt. Larry Perkins right behind in the Castrol Commodore. And it's Mark Larkham, Charlie O'Brien, the Castrol Falcon, and Wayne Gardner sneaks up the inside of the Valvoline Commodore. He goes through to take the lead of the Primus 1000 Classic at Mount Panorama.
You see when they were coming down Conrod Straight, Gardner just gave a quick flash of the lights.
Yep.
Coming on through, Stevie.
Yeah, watch out. Maybe a little incident. That's one of those things, even though you're running in the lead, sometimes, like I said earlier, sometimes it just makes sense to let this guy go. I mean, he could have closed the door and I'm taking both out of the race, and that would have been not so good. But as that be, here he is running second.
It's a real boost to his spirits. Wayne Gardner, you're riding with the world champ. Open face helmet on in the car, cockpit temperatures in these cars sometimes exceeding 50, 55 degrees centigrade. It really is a hot box, Scott Pruitt, I'd imagine.
It is. Fortunately, we have about, we have a lot of air just about a hand away, right about the helmet height. And these cars, they do get very hot. They do get very hot. I was out there during my stint in the Conrad Jupiter's Commodore. I was getting around there, and you notice the temperature from the engine compartment a little bit hotter and a lot less airflow than an Indy car.
Find it more interesting being up higher too? A little bit bizarre?
Well, it's not the height as much as the roll. I mean, these cars will really roll over. If you watch in some of the shots here, you'll notice them really rolling over, especially there down through there. I think that's Skyline. A lot of roll in the car, enough to where it picks up the front tire. We don't do any of that within the IndyCar ranks. I mean, if you look at these guys, probably have somewhere around 1,400 pound front springs, 500-600 pound rear springs, and we'll be running somewhere about 3,000 fronts and 1,800 pound rear. So it's a big difference, especially since we're half the weight of them.
Yeah. Wayne Gardner leads them down the hill, down to Forest Elbow once again. Lights on for Stephen Richards and the Valvoline Cummins Commodore. These guys picking their way through slower traffic. Larry Perkins just sitting behind there in third position. How's the traffic been, Scott? We've heard some complaints from some other drivers. Some of the slower cars have been a bit difficult to pass. It's a bit of a nightmare out there?
Yes, it is. Some have been very, very good. Will really get out of your way, point which side they want you to go on, and other guys just seem like they're holding on. They're even looking in their mirrors, and it's a bit of a struggle getting by.
Here's Stevie. He's under siege again. Stephen Richards, that is. Larry Perkins in the Castrol Commodore, bridging that gap, forcing hard for that second position. Stephen's done really, really well. He's sitting in second at the moment, but here comes Larry. We go back. Larkham sitting in fourth and O'Brien in fifth. Alan Jones still remains in sixth position on lap 76, coming up towards the 3-hour mark.
Yeah, just 15 seconds away from 3 hours in the Primus 1000 Classic. Wayne Gardner leading from Stephen Richards, coming under increasing fire from Larry Perkins in the Castrol Commodore. Doing times, well, Wayne Gardner's just pulled out an absolute blinder, a 2-minute 12.9 second lap. he really wants to open the gap on his pursuers, and that's a very quick time for this time of the race.
Let's not get too carried away, but if Gardner and Crompton can hang on, this would just be such a boost for their confidence. Wayne at times has been so frustrated and saying, look, I can drive these damn things, but there's just been circumstances that have worked against me. As we have a look at a great battle happening here, Alan Jones is closing right up on fellow Gold Coaster in Charlie O'Brien right in front. Then we go up to another Gold Coast resident in Mark Larkham in the Mitre 10 Falcon. John Smales.
I have with me Alan Horsley, the team manager for Stephen Johnson. Bad luck for Stephen. He's been called in. Why?
We believe it's because he passed a car before he got to the start-finish line after the pace car restart. But I'm not real sure, but I think that's what it is.
So the officials came to you and told you what?
That we had a stop-start penalty.
How much does it cost you, Alan?
Oh, it'll cost us about 25 seconds.
Frustrating.
Yeah, very frustrating when we're trying to get back a lap or two.
Well, Scotty Pruitt just had to step out of the commentary box during that cross to Alan Horsley. He's getting ready. He's going to do another stint in the Komatsu Conrad Jupiter's Falcon, which is locked up in this tremendous battle with his teammate Alan Jones as he tries to hunt down Charlie O'Brien. This is the battle for 5th and 6th position.
Few movers back there towards the back half of the top 10. John Faulkner is in 7th position. He's going very well. Glenn Seaton's come up a couple. He's in 8th. Trevor Ashby in the Lansvale Smash Repairs car is running a brilliant 9th position. And Mark Poole is running in 10th. The top privateer, Chris Smurden, running in 11th. And that's outstanding when you consider there's 41 cars in this field, or 40 as of Barguana's exit this morning. That's terrific. Top privateer just outside the top 10.
Check them out on the Levi's scoreboard, and there's a real challenge. You can see there on the screen, Alan Jones getting really aggressive here. He'll go down the outside of the Castrol Ford. They'll go side by side into Murray's corner, but Charlie O'Brien has the ideal line into that turn. He'll lead the Komatsu Ford onto the pit straight once again. This is a great battle.
Well, we're only on lap 77. There's still plenty of time left. Jones on the inside of O'Brien, and he's got him. Good work there by Alan Jones. Charlie didn't really force the issue with AJ. Let him come on through. So now Jones moves up into the top 5. O'Brien back to 6th. And the Fords are going very strong.
Tell you what, that Coca-Cola Commodore is looking good no matter what the condition. Full tanks, half tanks, empty tanks, to do a 2:12.9 on lap 77 with everyone around you running 13s and 14s. That's exceptional. He must have got a nice clear lap, but it shows there's plenty of speed left in that car for our race leader, Wayne Gardner.
Well, he's only 2 tenths slower on that last lap, 2:13.11, so he's going extremely well. It's Wayne Gardner, and that shot there illustrated the point beautifully. There's another great shot.
So that'll give you an idea of how some of these amazing aerial pictures are coming to you across Australia for the Primus 1000 Classic. There's the camera up the front there. And I tell you, there's plenty happening on the ground as well. Wayne Gardner has taken the lead in the race. Stephen Richards has just been taken by Larry Perkins. So it reads Gardner, Perkins and Richards now top 3 in the Primus 1000 Classic. Looks like we're in John Faulkner's car there. And he's not happy. Unfortunately, Faulkner had moved up to 8th, of course, running as a level 1 car in this race after winning the Privateers Cup in 1997 of the Shell Australian Touring Car Championship. We'll go back to Mark Oster and Lee Diffie.
Looks like big problems here for John Faulkner. If you have a listen, you can hear some clunking. Very distinctive clunking on the car. It could be a propeller shaft has failed on the car, something in the transmission. Very distinctive noise when one of those goes. He's going to try and limp it around the pits. No, he's not going to make it. Oh, yeah, well, he's not very happy about it either. So Faulkner now is stuck on the inside of the GAO cutting. Some sort of major problem in the drivetrain has stranded him there. He hasn't even made it to the top of the hill. And that could be our next safety car period. Keep in mind, now battle for the lead, Stephen Richards, Larry Perkins and Alan Jones are still yet to make their brake pad changes, but this could be the opportunity they've been waiting for. John Faulkner there talking to his crew. He's got no throttle response. Meanwhile, there's a real attack. Oh, look at the Valvoline come to get a little bit sideways coming into the corner there. This was a little incident that happened just a little bit earlier. And that allowed Larry Perkins to pounce. Richards was a little bit slow coming out of that corner. Larry Perkins saw his opportunity and, like the true professional he is, took the most of that opportunity to move into second place. So, now, hang on, what's happened here? John Faulkner now is back at the race. Just heard that clunking, that really bad clunking in the transmission. And all of a sudden, he's back into the race. So maybe not a transmission failure, maybe it was an electrical problem or something in the car. We'll find out, no doubt. He gets back to pit lane. Fortunately, he's been able to get that car going again. Look at the telemetry coming from the better electrical Commodore. As he brings it down the mountain, he'll no doubt be pit bound to see if they can solve that problem, but that car just stopped coming up the hill and he thought he'd be stranded there for a long time, but fortunately he's managed to get it going. So John Faulkner brings it down the hill, was in 9th position, 78 laps completed in the Primus 1000 Classic, brings it down through Forest Elbow. And looks like it's running pretty well now. Clunking and banging in the transmission, not indicative of what the problem was. It seems to be running fine. We'll see when he gets back to the pits. There goes our race leader, Wayne Gardner, putting a lap on John Faulkner. So things not going too well for the better electrical camp at a time when they were looking pretty strong.
That's a real shame, isn't it? Because they've been in a good form patch of late, picking up 4th, both John Faulkner and Wyn Percy, the Sandown 500 on September 14. But, things not going so well here today.
Well, when he was coming up the hill, that clunk, clunk, clunk in the transmission sounded like something may have gone, but I think it was just the fact that the engine was dying and it was really loading up the gears in the transmission. So hopefully nothing wrong with the transmission. It's just a minor hitch that they can fix, but that's not what you want at this stage in the race. The battle really heating up at the front. 81 laps completed for our race leader, Wayne Gardner.
And how about this? Your top privateer, Chris Merton, is in the top 10. John Smales.
It's indeed. The problem they seem to think is in the engine management system. The engine management system is loading up the spark box, which in fact sends electricity into the engine. And that, they think, is the problem. Rob Benson, who's built the engine, is round the left-hand side of the car at the moment. You can see the old spark box come out of the car. Benson having a look at it right now. New one being taped in. Benson giving the team instructions as to how to go about it. Les Small was prepared to take the, Les Small being the team manager, was prepared to take his earphones off and give the thing away only half a lap ago. Then all of a sudden, new life in the team. Here's the box happening right here. You can see the new spark box going into the car now. Benson in there trying to get it to work. Race tape, ultimately the ultimate fix-all for all race teams. The race tape now going into action to take the thing in. Benson, not only an engine builder, but also an electronic whiz, and you've got to be with these cars because they are very, very much computer controlled.
And as we
about to come up.
As we watch on, John, agonising seconds ticking away. They've already been there for 1 minute 10 seconds. And you cannot afford to drop that amount of time at this level of competition.
Well, remember when Alan Jones and Scott Pruitt put down a 51-second pit stop? We just sort of all cringed at that.
Just shows you can get a pace car. If you don't go a lap down, you can stay on that lead lap. You get a pace car, you can get right back into the battle. But this is costing a lot of time.
This will be frustrating, John Faulkner. No end. He's such a competitive driver. Look at him talking to Rob Benson.
Yeah, well, that's the price you pay. These modern electronic systems, they're absolutely fantastic in terms of delivering optimum performance from an engine. But as soon as that black box decides to have a bit of a headache, it really is a mystery. When you start changing around black boxes and electronic control units, you've got a real chase on your hands.
So Wayne Gardner continues to lead the 1997 Primus 1000 Classic. He's doing it in great style. That last lap at 2:13.4. Almost, well, 1.5 seconds quicker than Larry Perkins on that last lap. So he's going extremely well. Speaking of going well, how about these guys? Trevor Ashby and Steve Reed, partners in business in the Lansvale Smash Repairs business, partners for a record 12th year.
Yeah, it's a great effort, isn't it? These two have been friends since childhood, actually. Trevor and Steve grew up in Sydney's West, set up the Lansvale Smash Repairs operation together, and then they, earning enough money, they decided they'd go motor racing. They've been doing it for a long time, and they really are a bunch of characters. And look at the preparation and the appearance of this car. It's always one of the most stunningly painted cars, and they're doing a terrific job at the moment. Ashby currently running in 8th position, well inside the top 10. They're looking for a strong result as this day wears on.
Followed by 50-year-old Sydney-sider Terry Finnegan. Terry's had a pretty reasonable year in the Sony Auto Sound Commodore. He was top privateer at Eastern Creek and finished 7th outright, which he was just delighted with. Plenty of experience here at Bathurst. He's twice a class winner, and he finished his best result here as 8th, 1991.
It was very much a hands-on privateer, Lee. He's does it not on a lot of money. He certainly built this car himself. He uses Rob Benson Chev engines as a customer, runs on Yokohama tyres. But as you say, 50 years of age, he's been a long-time campaigner, former open-wheeler racer. Won his class here way back in 1980. He was 8th at Bathurst in 1991, his strongest result so far. So Terry currently running in 9th position.
Just over the halfway mark at the Primus 1000 Classic, and it's Commodore 1, 2, 3, Falcon 4, 5, 6 and 7. There is the Donut King Diet Coke Commodore of Wayne Gardner, the lead driver, and now the race leader, lapped at 2:13.6, so he's going very, very quick. Just a moment ago, Alan Jones, in fact, had clocked the fastest lap. He was down among the 2:13s, but now he's out to 2:15 again, probably striking a bit of traffic somewhere. But Gardner, 2:13.6, looking good. An 11-second break on the second car, Larry Perkins, and we're inside the Wayne Gardner Commodore right now, and there's the 1987 World Motorcycle Champion. Here now is Larry Perkins taking over the drive again from Russell Ingall. Last lap was a 2:15.57, second place in the Castrol Commodore, but they are a very, very solid combination. Inside now with Larry, experience counting for a lot here. 5-time Bathurst winner. Has won the race, of course, with Peter Brock, who's no longer taking part, but still hoping to get the 05 back out on the track before this thing's over. And the HRT team working feverishly. But now it's up to this Castrol team and, of course, the Diet Coke Donut King Commodore to carry the Holden Lion perhaps to victory. A little sideways there as Larry puts the pressure on over the top. Stephen Richards in third place right now, and only a second, nearly 2 seconds now behind Larry. There's the gap between the top two cars, though, just over 11. But Perkins trying to apply a little pressure there as we see him come back down the mountain in the number 11 car. And Richards behind him, almost hitting the wall as he came down into Conrod Straight. Alan Jones in the Komatsu Falcon is fourth. And there's only a gap of 1.5 seconds there. Jones lapping very, very quickly, so he's hoping to put some pressure on this car right now, the Stephen Richards Commodore. Father Jim taking a rest, and this is a very, very good combination. The Team Valvoline VR Bridgestone tyres, 12th in the Australian Touring Car Championship. Of course, they both also drive in the Super Tourer Series. They were 5th at Sandown, and Stephen is really coming along well. But pressure on now from the Komatsu Falcon of Alan Jones. Has a look behind him. They come back into pit straight now. Jones putting a lot of pressure on Stephen Richards. Scotty Pruitt back down in the garage. He had a stint in commentary with the Network 10 team and is now warming up for another drive. But Jones has been very, very quick and still hoping for his first win at Bathurst. Also a world champion. Formula One, of course. So 2 world champions in the top 4, and both hoping for their first win in the Primus 1000 Classic as Jones goes on the inside of Richards, but not close enough to take him. He had the right line. They're ahead of Larkham in 5th, Charlie O'Brien in 6th, and that Longhurst O'Brien Falcon, Castrol Falcon, and a very long stint Charlie's had behind the wheel as well. Seaton and then Ashby. And Stephen Johnson has done a remarkable job bringing the Shell Helix Falcon back into the race with Craig Baird. They rejoined after some mechanical problems in 23rd position. They've now brought it back up to 9th. And as we see Jones all over the back of Stephen Richards, we'll go back to Mark Oster and Lee Diffing.
Yeah, big attack from Alan Jones here as he closes in on the back of the Valvoline Cummins Commodore. This is a real fight to the finish, isn't it? These guys have just dug in now. It's going to be a grind, lap after lap after lap. Who can sustain the pressure? It's going to be a real test of mechanical preparation, a real test of driver fitness as they wind these laps down. They've got a long, long way to go yet. It's going to be a real fight.
Well, it's just fantastic. You got 3 of your top 4, and there's only one guy there that has actually won here at Bathurst, and that's Larry Perkins. Well, one team, Larry Perkins and Russell Ingall. There seems to be quite a bit of smoke coming out of the back of the Komatsu Pertec Falcon. So whether Jones is running into some problems or not, can't quite bridge the gap to Stephen Richards down Conrod Straight. Now he pulls out of the draft. Jones looking for an inside run, and he's got him. Has he not? No. Jones. Stephen Richards has hung on nicely. Now he switches the over and under trick, and he's got him. How about that?
Alan Jones on the inside, a little bit slow coming out. Stephen Richards tries to take advantage of it. Thinks it's a 1000k race. This is the Shell Series sprint race. Alan Jones on maximum attack down the inside of the Valvoline Cummins Commodore. He takes that away from the 25-year-old Victorian, and he moves up a position. Alan Jones now moves into 3rd.
Well done, Alan Jones. A great move. Stephen Richards fought hard, though, and eventually had to allow Alan Jones to get on through. Lap 88 of 161. Obviously, we are over the halfway mark. Just got a quick shot there of the Castrol Commodore of Larry Perkins. So Jones has got the lights on. He's coming up on a slower car. I think it was the Kevin Heffernan Price Attack Commodore. Here's a replay from above from our chopper. He goes over one side. He's got the inside run through the right-hander through Caltech's chase through the King, and he says, I won't get you that way, Stevie, I'll trick you. As Stephen brings it across, Jones, he dives to the inside and says thanks.
Well, that's vintage Alan Jones. Very, very aggressive racer. Stephen thought he might have been a bit slow coming out, but he carried enough corner speed to block out the Valvoline car. But that smoke just pumping out the back of that Komatsu Ford, that may be a bit of a worry to the team. We'll keep an eye on that. Just a little bit of puffs of blue smoke coming from the back of the car. It's certainly not slowing it down. Alan Jones just on a 2:15.14 on the lap, including overtaking Stephen Richards. So there's plenty of speed out of this Komatsu Ford. Wayne Gardner's just on a 2:14.03. Larry Perkins some 11 seconds behind the Coke Commodore, a 2:14.27. So that battle for the top three positions, very, very tight.
This has got to be Wayne Gardner's best opportunity to win here at Bathurst as we watch Alan Jones work his way down. Here's a replay of an earlier incident. This is Len Seaton unlapping himself, passing Charlie O'Brien. Charlie goes off to the right. Len Seaton ducks down the inside and takes that lap back.
Well, it's a tremendous battle because Alan Jones is now only 3 seconds behind Larry Perkins in second place. He really is charging. We're on board with Glenn Seaton. Just saw him unlap himself. We're almost 3.5 hours into the Primus 1000 Classic XR Falcon onboard camera. You're riding with the 1997 Shell Australian Touring Car Champion. Let's hear the roar of the Ford V8.
The newly crowned Shell Australian Touring Car Championship. You'd be surprised at how many requests we get for that. Just no commentary and a solid lap, just listening to the drivers work these big V8s around whatever track. It's just amazing to listen to. Fantastic pictures coming to you here on your home of motorsport. Certainly hope you're enjoying it. There's plenty of people enjoying it here on the mountain. We've just received word from the organisers, a record crowd of in excess of 52,000 here to watch the V8 Supercars on Thunder Mountain.
Well, that's extraordinary, isn't it? The biggest crowd previous to that, I think, was 47,000, 48,000 back in 1987 when they had the World Touring Car Championship round here and all the European teams came over. But that's just an indication of the strength of the domestic V8 Supercar Formula. New record crowd at Mount Panorama
and they're at every vantage point they can get. There's a couple of websites. Primus 1000 internet access, plenty of information on those pages if you want to take a look. And they're available right now if you're on the internet.
Well, as much as we're enjoying the pictures and the race here in Australia, a big hello to our viewers via TV3 New Zealand. We've got a huge following over in New Zealand. The V8 Supercars, very, very popular. Hello to everyone over there, and hope you're enjoying the coverage as well.
Great shot there from the Channel 10 chopper as he follows Glenn Seaton. Wayne Gardner throws the arms. Oh, now he's dropped a ton of oil, and I think it's the Mitre 10 Ford. Goodness me. He's dropped a whole lot of oil on the road, and other cars are getting caught out on it. There's the Mitre 10 Falcon. You can hear those tyres squealing as he slid towards Gardner. Now Gardner's copped not only a blown engine, but a lot of body damage. That's Forrest Elbow. 3 cars involved there.
Melrose,
yeah, the privateer. See if Larkin can get back in the race. So Wayne Gardner looks like he's had an engine blow up of monumental proportions. He's dumped a whole lot of oil on the track. It's caught out 2 cars already. Yellow flags will be waving frantically, and the oil flags will be out too, warning the drivers. Unbelievable race. The heights and the depths of human emotion, you can see it there. Wayne Gardner leading this race handsomely. 90 laps in, they were looking very strong, and all of a sudden comes to a crushing end.
He's very, very disappointed, John Smales.
The look of disappointment on Neil Crompton's face. Neil, has he told you what happened?
No, I haven't spoken to Wayne. He's only just got out of the car. I was just about to get dressed to prepare, just in case he came in early for whatever reason. But clearly the engine has let go, and that's the end of that.
Was there any indication at all? Was he saying anything to the crew at all about the gauges not having properly?
No, everything was fine. I would occasionally on the PI, you're able to go to start page, and I just have a look at the numbers occasionally, and they all look pretty good, temperature, pressures, and things. But when we put the race engine in, we both made comment of the fact that it maybe had a slightly different harmonic or vibration in it than the other engine. But no, there was no indication. It was doing good lap times, and that's how it goes.
Just the most heartbreaking thing, isn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, it's part of the deal, isn't it? You've got to get used to this sort of thing. It's part of what the business is all about. I guess we put up a good show while it lasted. There are plenty of other colleagues of ours who've had tough days, and we'll bounce back and try and do a better job next time.
What about the oil that's been spread up there, the other cars up there? What does Wayne feel? What does he do about that sort of situation?
Well, I guess he'd be all consumed with his own problems at the moment. There's clearly a heap of oil up there, which has made it pretty horrible. Oil on the top of the hill up here is pretty dangerous because you've got nowhere to go, unlike other tracks where you can get off onto the grass. But I think his mind will be totally wrapped up on the fact that we haven't made it when we're leading for so long. So that's how it goes.
Thanks and bad luck.
Thanks.
Well, really disappointing stuff there for the Coke team. Have a look at this. This is the Mitre 10 team of Mark Larkham, Andrew Medicki. They got caught up in that oil and clouded Wayne Gardner up in Forrest Elbow. Now the team working frantically. Look at that. They got the big mallet inside there, just bashing out that panel, that bent panel.
Plenty of drama in pit lane. Big sledgehammer there trying to belt that sheet metal out, so they've got enough clearance to put a racing tyre back under there. It's a big wide thing. It's 12 inches wide, the tyres on these cars. They've got a lot of room to operate. And they're just trying now to see if they can get that tyre under there without any clearance problems. Looks like they've done the job. Mechanics working feverishly there. Get the air gun on, do up that centre lock wheel nut. But there's a lot of damage to the Mitre 10 Ford, and they would be shattered. Mark Larkham getting caught up in that oil, dropped by the Coca-Cola Commodore. John Smales is on the spot.
And the major concern at the moment is that there seems to be a leak coming out of the boot. I can't tell if it's petrol. It's very, very minor, but the fuel fire extinguishers are right around it. If they let the car out without determining that, it could be a problem on this lap because it could be fuel leaking from the overflow system in the boot. The car's had a huge whack right on the dry brake system. That, to me, would be the major concern, rather than trying to get the car moving.
Yeah, well, there's a few frayed tempers down there too. You can see Ross Stone arguing with the steward there. So, heat of the moment stuff. It's a very dramatic moment in the race. When your team's behind, you can see the cars running beautifully. All of a sudden, it can come to a crushing halt. It's amazing.
Well, plenty of pressure on there. Wayne Gardner is taking, I wouldn't say a pleasant stroll back. This is a replay of the earlier incident. There you go. The motor has let go there. And the Coca-Cola Donut King Commodore is about to turn around as they head through, as Wayne was heading through Forest Elbow.
Well, it's just dumped a ton of oil, that rear tyre coming out of that exhaust. And, that's why he would have spun it, John Smales.
With the pace car out, the major concern there was to get Larkham out of the pit because they're on standby for Alan Jones to come screaming in. Meantime, Glenn Seaton's team set up, and so is the Jim and Stephen Richards team. So the pit stops are going to be on.
So frantic times ahead, plenty is going to happen. We're at lap 90 right at the moment, and there is a replay. Bang! Mark Larkham coming in, and that right rear panel coming in contact with the front of Wayne Gardner's Commodore. Hi Glenn, it's Lee Diffie in the commentary. Can you hear me, mate?
Yeah, sure can. Hello.
Yeah, Glenn, we're in a commercial break at the moment, mate. When we come back, obviously we'll still be under a safety car situation, so I'll have a bit of a yak to you then. Is that cool?
Yeah, no problem. Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, clear, very clear. Bizarre situation, huh?
Sorry?
Bizarre situations out there.
Jesus. We're just going to pick up the time we've lost, that's all. It's a bloody shame what happened early.
Yeah, yeah. What happened with Skippy when he went off? He just sort of, was he trying to keep up with Russell?
He missed the brake pedal.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Jeez.
And earlier came in, he thought he had a puncture, but it was only just built up from when he's gone offline passing someone.
So what, you didn't know he was coming in, Glenn?
There is the story of the Primus 1000 Classic right now. The race leader, Wayne Gardner, is somewhere on the mountain making his way back down as we see the Diet Coke Donut King Commodore entering the pits. Not in the way he had hoped, of course. He was due for a stop shortly. But that is the way it's been all day. The entire Holden Racing team has gone, among many others. 27 cars left in the race of the 40-odd that started. Russell Ingall inherits the lead now, but we're under a safety car, and we have a very, very important interview coming up. Here's Lee Diffie.
Yeah, Bill, well, less than half an hour ago, the man sitting next to me was sitting in that car in the lead position. Neil Crompton, very disappointing.
Yes, it is very disappointing, Lee, to sit here and look at the car coming back on a truck. But I mean, that's what happens sometimes in this game, and you just got to learn to live with it. But it was a good competitive outing. The car was very quick, and I think that while we were running, we were putting in a good show. And as I said to John before, plenty of people had tough luck stories today, and we just joined the queue.
Here's the driver change. Charlie O'Brien's done a tremendous double stint. Longhurst gets back in the car. I guess they're trying to get back out while the safety car situation's out. While we're under safety car situations, Let's try and link up with Glenn Seaton. Glenn, it's Lee Diffie in the commentary box. Can you hear me, mate?
Yeah, sure can, Lee.
Hey, what a bizarre race, huh?
Oh, it's been disastrous for us, but that's the thing about this race. It's so hard to win, but it's easy to lose it too.
You guys are starting to claw your way back, though, after Skippy had a few problems earlier on.
Yeah, Skippy thought he picked up a puncher earlier, and it was actually the build-up on the tyres from... he must have gone offline to pass someone, and it's picked up all the stuff off the edge of the track, but then he had a bit of a problem over the top of Skyline. But no, the day's not over yet. I think, what are we up to, 89 laps, 90 laps?
92 at the moment, mate.
So there's still a long way to go.
Cito, it's Crompton. What happened with Skip at Skyline?
He actually missed the brake pedal. Is that Croppo, is it?
Yeah.
Bad luck.
Yeah.
Bad luck, Croppo. He did a brilliant job.
Thank you, I appreciate that, and good luck, Cito. I hope you get the one you've been looking for.
Well, it won't be this year, I don't think, but we want to claw our back and try and finish in a place if we can. But
what's the car?
I'm enjoying it at the moment. Actually, the car feels great because we're doing 13s all the time, and that's really the pace that I wanted to run at today. But we've had a few problems.
Glenn, I was very surprised when I was watching early on how quick the pace was in the first stint. Were you surprised by that?
I probably was really, Neil, because I wasn't expecting to run in those sort of paces, and I was really in a position that I could actually afford, I believe, to let them go, because the pace cars were going to change the situation of the race as the race goes on. So I really settled down in doing sort of high 13s and then low 14s, knowing that the pace cars are going to come out and completely change the race and then get into it at the end. But we're in a good position there for a while, but really, I'm in a better position than you are at the moment.
Yeah, I'd rather be looking at you from the monitor. Tell me, what about the traffic? Give me your thoughts on that.
Oh yeah, the traffic is a problem, but I suppose that's the part of this race. You've just got to avoid all those things, and no, they're in a position to be here just as much as I am, and it's great to be able to race against everybody. And like the field that we've had this weekend is sensational. And also the crowd, it's just unbelievable the amount of people here supporting V8 racing.
Well, Glenn, we've just heard from the organisers, a new record crowd in excess of 50,000, so that'll put a smile on your face.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. It just shows you the support for V8 racing. I'm just coming through Forest Elbow now, where gives us a hell of a lot of oil. I was very lucky because I was actually the next one along after Melrose, or as far as I can see, and my guys actually radioed back to me back when I was just coming out of the dipper and said Wayne's actually done an engine, there's oil everywhere, and that gave me the opportunity to slow right down, so that was great, where Mark Larkham didn't really pick that up.
Glenn, beyond the dramas you had with those tyres early on, how's the rest of the car performing? Any mechanical problems?
No problems at all. That's the frustrating thing, like the car, I'm just pushing it as hard as I can now and wringing its neck to try and make up places, and also really it's a great learning curve as well to see how reliable the car is. But it felt good in 95 when we got all the way to 9 laps from the end too. The little things happened right at the end.
Well, you hang in there, mate, because a lot of these lead cars have been falling out. You never know where you can end up.
Hey, I'm not a person to give up, I'll tell you.
We know that.
Hey, the Fords are going well today, Glenn. You got yourself and Larko's up there, Pruitt and Jones, all going pretty well.
Yeah, really. The Commodores are dead set at the moment, got a great stranglehold, but it's probably been more the mishaps that the others have had that the positions are at the moment. But we're just going to try and do our best from here and see if we can unlap ourselves and hopefully finish in a place.
Hey Glenn, thanks very much for your time. We really appreciate it, and the best of luck for the last 60-odd laps.
No problem, Lee. Thank you.
John Smales.
I'm with Wayne Gardner, and Wayne Gardner's come back with a souvenir. What is it?
Oh, it's part of my engine that spat Conrod at the bottom of the engine down, going into Forest Elbow. So my memento from not winning the race.
That's part of a big end bearing we're looking at, folks.
Yeah.
Part of the big end.
Yeah, it's part of the motor, and it's a great shame. You know, we were making headway, Gap and Larry, who had the pace, and tyres were working good. Everything was on schedule. It was just going perfect for us, and of course, then the engine lets go on me. So, pretty disappointed. Yeah, I thought I was going to win this one.
Wayne, presumably you didn't reach inside the engine and pick that out. It's all over the road, is it?
Yeah, when I spun on my own oil down there, and I tried to get the car off the track, and it was missing like mad with only a couple of cylinders going. And when I got out and walked down the track a bit, I seen a pool of oil and this sitting there, so it had obviously fired out through the bottom of the engine. So unfortunately the engine didn't hold together for me.
It's not exactly the trophy you wanted for the day, was it?
No. I don't know how I'm going to do to win this race. You know, I've tried so hard, and I give it everything, absolutely everything. The commitment the last 3 months to heading up to this race, it's just been phenomenal from my team and everyone who's a partnership with the team. And it's just disappointing to let them down like that, because I was really hoping to give them a really nice reward at the end of the day, you know, for everyone's hard work and dedication. But you know, something minor sort of let me down.
Wayne, thank you.
Thanks, John.
Trevor at the wheel in 7th place as the remarkable events continue in the Primus 1000 Classic. You can see there's spoiler damage, probably another pit stop there for Trevor Ashby. And how the mighty have fallen today. Of the top 10 in the shootout yesterday, 5 are out, 3 have had severe mechanical or other incidental problems. John Faulkner, Wynne Percy still in the race, but have had enormous setbacks. They're way down the field. Faulkner back in 16th behind the wheel right now. Steve Johnson and Craig Baird have had their problems. They've wrestled the car back up through the field. Craig is behind the wheel in 8th place right now. And Glenn Seaton and David Parsons, well, you've heard that story. They've had nothing but trouble. A few more pit stops than they wanted. But the good news from that point of view is the Ford Credit Falcon is now on the same lap as the race leader. And you're looking at him right now, Russell Ingall. Let's go back to our team upstairs.
Thing is, Glenn Seaton's got quite a bit of work to do because Russell isn't that far behind him.
I was going to say he's only just on the lead lap, isn't he? He's got the number 11 Castrol Commodore bearing down on him. And Seaton's got a lot of work to do. Just at a 2:18.0. See those times come down as they get up to full speed. But that'll be very much in Ingall's sights, the Ford Credit Falcon, as he comes over Skyline, down through the S's toward the Dipper. And Glenn Seaton will be very much aware of the fact that you've got to stay ahead of Ingle if he wants to stay on this lead lap. There's the Lansvale Smash Repairs car in the pits, and I guess, Neil, when you look at where he lost it down at the elbow there might have still been a trace of oil from your car.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Ironic thing is this is actually one of our cars. This was one of our older cars that Wayne and I drove a season back, so we've managed to grind them all to a halt today, which is a great shame. But Trevor and Steve, as always, have put on a very strong showing here in the ICI Auto Colour Lansvale Smash Repairs car, and they were on target for quite a good result, and just a very small error has done quite a lot of damage here to the brake ducts and the whole front nose and wing assembly, so that's going to take quite a little bit of time to sort that out and delay them probably the best part of 3 or 4 laps.
How do you see this one panning out, mate? Larry and Russell looking very strong.
Yeah, all I can see at the moment is car number 11 right in the front of my mind. It's you know, Russell and Larry, two very hot operators around here. Typically Larry's car is extremely reliable. He understands what's required to succeed here and inevitably does very, very well. He's won the race many times, 5 times, thank you, Mark. And Russell obviously partnered him to one of those wins, and he's a pro, and I'm sure these guys are going to be very hard to toss from here.
So there is the Ford Credit Falcon just ahead. It's 2 cars ahead of Russell Ingle, flashing his headlights at the CBS Mining Falcon. That's the Waldock car. And talking to some of the other drivers we've had up here earlier today, Neil, Scotty Pruitt was here, Dick was here. They said picking the way through some of these slower cars has been a bit of a nightmare.
Yes, but you've got to be so careful that you don't say anything inflammatory, because they have a right to be there. But sometimes I guess it's the inconsistency that's a bit frustrating. You've got your lights on or you're flashing and you're saying to the guys, hey, look in the mirror, I am coming, can you just make a small allowance and let us get on with it? But sometimes they seem to just get under your feet. But I guess everyone's got their story to tell. And of course the other thing is that as this race unfolds, Lee, you get in a situation where as the rubber builds up offline, and you'll see any amount of these rubber marbles either side of the race line around here, many times another competitor just can't afford to go offline because he'll have an accident. So it's a very awkward situation for a lot of the drivers, and you've just got to do your best, and you've got to be controlled but aggressive. You've got to drive quickly, you've got to punch out a lap time, but sometimes you just have to be patient, and that's a very unusual balance.
Well, you wouldn't have had the opportunity to see it, Neil, but that's exactly what happened to Craig Lowndes up around Castrol Curve. He just sort of drifted offline a little bit, got caught out in the marbles and just slammed the wall so hard, and that was the end of their race. All inside the first hour and a half, it was over. That was very sad to see for both Craig Lowndes and Greg Murphy. We ride now with Russell Ingle. Pictures courtesy of Dunlop, down Conrod Straight, heading towards Caltex Chase.
Well, Seaton's responded to Russell Ingle's just on a 2:16.33. The only car running in the 2:16s in that lead bunch is Seaton. A 2:16.270. Desperately wants to stay in front of Ingle.
When you first pick up the pace after a pace car incident like this, Mark, your tyre temperatures are down and your pressures are down, so the car will actually feel quite ordinary for Russell for a little while, and he'll gradually be starting to pick up his pace. And of course he's threading traffic as well, and that's why we're seeing these slightly polluted lap times. His last time through there was a 15.2, so he's picking up his rhythm gently once again. But they now probably have changed, they being Larry and Russell, changed their mindset slightly. I would suggest that they won't push the car maybe quite as hard as they have been. What they need to do now is keep a good pace, which I would imagine would be comfortable low 14s, maybe the occasional high 13 if they had to, and just keep enough pressure on to keep everybody else chasing.
There's top privateer, Shembry and Luff, the combination there. Neil Shembry behind the wheel. There's been a spin down at Murray's Corner there. It's okay, that car gets going again, no problems. It looked like Ian Palmer, the combination of Palmer and English, but there is your leading privateer, and he's doing a terrific job. He's in 10th position. That's not a bad effort, Neil.
No, it's a terrific effort. There's quite a number of guys that are going to benefit from the fact that many of the level 1 combinations have just not made the grade. We just haven't been able to keep our cars running out there. And I think that when we spoke with Glenn earlier on, I talked about the pace. That pace in the first 60 or 90 minutes was really extraordinary. It was a car-breaking pace. It was the sort of stuff that where drivers make mistakes, where cars get broken. And it's interesting because I've never seen a pace like that. We had a wet start last year, so it's really 2 years. This is a replay of what happened in the final turn. Whoops.
Around car 29, the Palmer English Commodore, but fortunately managed to stay out of, gee, I was going to say stay out of harm's way. I thought he was going to get a hit in the rear. Barry Sheen.
Yeah, with Ian Luff, your car's in the top 10 and Neil Shembry's driving. Any problems?
No, we're pretty happy. We came from 28th and the car's going really well. drivers had a bit of a fine tune. I've got my chiropractor here, and absolutely fantastic. We're wrapped.
Well, I look at your pit crew, it's the one you can concentrate.
We've got a different pit crew this year. We've got Hooters restaurant. They've come aboard with us. We've got the Hooter girls here, and it's absolutely creating a bit of havoc in the pit area, but it's a lot of fun.
Right, yeah, I can't imagine why they call it Hooters.
No, well, it's sort of a lot to do with high compression, but we'll see how we go at the end of the day.
To you guys.
Yes, indeed. The gearbox Commodore, Neil Shembry at the wheel, Ian Luff, teammate. They're leading the level 2 privateer category, and they're actually running in the top 10. They're in 10th position, and they're all level 1 professional cars ahead of them.
Well, here is our Levi's Privateer scoreboard, and I'd like you to look at 3rd position there. It's the all-girl team of Melinda Price and Karen Brewer. They're doing an outstanding job, and how's this for a little bit of an ironic stat? The Cougars, in 1970, Sandra Bennett and Christine Cole, they finished 13th, and that's exactly where the girls are sitting at the moment. Let's hope that they can hang on to it.
So the positions there on the Levi's Privateers scoreboard: Waldocker Smith, Russell Shaw, Taylor and Anna. That's the Privateers battle, and here's our Privateers battle leader. 10th position, Neil Shembry, 41 years of age, from Sydney. Finished 4th in the Amscar V8 series this year, but meanwhile, here is the Conrad Jupiter's Komatsu Ford into the pit. Bonnet is up to check fluid levels. Let's go to John Smale.
And the mystery of the smoke haze is now solved. It's the power steering fluid that has been slowly leaking in the Komatsu Falcon. And Scott Pruitt has said, I need more. It's going in right now. They say that there is no real drama with the car as long as they keep replenishing their right. They're just seeing if they can fix the oil leak as well. In there with the spanners, can't be done. Down comes the bonnet. 32 seconds gone so far. Car's down and away in 36. No, and Scott Pruitt stalls it. Stalls. It's fired again and away in just over 40.
So power steering, a bit of a leak there, pumping out a bit of smoke out of the back. Hopefully they won't get too bad before the race is completed. Meanwhile, let's have a look at a replay of an earlier incident. That was that spin we saw before. The Palmer car getting out of shape. Now watch, when he gets back on, he puts it into gear, drives forward, and there's another car coming into picture that comes very, very close to the back of that car. Just managed to squeeze up the inside, fortunately without any damage. Car 14 is the Stenican Commodore. So here's our race leader, Russell Engel.
The last time through, Russell did a 14.3. Let's see what he does this time. It's a low 15, again a little bit traffic polluted. So when he's got a clear track, you're going to see Russell pull some low 14s, which is going to be a very good pace for this car.
That's the tragedy of your situation too with the Coke Donut King Commodore. I think it was lap 80 something. Gardner did a
2:12.9.
12.9, and the car was phenomenally good in that track condition.
No, it was very good. When the tyres were new and we had a full fuel load, I got a couple of clear laps early and punched some mid-13s. Early in the stint, there was a lot of traffic, but I could sense that there was very good speed in the car, and Wayne obviously got a clear run at the beginning of his stint there, and I saw the 12.9 come up and thought this is encouraging. But the car was very, very good, but you've got to make it to 161 laps.
Exactly. What do they say? To finish first you have to finish.
Yep.
And no matter how much speed you're showing in the race, you've got to get it across that line after 161 times. Russell Engel leading by almost 16 seconds over Andrew Badecki. And we just saw that Komatsu Ford come into the pits before for that top up of power steering. So next time around, I'm saying that will have dropped him down the order. He should move Stephen Richards and Jim Richards up into second position.
from one Commodore to another. This could be him, Matthew White. Russell Ingall, race leader by 18.7 seconds right now. Just lapped in a 2:14, quickest of the leading 10 by quite some time. He's about half a second, actually now 0.3 of a second better than Tony Longhurst's Falcon back in 4th place. The battle for second is quite frantic as we go inside the Ingall car right now. We've got Madecki behind him, and he's holding out Jimmy Richards in the Valvoline Cummins Commodore, but only just. Then we have Tony Longhurst, bearing in mind, starting from 39th on the grid. He and Charlie O'Brien have pulled this car up into the top 4 in a big way and looking mechanically sound as well. Scotty Pruitt, now behind the wheel of the Komatsu Falcon, makes up the top 5, and that's great news for Ross and Jim Stone, because while the Holden Racing team have lost all 3 cars, their 2 Falcons are still very much in the hunt. Of course, their other car is the Madecki Mark Larkham Falcon, so it's been a great day so far for them, but still a long way to go. About 60 laps. Here's Mark and Lee.
Yeah, it's a great race. It's been a terrific race today. Plenty of action. Neil, thank you very much for your time. We do appreciate it. Congratulations once again on your efforts in the States this year, and let's hope we see you back here next year for another shot at it.
Yeah, thank you very much. I look forward to coming back and doing a better job next time, and a pleasure to drop by.
And we'd prefer that you didn't come up into the commentary next time. We'd rather see you out in the track all day.
I'll try and bring back a cup of champagne for you next time.
One of these days you'll win it, Crompton. Hang in there.
I will, don't worry. They're not going to get rid of me before I steal this cup, believe me.
Thanks, Neil.
Thank you.
Neil Crompton there joining us. Very much sad day for the Coca-Cola Donut King racing team. They were doing so well leading this race. Very handsomely into an engine failure put them out. And you heard Neil Crompton say he'll be back because he really wants to win the big one. That's Mount Panorama Bathurst. You're in the Primus 1000. Watching Andrew Madecki across the top of the hill. It's an 18.7 second gap between himself and race leader Russell Ingall. With the Valvoline Commodore, Stephen and Jim Richards. Jim Richards at the wheel at the moment, sitting back there in 3rd position. Just 1 second behind the Mitre 10 Ford. And that's quite relevant because we welcome to commentary Gary Rogers, who owns the Valvoline Cummins car. Gary, they are doing an absolutely sensational job out there, the 2 Richards boys.
Well, they are, Mark. We're very pleased so far, but mind you, I've been here for a lot of years and there's a long way to go yet.
Down through Forest Elbow, we're riding at the moment with Tony Longhurst. Let's watch this onboard telemetry creeping up towards 200 kilometres an hour. We saw Longhurst hit 291 before. Let's see what he does this time around. His previous lap was at 214, so they're still lapping pretty quickly.
Yeah, you saw that road speed get up as high as 290 kilometres an hour. Some older viewers at home who aren't quite au fait with the metric system, that's about 185 miles an hour on the old scale, so it's quite phenomenal speed from a touring car.
Gary, I remember talking to you a couple of days ago and saying, oh well, never mind, Steve and Jimmy didn't make it into the top 10 shootout, and I remember speaking with your team manager Michael, and he said yeah, he really would have liked to have been in there, but it doesn't really matter now, does it?
No, it doesn't, Lee. I mean, obviously, if you get into the 10, it's great for your sponsors. But by the same token, it does put a lot of workload on your team to get the race preparation ready in time for the Saturday morning runoff. And whilst it would have been nice to be there, it's I think the people will remember who wins the race rather than who qualified on pole.
You must be very proud. You've got a unique situation here, father and son combination. And it's not just any father and son combination. 5 times champion with Jim Richards and one of the most admired and respected drivers in this country.
Oh, it's great. I mean, it's really fantastic to work with the two and to see a father and son that are so close together. The way they confer notes, discuss lap times and where they brake and where they turn into the corners. And obviously, I mean, Jim Richards, in my view, is still in the country's top 3 drivers. He can drive every category of car. You can be sure when you put him in the car, he'll give it its very best shot. And I mean, age is certainly not a barrier to Jim, and yet Stephen's the exact opposite. He's a much younger person, but certainly gets the job done and gets it done very, very well.
The thing that impresses me too about the Richards, both Jimmy and Steve, many times you walk around the pits at touring car rounds and you'll see Steve under the car or with his hands dirty working on something or other. They've got a real mechanical affinity too, don't they?
They have, Mark, and I mean, we're lucky because Stephen works in the workshop with us in our race shop, and he's an aircraft mechanic by trade, Stephen, and he's a very clever young man with his hands. And he gets involved with the boys. He's not frightened to do any of the jobs, whether it's sweep the floor, get the lunches, put the car together, and you know, it's just been a great help to build the team that works together like that.
Well, he's a great champion. He's been with you for a number of years, Gary. He won the Australian Formula 4 Championship third in this class, the Sandown 500 a couple of years ago. You guys were the top privateer in 1996. So it's been a very impressive run from Gary Rogers Motorsport, and I guess you see big things for the future.
Well, we're hoping, Mark. I mean, we've had a great relationship with Valvoline and Cummins. They've been very kind to us, and I think in turn we've delivered the goods for them. It's been a big punt, perhaps, to take on a fairly new team such as ours, but Stephen won the Formula 4 Championship, and he's certainly proven that he is very good both at driving and representing his sponsors, and I believe that we will be able to go on well into the future.
Just while you're talking, Gary, we've got the Komatsu Jupiter's car back in the pits. They've got a problem with power steering. John Smales?
Yeah, the power steering is being replenished again. This time the mechanics have gone under it. Scotty Pruitt's reporting that things are not getting any better. And I'd say to you that the start of the end is looking like it's coming. Yeah, 36 seconds already gone, Mark.
Yeah, never good when you see cars coming in and out of the pits like that, John.
Well, you can see the swarf going underneath the car now, mopping up. So it's telling you that there's a drama that possibly is going to take a bit of fixing.
Well, apparently there was
back up.
Yeah, apparently there was an O-ring seal failure on the power steering pump itself. The boys were hopeful if they just kept replenishing it with power steering fluid to be able to make the race, but it looks like that's getting much worse.
Yeah, there's no indication at the moment that they've got a fix for it. All they look like they're doing is just simply mopping up.
Well, when Pruitt came into the pits, he was sitting in 5th position. That's about to change quite soon. Let's hope they can get Scott back out there as quickly as possible. Gary, you've been happy with your team's performance in pit stops today?
Yes, the boys have done a fantastic job. We did our pad change at the last stop, and whilst it wasn't quite as good as the one we did at Sandown, we're pretty happy with it. And the car now will only have one more stop, at which time Stephen will get back into the car. And I believe, you know, all things being well, if we can get to the finish, then who knows? It'd be a great thrill for the whole team if we could get there.
So the order now, Russell Engel leading this race in the Castrol Commodore. They've spread that out, 23.9, almost 24 seconds the lead over Andrew Badecki in the Mitre 10 Ford. Tony Longhurst in the Castrol Ford is really close to the Mitre 10 car now. Could be a challenge on for second place pretty soon. Valvoline Cummins Commodore back in 4th position, some 3 seconds behind Longhurst. So it's a real tight battle.
Craig Baird in the number 18 Shell Helix Falcon. He's doing a great job. Previous New Zealand touring car champ. And our viewers through TV3 in New Zealand will certainly know all about this young guy. Dick Johnson was saying earlier he's so happy with the way Craig's fitted into this team. And both he and young 23-year-old Stephen Johnson, Dick's son, have done very well today. They've had some mishaps earlier on. Now they're starting to get it together. They're clawing their way back and they're in 7th position at the moment.
25 seconds the gap now between Russell Engel and Tony Longhurst. Tony Longhurst has just taken Badecki. So they've got a Castrol 1-2 at the front of the field. Russell Engel, Tony Longhurst in pursuit. 25 seconds behind in the Castrol Ford. There's a real battle on at the front.
Gary, you share something in common with Alan Jones today, and what I mean by that was back in '88 you shared the car with John Andretti here. How did you find driving with an open wheel driver, with an IndyCar driver here on the mountain?
Oh, well, Lee, when I brought John Andretti out, to be quite honest, I don't think he was capable of doing the job. I think the fact that he'd never driven a right-hand drive car as such, and I mean Bathurst is a fairly different circuit, but I do believe that the European drivers are more suited to our style of racing, I think, rather than the American drivers.
Fairly tough to make that transition too, huh?
Well, I think it is in a one-off situation. I think if you're here and you do a series or do a few races and get used to the right-hand drive car with the gears where they are and those sorts of things on the normal circuits, and then you come to Bathurst, perhaps it's a different story. But to arrive here stone cold, get in a car that you've never seen before, I think it's a pretty big ask of someone, and I perhaps made a mistake in doing that, but at the time I thought it was a pretty good idea.
We're on lap 107 of 161 of the Primus 1000 Classic. You can see the scrutineers are down there in the pits. They're not happy with this car. There's Jim Stone, chief engineer of the Alan Jones racing car. He's conferring with the stewards.
Jeff Beachy there, one of the CAMS officials, keeping a very close eye on things.
If the stewards aren't happy, they think that car's losing too much fluid. They won't put it out on the track, but there seems to be some sort of agreement. And the car gets back into the race. But that's lost a lot of time. That's been in there for several minutes.
Neil Shembry, Ian Luff, this is the battle for the top privateers. These guys are going extremely well. Shembry is sitting in 9th position. That's fantastic. Top privateer in the top 10. And right behind him is the 2nd place privateer in Malcolm Steniken.
Yeah, it's a great battle. Great initiative too, Privateers on a control tyre this year. They've got a real battle they can fight amongst themselves. $25,000 prize money for the winner here this afternoon. Saw Peter Dorman take pole position for Privateers yesterday, walk off with a $5,000 check. So there really are a lot of incentives now for Privateers to compete at Bathurst.
Teammate Charlie O'Brien is still trying to nail his first big Bathurst win. Of course, he's won a 12-hour. But Charlie, I don't want to say too much because we've had so many dropouts.
Well, please don't do a Murray Walker on me and put the marker on it. I tell you, we're pretty happy. The car is running unbelievably. At the beginning of the day, when I drove it in the warm-up session, it felt fantastic. I've never driven a car as good as that. And I just hope, my fingers are crossed, that we can just keep on going and look after it till the end. It's going to be great.
I know you guys were confident in the car, but 39th on the grid, did you have any inkling that there'd be so many cars fall away in front of you and make the job just a little bit easier?
Well, no, the thing that I didn't think was that Tony was going to get his adrenaline sort of going and get up into 10th place by about lap 11. That wasn't part of the plan. Because I said to him before, Tony, take it easy. Be prepared to stop at the first corner. You're back there. But Tony's just gone out there. He has driven very, very well that first stint. I think I did about 60 laps and I feel a little tired at the moment. I don't think I could get back in the next 10 minutes or so, but maybe an hour I could. But I think Tony can make it through the finish. We've done the right amount of laps.
Well, you did a very long stint, of course, while nearly all the other teams did have driver changes. We had a quick chat to Tony during that. He was kind of joking and laughing it off. I'm sure you weren't smiling that much. What was the plan behind that?
Well, no, we always had planned. Tony's been sort of trying to psych me into doing a double stint right from like a month ago. He said, Charlie, you've got to do a double stint. Get out there and run. Go to the Sanctuary Cove gym. Train more. So we knew we were going to do a double stint because it really does save the hassle if there there is a driver problem changing over, it costs you 5 seconds on either stop. But we've eliminated two driver changes, so effectively we could save ourselves 10 seconds. I remember in 1994 we finished 4th and we're only 11.5 seconds behind the leader. So that's how important it is to catch these little things. You've got a chance, grab it while you can.
What's your role now? Kind of like an expectant father, I'd imagine.
Well, I did say I was going to jump upstairs and help Mark and Lee with the commentary, so I might go up and see what they're doing, and I'm sure they've got a few things to say to me.
I think that'd be a great idea. Thanks very much for your time, Charlie, and best of luck. I will say no more than that.
Thank you, Bill.
Charlie O'Brien there, and boy, are they going well in the Castrol Falcon on your screen right now. Here's Mark Oster and Lee Diffie.
Well, I'm sure Charlie's wife Annie and his 2 young boys, Christopher and Clay, are watching at home at Sanctuary Cove on the Gold Coast and just crossing their fingers. Likewise, Tony Longhurst's kids are back at home. Tony's wife Karen is here at the track. Very anxious moments as they come up on the back of the Komatsu Pertec Falcon. Scott Pruitt behind the wheel, but there's no challenge there. They're well behind after that long delay in the pits with some pretty bad steering problems. Longhurst is slowing down. Oh no! Well, we were just getting too excited too early, I guess. There is a problem with the Longhurst Falcon. It is not going anywhere, and Tony is reversing it off the circuit.
Well, it's just looking more and more like a Larry Perkins, Russell Ingall race, this one. They grind on as their various opponents fail. It's exactly the spot where Glenn Seaton parked his car when he was within 9 laps of winning the 1995 event. And now Tony Longhurst feels the shattering disappointment of that same feeling that he's a long way from the finish. 110 laps completed.
Gary Rogers, this has just been an unbelievable day.
Yes, Lee, it has. I mean, as I said before, you get to the halfway mark and you think, gee whiz, we're looking okay here, but the halfway mark is still a long, long way from home around Bathurst. Yeah. The crowd here today certainly had their money's worth with the action, I think, and going on the lap score, we're at lap 110, so there's 51 to go. And 51 around here is still 300 odd kilometres, and when you work it out in that analysis, that's like driving from here to Sydney, or a little bit further, I think. So we'll just have to keep hoping and praying. Notice Russell Ingall's last lap too is a 2:17, which is considerably slower than what he's been doing. So perhaps he's back there again, but yeah, perhaps a bit of slower traffic.
Now Tony can't get his door open, that's why he's coming out feet first. But what a shattering end from that charge. 39th they started, 39th grid position, fought their way up to be right in the battle for the lead. Look at the cars strewn around the circuit. It shows how tough this circuit is, Gary Rogers. It's a real car eater, isn't it?
It is, Mark. It's very hard. I mean, parts of it are reasonably easy.
Let's go to John Smales.
And I'm with Charlie O'Brien. And Charlie, what's the answer?
I really don't know. A broken throttle cable. I think Brock broke one down at Sandown. It's not a common thing to break. Just wish it hadn't happened to ours.
It is just horrible to think that something as small as that could cost you an opportunity for the race.
Yes, as I said, the car is just fantastic. It's a hell of a shame. I know Tony pinned a lot on this weekend to be up the front and try to win this race so he can get his act together for next year for sponsorship and deals, and it just wasn't to be. Unfortunately, I've got to wait again.
He's been told to walk back, not to even try and fix it?
Well, you can't, as we know, you can't back down the mountain. So the car's in a safe spot, so the safety car's not going to come out to retrieve the car to bring it back. And really, at the end of the day, after being there with a chance to win the race, it really doesn't matter sort of finishing 10th or 15th, does it?
You two certainly formed a very potent driving combination too, because as you guys well know, at the level 1 competition, you can't afford to have number 1 and number 2. You've got to have 2 number 1 drivers who can match each other's times virtually.
Well, it is pretty hard, Mark, because I haven't done any driving this year. Sandown was my first drive, so the only thing you can do is to get up to our local track in Queensland and do as many laps as you can. But really, there's no substitute for out there racing against guys and door handle to door handle. So it does become pretty hard. Just lucky that I have had a lot of experience with these big cars, and it comes back pretty easy year by year. Just having a look back further through the field, there's the Cotto Dillman entry. They're back in 23rd position in the Allens Commodore. We come down Conrod Straight one more time. There's your top 10 at the moment. Ingall, Mediki, Richards, Seaton, Baird. Terry Finnegan is up into 6th position. That's terrific. Shembry, Stenigan, Faulkner, Ashby, Hossack just outside the top 10 as the Ford Credit Falcon comes into the pits yet again.
Yeah, all sorts of dramas there, a lap down on our race leader, but they're still sitting there in 4th position. Glenn Seaton, the Ford Credit Falcon, you can see the amount of race tape and damage on the car. They've had a pretty torrid day, but they're still in there. David Parsons getting in for another stint behind the wheel. And there's Glenn Seaton. Had great disappointment with the little dramas they've had earlier in the day, because the car's been quite quick otherwise.
Out on lap 119 of 161.
So Glenn Seaton rejoins the race. So the order now, Engel building on that lead all the time over Andrew Madecki in the Mitre 10 Ford. It's out to 43 seconds now. Jim Richards in the Valvoline Cummins Commodore in 3rd position. There is our 2nd place car. In the Mitre 10 Ford, Andrew Madecki at the wheel. Mark Larkin will be waiting to get back in for his final stint, the run to the flag. And boy, Charlie, if they can bring this home on the podium, that'll be a great turn up for Mark Larkin. He must be the unluckiest racing driver I've ever seen.
Yes, I know, Mark. It'd be great to see them up there. Mark deserves a break, and he's been trying very hard with this category for a couple of years now, and has always been in the wars. So, no, it'd be great to see him up there.
Here is the Valvoline Cummins combination of Jim and Stephen Richards. He's doing some pretty good lap times, Jimmy, and he seems to be closing the gap on Andrew Madecki, sitting in 3rd spot at the moment. It's not too far away before he changes over to his son Stephen.
And that was back in 1990, hoping to give John Faulkner's team a very good showing. Well, top 10's not bad. They finished even better at Sandown, a very surprising 4th. Of course, running as a level 1 team. I mentioned earlier that he was the Privateers Cup winner, John Faulkner, this year, but definitely running as a level 1 team in this event. The top 2 Privateers now are in the top 10, and that's Malcolm Steniken ahead of Ian Luff. So great performance here from the privateers. Of course, many dropouts throughout the afternoon. Russell Ingall's lead is extended to 42 seconds. He's lapping at a 2:15.5. Madecki in second place is lapping at around the same time, but of course he has to do better than that to make up the gap. Jimmy Richards behind the wheel of the father and son combination, the Valvoline Cummins Commodore, in third place right now ahead of David Parsons, who's moved into Glenn Seaton's Ford Credit Falcon. Craig Baird with Win Percy and of course Scott Pruitt, the only three overseas drivers here today. Terry Finnegan in sixth place. Then of course we have Steniken and Luff, Percy in ninth, and Trevor Ashby rounds out the top 10.
We were speaking of privateers just a short time ago. I just caught a glimpse of the OAMPS car, the OAMPS Commodore coming into the pits. The combination, the youngest combination in the race of Darren Pate and Ryan McLeod. It looked like Ryan was set to come out and Darren back in. There they are. There's the young guys in the pits. And Ryan McLeod is out of the car. Darren Pate back in. Those guys were running in the low 20s, back in 22nd position. They qualified second fastest. They were looking very good. They've obviously had their fair share of problems today. Back in 22nd position, but nonetheless we've still got plenty of time remaining in this one. A little under 40 laps left in the 97 Primus 1000 Classic, and this pit stop seems to be taking an unusual amount of time.
Yeah, they've had a few dramas there. Running his sister car to the John Faulkner machine. The OAMPS Commodore sitting in there. They've had a pretty good run so far. We just saw them limping down pit lane. And looks like some pretty major dramas with the car. Got the mechanics crawling underneath. Having a look under there. Looks like it's toward the rear of the car.
While they work frantically in the pits, you better work frantically with your fingers on the phone. You've got less than 2 minutes to get your vote in, which Brock Banner you thought was the best out of the four that we've shown you to put yourself in the running to win that marvellous V8 SS Commodore. Less than 2 minutes to post your vote, your thought on which one you thought was the best. And if you judge the same ones that we do, you win that beautiful V8 SS Commodore. John Smales.
And the problem with the Ryan McLeod car, Ryan, is what?
No, it's something in the driveline, a tail shaft or a dip bearing or something. It was making a rumbling for a few laps. It didn't get any worse, and then all of a sudden it just started clanging really badly. It's a dip centre bearing or a tail shaft.
You're really testing the mechanics now because they're under the car changing the tail shaft.
Yes, well, they had to pull the tail shaft off to change the diff bearing anyway, so it's pretty precautionary. It's not much more work to do that. And we just want to get it home for OAMPS, our sponsors.
So frustrating, isn't it, when you were leading the privateers earlier in the day?
Yeah, after stalling on the grid and then getting away and charging back through the field. And the car is absolutely fantastic. John Faulkner Racing have done a great job. The car's great. We've had a few hiccups and it's just cost us dearly.
Well, 10 years ago, your dad won this race with Brock. It would have been nice to get up there today, wouldn't it?
Yeah, unfortunately, none of the Brock clan are going to make it home today, I think.
Well, there you have it, the OAMPS Commodore, Darren Pate just sitting there. An interesting little fact there. Oh, we see the Seaton Parsons entry off the track. David Parsons is parking the Ford Credit Falcon.
Let's have a listen and see if he talks to the crew. We might get a clue as to what's happened with the car. Oh, they're on board with Parsons and the XR Falcon on board camera. And that's a definite no-no, rolling backwards down the track. Parsons is trying to get the car into a safe position, somewhere in the gap in the fence. There he's heading for, just one of the driveway entrances to one of the houses, the many houses around Mount Panorama. He's just trying to do the right thing and get it out of the firing line. Well, team manager Tony Murphy watching this on the monitor. He's with John Smales.
And Tony, what's the problem?
It seems like there's something failed in the drive line, John. Not sure just exactly what yet, but something there is broken.
What were his first words to you?
He thought it may have been a tail shaft. As yet, we're not sure.
Isn't it just so frustrating, Tony?
It certainly is. It's a tough race.
What's Glenn got to do to win this thing?
Oh, mate, I really don't know. You put so much work and effort into this one race. And you can only try and come with the best product that you can come up with.
I know everyone tries hard, but you guys seem to put in so much more effort. it's a heart thing, isn't it, as much as a head thing?
Yes, it is. It's probably a lot harder for Glenn than it is for us, but it's a hard pill for us to swallow as well.
Thanks, Dave.
Right, John?
Yep, a very bitter pill to swallow. Tony Murphy worked on the car, engineered the car that won this year's Shell Australian Touring Car Championship. But obviously 3 20-minute sprints is a different challenge too. Oh, look at this! Russell Ingall, our race leader. He's taken a wild trip over the shrubbery there. He was way offline. You could see all the dust and dirt. Find how much time that cost him when he comes across the start-finish line this time around. But Andrew Madecki in the Mitre 10 Ford, who's been matching Ingall sometimes on lap speed, will take advantage of that little mishap.
That cost him quite a few seconds too. That last lap of 2:17, taking that little bit of a dangerous ride through the Caltex chase. Well, that last lap around, he did have a 44-second gap. We go on board now, the Shell Helix in-car camera. Let's have a look at it.
Oof. So I don't know whether there was another car involved there. It looked like Ingall was on his own. We'll have a look at that again there. He's completely on his own. And he's got a big brake lockup on that left front tyre. And that has allowed him not to steer into the corner from our chopper. And he's got it back onto the track. Hopefully that was the only problem, just a lock brake. Fingers crossed for the Castrol team. Look at that from another angle. Yep. Big brake lockup from that left front tyre. And it just didn't allow him to turn the corner. When the front tyres are locked, it's possible to turn a car. So Ingall just trying to cadence brake to get the car around the turn. He had a bit of a ride across the grass, but looks like he's back up to race pace. And it didn't really cost him anything too. 42 seconds, the gap between himself and his pursuer, Andrew Madecki. So it really hasn't affected that buffer at all.
Well, the largest winning margin here at Bathurst was 19 seconds, just a little over 19 seconds, and that was last year when Craig Lowndes and Greg Murphy won. At the moment, the lead margin stands at 42 seconds. Russell Ingall, Larry Perkins over the Mark Larkham, Andrew Madecki, Mitre 10 Falcon.
I can tell you the Jim Richards, Stephen Richards Valvoline car is just 1.9 seconds behind Madecki in second, so there's still a good battle on for second and third position in the Primus 1000 Classic as we ride with Russell Ingall, braking hard for Caltex Chase. This is the same point where he locked the brake just the lap before. Much tighter this time to see him loosening his belts. I think the team are getting ready for a change. Pit stop on lap 124. This should be the last one. Larry Perkins will take it right through to the flag. So Ingall brings it in. Final driver change. Final load of fuel. Final load of tyres for the Castrol Commodore in the Primus 1000.
Let's see how they go. Ingall bringing it in. They've been very slick, the Castrol Perkins outfit. Larry will be standing by down trackside, and so too is Barry Sheen.
Yeah, well, it's all going to plan so far. Russell's getting out. Larry in. Tyres being changed. No problems. No one's in a panic. And it's Russell just belting Larry in. That's the most difficult thing, to see the belts. You see, you can't look down, you can't see through to the bottom of your helmet, so it's all a bit of a struggle. You have to rely on your co-driver. 100% done. Lovely, great stop.
Very slick, very efficient, as always. The Castrol Perkins outfit, Larry Perkins, Russell Ingall. Russell's out, Larry's in, and he will be bringing this car home, and perhaps to his 6th Bathurst win.
Should be an interesting equation with fuel too. He's got 36 laps to go to the finish of this race. We saw the guys pitting in about lap 32, 33. So I'm sure Larry knows what he's doing. He would have done his sumps pretty accurately.
saw Richards take Badecki, and then Badecki won it back. But it's all academic because the third-placed Perkins car has already had its pit stop, so it now inherits the lead again. And these two cars, of course, it'll be fascinating to see if they can get back out on the track quickly and resume this marvellous contest.
Well, Jim's just handed back over the wheel to son Stephen. Mediki has handed back to regular driver Mark Larkham, and the battle is really going to be on. There's Jimmy. They've got some problems by the looks of things, still helping Stephen. They had to open the door and shut it again. There's Gary Rogers at the front of the car, and away we go.
He's going to come out first. Stephen Richards in the Valvoline car.
Beat him by a long way.
Looks like the Stone Brothers Ford still in the pits. Maybe a drama there with the Mitre 10 Ford. But Stephen Richards first out by a long shot. There they go. Just out of shot. Just saw them go under our commentary box. So the Mitre 10 Ford back in the event.
Rejoining the circuit. This is a replay of what happened just a few moments ago. The battle was really on. Jimmy Richards putting the pressure big time on Andrew Mediki, took him up the inside, heading through the Caltex Chase, and listen to the cheers from the crowd.
Plenty of Holden fans over at Caltex Chase there. They like that. Jim Richards sneaking through. But the battle wasn't over because Andrew Mediki wasn't having any of that. He came back on the attack as they braked hard for Murray's corner onto pit straight. And Andrew Mediki continued the chase. Locked in behind the Valvoline Cummins Commodore. Jim Richards feeling the pressure from the Port Macquarie driver. And as they came back up Mountain Straight once again, Badecki used the draft of the Commodore in front of him to good effect. He got right up behind Jim Richards as they headed up toward the Holden Rise once again, building up to 240 kilometres an hour, and out he came. Ducked out of the draft, went for the brakes up the inside, and got Richards as they headed up through Repco Bend. Fantastic battle.
47-year-old Andrew Badecki from Port Macquarie. He's a car dealer, and this battle just kept going on and on and on. The intensity getting higher and higher all the time. We go back to live. This is Stephen Richards in the Valvoline Cummins Commodore, who now sits in second position. Barry Sheen.
Yeah, Russell Engel, you gave everybody a coronary down here when you went up. What happened?
You're not the only one, I tell you. Jesus, no, I was just coming down. It was getting towards close to our pit stop, and I was just going into the chase and just about to turn in, and it ran out of fuel. We have a reserve, but it ran out of fuel, gave a big cough, and I had no power. And with these things, when you don't get on the power, they don't turn.
Oh yeah, perfect timing.
Oh yeah, it had to happen right there, but you know, luckily I sort of just barreled it up and just missed the curb because I was dead worried about wiping a front spoiler off, but hit the reserve. That gives us another lap and back into it, so thankfully we didn't drop too much.
Fingers crossed.
Oh yeah, it's getting close.
John?
And the stopwatch tells the story. The Richards car came into the pits and out again in 36 seconds. The Medeki car took 43. The difference was that the front right-hand tyre wouldn't seat properly and you had to stop again, Andrew. Andrew, it's been a sensational race.
Yeah, it has been what a race, eh? The pressure's been on all the way, and we've gone as fast as we possibly could every lap of the way. And it's just great to see the Mitre 10 Falcon up there.
The other thing you guys had to do was affect your your driver change from the left-hand side. Why was that?
Early in the race, I had a touch with a slower car, and that put a dent in the door, and I think it's knocked the unlocking mechanism out of the spot, so we can't open the right-hand door, so I've got to climb out the left-hand, which makes it pretty busy, I've got to tell you.
Andrew, is your job over for the day now?
Well, I think we've got about 40 laps to go, and I think it's now time for Mark Larkin to show what a really great driver he is, and to really fly the flag for Mitre 10. So yeah, I think I'm finished.
Don't you love the voice of experience?
Both drivers with plenty of open wheeler experience. Mark Larkham has been waiting a long time for this opportunity, Mark Osler, to really show his full worth in a V8 supercar.
Yeah, we don't want to do the mockers on him yet because he's had a wretched season. He's had a number of wretched seasons, actually. He launched the Mitre 10 race team on the M-Tech team back in 1995. He tried to develop his own car, build it from the ground up with a lot of open wheeler technology, open wheeler engineering philosophy in it, and the car, and Mark will admit, that the car just didn't work. He just couldn't get the thing to work properly at all. So after 2 years of struggling with that, he switched over, took his Mitre 10 sponsorship to Ross and Jim Stone in Queensland, and they put him in one of their cars. And really, even though he hasn't had a lot of luck, he's had a lot of speed this year, and hopefully all that agony of put behind him with a good result here.
There's your Levi's race score. Perkins and Ingle, they have got a massive 53-second gap. They're looking very comfortable at the moment. It's a little bit closer now. We've got Jim Richards and Stephen Richards sitting in second. Larkin Madiki third. Stephen Johnson and Craig Baird have done a terrific job to claw their way back up to fourth.
Yeah, look at that. Fifth now. Finnegan and Shield. Great run from the Sydney Privateer. Running as a level 1 team this year. This year, 4 laps down. Look at those gaps, 6 laps. Really has an incredibly high rate of attrition. Levi's race score tells the story. We work our way back. 13th, Price and Brewer still there in 13th, some 7 laps down, Smurden and Cox. But the Privateer battle still being led by Gazzard and Steniken, and they're up to 7th position. That's an outstanding effort from the Privateers on the control tyres.
They're doing very, very well. Malcolm Steniken, Peter Gazzard, the South Australian combination with Scott's Transport sponsorship. They're doing a very good job.
Neil Shembry and Ian Luff right behind them, both on 123 laps in 7th and 8th positions. Just at the tail of the top 10, they're doing a tremendous job. Here's Shell 17 Ford getting back into the race as they head up toward Repco Bend once again. And Larry Perkins, meanwhile, with a lead of 54 seconds over Stephen Richards. He's just got back into the Valvoline Cummins Commodore. So almost a minute lead over second place Mark Larkham, some 10 seconds further behind Stephen Richards. Interesting to see if they can close that gap.
Well, as per usual, as this big race winds down each and every year, you only get a handful, if that, of competitors, of teams on the lead lap. And at the moment we have 3 cars on the lead lap. That is Perkins, Richards and Larkin. Steve Johnson, the car we're watching now, the number 18 Shell Helix Falcon, is some 3 laps down on the leading car.
We've got to keep grinding along, and we go back to the Wins Commodore, car 45, the Freddie Gibson motorsport car driven by Stephen Ellery and Darren Hossack. Darren Hossack currently at the wheel, running in 9th position outright on 123 laps. He's some 7 laps down on our race leader, Larry Perkins. It's an indication of what a tough day it's been for the 2 youngsters.
Yeah, they've got to be happy with that though, Mark. A top 10 finish in not Stephen, but Darren's first time on the mountain. This is only his first season in V8 Supercars. Stephen's got a couple of seasons under his belt in the Supercars. So Hossack's done a very good job. What do you think, Bill Woods?
Well, with me now is Glenn Seaton down in the pits as we keep an eye on this fascinating battle for the top 3, as we said, on the same lap. Glenn, the story of the Ford Credit Falcon today was to me like a scene from Jaws. This mountain kept taking bites out of you until finally you went under.
Yeah, we looked like we'd broken a tail shaft, so let's put an end to our chances. But like I said before, I'll keep coming back until I do conquer this mountain one day. And I'm very lucky I've got age on my side. I'm only 32 and I've still got many years to go in my career. But it is disappointing, but that's motor racing, as I say.
25 cars left. Have you seen such an attrition rate in a race like this among the top contenders?
Well, I think the pace is unbelievable. Like the pace that the race started at was unbelievably hard, and everybody treated it as a sprint race. And there's no doubt they are falling away, but some of them have been caught up in incidents and things like that. So really, it's going to be an interesting race to the end.
Well, the two of the greatest things about this race, of course, were A, the close competition between a lot of the cars, B, the fact that we had such a big field, because obviously the conditions were very favourable for privateers this year. Perhaps in a way that worked against us in the sense that the competition brought about a few problems. It was a little too hot, maybe.
Well, I suppose that's part of the job. You've got to get your car to go all the way and make sure nothing goes wrong. And it's amazing with this race. 161 laps around here, in one way doesn't sound like a lot, but it is a hell of a lot, and it's probably the hardest circuit in Australia on cars, and naturally you just got to get everything right and come back and fix the problems and come back next year.
Well, it goes to show the chasm of difference between the 2 Enduros at the end of the season and, of course, the Touring Car Championship, which you won. You know, and a lot of the credit for that goes to your reliability, and ironically, you've had nothing but trouble at Sandown and Bathurst.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. In the past, engine side of it's probably let us down here. Today it's tail shaft, so we're working back through the car and fixing bits and pieces as we go, but hopefully next year we'll have a better run.
Well, Glenn, commiserations. Congratulations, of course, on a championship winning year. We can't forget that. And, of course, we'll see you back here next time.
Yeah, for sure. I can't complain at all. I've had a great year to win the championship. That's equally as important as Bathurst is. And to come away with the championship has been great. And especially after 2 years ago, we're sort of at the end of the cigarette era and didn't even know if I'd be racing. So I'm very lucky to be here and be a part of this show.
Been a great effort by these two guys, Mark, Neil Shembry and Ian Luff, especially, as Bill just mentioned, in Ian Luff's rookie appearance here on the mountain in a V8 supercar. He's done a tremendous job, and there is your Levi's Privateers scoreboard at the moment. Shembry, Luff, Steniken and Gazzard, the Melbourne-Adelaide combination there, and then the Castrol Cougars still running in third. That's great.
And look at their outright positions too, 6th and 7th for our leading Privateers. I don't think anyone would have suspected they would have been that strong.
Melrose, Kevin Burton back there in 5th position. This is the Castrol Cougars. They're in the pits.
Well, they were up to 12th position, and they've just come in for what should be their final stop. So the all-girl crew, Karen Brewer and Melinda Price, still soldiering on, and that's great. Really good to see after the troubles they had earlier in the week. The girls are doing a great job. They were running in 12th position and 3rd in the Privateers Cup battle. Lap 134 of 161. Still got a long, long way to go. Gary Rogers said 30-odd laps around this place is an awfully long way, particularly when you're a nervous team manager.
Yeah, exactly. 134 of 161. So we're not too far away from the end. Here we go. We've got a good Privateer battle going on here. Though the Sony Auto Sound Commodore there of Terry Finnegan and Terry Shield. They're running in the Class 1, the special Class 1 category this weekend. They duck up the inside. They're coming up there on the Osborne Heffernan entry. The Price Attack Commodore and Terry Shield and Terry Finnegan. The Sony Auto Sound car's gone right on through.
Let's go to Barry Sheen in the pits.
I'm with Thomas Mazzera. Thomas, that was an industrial strength accident. What happened?
Well, it was just, something incredible. I went around the corner, I went flat out. It was on every lap, doing about 285. And the front tyre delaminated and took the brake line off. And I jumped on the brakes and just no brakes. Then I could see it there, yeah. Incredible, yeah. It's just...
it hasn't finished yet, look at that.
Well, actually, when it started to roll, then I was quite happy about it because I was worried about hitting the wall. Then, I jumped on the brakes and pedal went all the way to the floor. And the next thing I did, I just spun the car away from the wall. I didn't want to hit the wall in that speed, and I was hoping to get in a sand trap and roll the car, just slow it down.
Well, you got 10 out of 10 for artistic impression.
Well, I tell you, I was getting a bit worried at one stage. I had a couple of golf games lined up next week, and I was worried I was not going to make it.
Right, thanks a lot, Tom.
Cheers.
Thomas Mazzera with that very scary crash earlier this morning. Here is the Sony Auto Sound car. It's running very, very well today. Terry Finnegan behind the wheel at the moment. He's working his way past Brian Walden there.
11th position for Terry Finnegan. Running in the Level 1 division at Bathurst this afternoon. Normally he runs as a privateer, but he's chosen the option of freedom of tyres, and that made him a Level 1 team, running with all the professionals. But meanwhile, this battle for the lead is getting closer. Stephen Richards running in second position behind Larry Perkins. He's at 58 seconds behind the Castrol Holden. But the Mark Larkham, Andrew Madecki, Mitre 10 Ford is closing the gap. It's down to 6 seconds now. Larkham is really on a charge. He wants that second position.
Just coming past Kevin Burton there in the Fairfax Community Newspaper's car. I was just talking with Mal Rose just a moment ago. He was saying that they've done a clutch, so when they come into the pit stop they'll have to push the car away. So a few problems there. They know that they've lost the class win, but they're going to keep on soldiering on.
Well, could this finally be the time when Mark Larkham's luck turns around? We've ridden with him for years, felt the anguish, the massive disappointment of a string of failures with his cars. Now this thing is going really well. You can see the battle damage where the car collided after spinning on the oil from Wayne Gardner's blown engine earlier in the day. Clouded the Coke Commodore. We thought it might have been out of the race with the amount of body damage. We saw the mechanics bashing away at those rear wheel fenders to try and get the tyres back in. Well, they've done all that, and the car continues to run strongly.
Well, it has a huge following, this car. All the Mitre 10 employees right around the country, the majority of them get right behind Larko. They enjoy watching his progress. Hasn't had the best of luck, though. There's the split from the Richards combination back to Larkham. Just a little over 6 seconds at the moment. Lap 136 of 161. We're approaching 5.5 hours of the Primus 1000 Classic for 1997. It's gone fairly quickly, actually. There's been plenty of action and there's been plenty of dropouts. It's been a hard day on the machines, the drivers and the teams.
So Mark Larkham continues to grind away. It's 6.4 seconds the gap, so that gap between himself and second place Stephen Richards has stabilised.
great battle there, the Dillman and Cotter car dueling with Peter Fitzgerald. More on that in just a moment, but I have to apologise on behalf of the network right now because the success of this event has been so great that our switchboards, as well prepared as they were for the Holden Banner competition, have been absolutely red hot with your responses. So once again, we're sorry, but please be patient, as a lot of callers are obviously finding it very hard to get through. Obviously, with a great prize such as the Holden SS Commodore at stake, there's keen interest, but like this race with a crowd of 52,000 here today, the popularity of this event has just been enormous. So please stay with us as we look from the top of the pit lane at the leading car of Larry Perkins and Russell Ingall. Here's John Smales.
This was not a scheduled stop, but it was a sensational tactical move. 16 seconds the Perkins car spent in the pits. It took on a full tank of fuel. It took on 4 new tyres. And it is out again before the second place car comes through. Perkins has blitzed them. This is a great tactical manoeuvre.
Well, Larry's boys deserve a big pat on the back for that. A tremendous pit stop there, 16 seconds in and out. That'll certainly bring a smile to Larry's face, knowing that he's got 4 fresh tyres underneath with about 23 laps to go.
Well, he was already almost a minute in front, so he had the luxury up his sleeve. A 16-second stop. That usually pumps out to about 30 seconds by the time you've slowed down and sped up again, but he's still got plenty of time up his speed. We're following the Greg Crick, Peter Fitzgerald, Ericsson Commodore. These guys have been doing a great job all day. Very reliable run. And right at the moment, Peter Fitzgerald sitting in 15th position outright in the Alcare Ericsson Commodore, car owned by John Alcorn. And they've had a very trouble-free run most of the day.
Now, both those guys have had a very busy weekend. Both competed in the GTP 3-hour showroom showdown yesterday afternoon and have been working extremely hard today since 10 a.m. this morning. And running 15th at the moment. That's a credit to them and the team. They're going very well. Down Conrod Straight, there is the Allen's Commodore of John Cotter, Peter Dillman. They were our fastest privateers in qualifying, picked up $5,000 for their efforts. They've had their fair share of trouble today too.
It was a great job by Peter Dillman. A lot of pressure there. He's having a great shootout with Darren Pate in the OAM's Commodore. They're trying to get that pole position, that $5,000 with the top place privateer in qualifying. Well, they did that, and still plugging on pretty consistently in the race too.
They're an interesting bunch of guys. John Cotter, Peter Dillman. There's the Palmer and English car. That looks like it's in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, some sort of mechanical failure. Let's hope he can lift that around to the pits. Looks like he's having some sort of trouble with the engine pickup. It's backfiring and carrying on. The crowd cheering him on. They want to see him get it across the top of the hill. It's going to be a long, slow trip. Just part of the drama. But Mount Panorama really has been a car destroyer in 1997. And just more and more casualties, and I think he's going to make it. He's crossed the white line. He may park it there for the rest of the day.
Here is Mark Larkham, the Komatsu Pertec Conrad Jupiter's Falcon, running in 3rd position at the moment. Stephen Richards, 1 position better, and of course, Larry Perkins in the lead.
Jason Bright in the Komatsu Conrad Jupiter's Falcon, getting his stint after Scotty Pruitt and Alan Jones had a steer of the car. See him working it pretty hard, you might as well. They're back there in 10th position, just at the rear of the top 10, but some 8 laps behind our race leader Larry Perkins. So after a very strong start, you remember the speed of Alan Jones in those opening laps. They really had a few problems. Power steering, various other things, so it hasn't been the most reliable run for the Komatsu Ford. But the other car, the sister car to this, the Mitre 10 Ford, being driven by Andrew Madecki, and Mark Larkham continues to push at the front, currently running in 3rd position with a good chance of being in a battle for 2nd.
Well, it's great to see young Jason get a drive. He really held up his end of the deal in the Sandown 500 with Alan Jones, finishing 3rd outright, and that was only his 2nd major V8 supercar drive, so he did very, very well. That's good to see him getting a drive here at the Primus 1000. Just 21 laps left to run.
Yeah, we saw a great battle between the 2 Jasons at Mallala, didn't we, when they were deciding the Australian Drivers' Championship. Comes out to overtake the Union Steel Wayne Russell Commodore.
Another one of our many privateers in the field. Continuing on is Melrose in the Fairfax Community Newspapers, Commodore. And teamed up with Kevin Burton. It's a classic privateer's effort, this, isn't it, when you think about it? Talking to Mal on the pitch this morning, he said, we've only got one of everything. That is one engine, one gearbox, one diff. And if one of those goes, we're out of the race. So it's a remarkable effort to see them keep going.
They used an interesting strategy too in terms of qualifying. They weren't interested in, not necessarily that they weren't interested in the $5,000 for the fastest qualifier, but they weren't interested in getting on pole. What they wanted to do, what Mal particularly wanted to do, was give Kevin laps in the car. So he did lots of laps. They sort of shared the laps so Kevin could get a feel for it. Mal's done plenty of laps around here, and they said it doesn't really matter where we start, we'll work our way through. There was your Levi's scoreboard for the moment. Lap 141 of 161.
And Melrose, Kevin Burton currently running in 14th position. They're ahead of the Fitzgerald Crick car we saw just a few laps ago. And full credit too to Bert Jones in Sydney, the legendary camshaft manufacturer. That guy is now 74 years of age, but he's lost none of his skills. He built this Chevy engine for this car, and he's done a tremendous job. It's been very quick on the straights, and it's obviously a reliable unit. So full credit to Bert Jones. Age shall not weary them.
Here comes Jason Bright in the Komatsu Pertec Falcon. Blast past the Rose Burton entry down Conrod Straight. Some valuable experience here for Jason, sitting in 10th position at the moment. Perkins, Richards, Larkham, Stephen Johnson, Wynne Percy, Ian Luff, Pete Gazzard, Steve Ellery, Steve Reed and Jason Bright. They are top 10. Terry Finnegan's just dropped out. And the Castrol Cougars are still sitting in 12th position.
This is going to be pretty interesting to watch. Larry Perkins, after making that stop for fuel and tyres, has closed the gap between himself and Stephen Richards in second place down to 17 seconds. But last time around, Perkins did a 2:16.3 and Richards a very rapid 2:14.7. So Larry may have just hit some traffic there, but the gap now is down under half a minute. And no doubt the Valvoline Cummins boys, Gary Rogers Motorsport, still got a sniff of victory.
Yeah, absolutely. Those top three all on the lead lap and all with their final drivers in it. We're so close to home now in the Primus 1000 Classic. Larry will bring the Castrol Commodore home. Stevie Richards will bring the Valvoline Cummins Commodore home. And Larkham, the Mitre 10 Falcon home. Larkham, you'd have to say, may have to settle just for a third here. That's nothing to sneeze at. He's done exceptionally well, both he and Andrew Medicki. But Richards may still be in with a chance.
Well, he's still 10 seconds behind Perkins. Stephen Richards in the Gary Rogers Motorsport car, lapping in 2:14.7 last time around. Perkins at 2:16.3. Well, watch Larry's time this time. Yeah, just a little blip in the statistics there when he hit one of the slower cars. Perkins now has dropped back into the 2:14. So 2:14.87. And just waiting for Steve Richards to come through. But Perkins back on the pace, the necessary race pace to win this one. A 2:15.5 for Steve Richards. So you can see, as Crompton said so eloquently, polluted lap times these cars produce sometimes when they hit some slower traffic.
Here is Stephen Richards working his way around, the 25-year-old from Melbourne. He was very happy, both he and Jim, to pick up 5th at Sandown. They said they could have done a little bit better, but they made a little mistake towards the end there, but nonetheless a good top 5 result and a good preparation for this. Steve finished 12th in the Australian Touring Car Championship this year. Previous Australian Formula Ford champ. Very talented driver, and he's beginning to go in the footsteps of his dad in terms of the diversity of vehicles that he has driven and is driving.
Yeah, someone say that when Jimmy's in his old age at the retirement village, he'll set up a race for wheelchairs. Because the guy, if it's got wheels on it, Jimmy will race it. He's driven everything from Formula Fords to rally cars to truck racing to Thunderdome, Oscar and NASCAR racing. Phenomenal talent. Windscreens O'Brien driver profile for Mark Larkham in the Falcon EL. Australian Formula Ford champion back in 1989. He also won the Amaru Series that same year. Second in the Gold Star Championship for Formula Holden cars twice in 1992 and 93. He won the Indonesian Grand Prix for Formula Holdens that same year as well. So he's a guy with diverse experience in open wheelers and touring cars. And we really hope he can bring this one home and turn that luck around. It'll be the champagne will taste very sweet if he makes it onto the podium.
It'll be a fantastic confidence boost for Mark Larkham heading into the 1998 season. If he can remain where he is, or in fact go one better, get up into second, perhaps a win is not out of the chance. Anything could happen, as we have seen already today. We are inside 20 laps of the finish.
7.
Hope you've done well, and we'll be making the announcement of that winner sometime in the last hour, so please stay with us. We're with car 74 right now, the Price Attack VS Commodore, Kevin Heffernan and Danny Osborne. It's been a good battle for them all day. 19th position right now. Kevin's behind the wheel, the 36-year-old from Queensland. 22nd in the Australian Touring Car Championship, but of course, like most of the privateers, his appearances were infrequent. Your race leader, though, is Larry Perkins. The gap is 18 seconds on second placed Stephen Richards, and then only 10 seconds to Mark Larkham. A very interesting plot unfolding, so stay with us. All three lead cars are on the same lap in the great race.
Kevin Heffernan continues in the Primus 1000 Classic. The V8's on Thunder Mountain. Live and exclusive on Network 10. It's been a great day. So much drama. Unbelievable drama. Can you believe how many cars went out in that opening session? Unbelievable.
Well, it's a testament to these guys that they're still going, because it's been the case of whether you can continue on, and Kevin Heffernan has done a terrific job. There is the Mitre 10 Falcon. Mark Larkham behind the wheel, and behind them, the Better Electrical Fisher and Paykel entry of John Faulkner and Win Percy. They've had their fair share of problems today. But they're still battling on, which is good to see.
So basically holding station at the moment. Richards 17 seconds behind our race leader Larry Perkins. Larkham has stabilised, slipping back a little bit actually, back to about 11, almost 12 seconds behind the Valvoline car. And lap times remaining fairly static at the moment.
We were talking about just the fast pace that's been going all day. Stephen Richards, that last lap, a 2:14.82. So, I mean, that's incredible at this stage of the day. Within 20 laps of the finish, not even that, 16 laps of the finish. That's great. We see now the Union Steel Commodore being passed by the Ericsson Alcare Commodore. We're talking about the Nova Castrian. Wayne Russell teamed up with Rick Shaw for the third year in a row.
Well, they're running in 20th position at the moment. That's better than a lot of teams have done today. Union Steel, Nova Castrian Motorsport entry. Spectacular paint job there. Come down from Newcastle in New South Wales. Wayne Russell's just 34 years of age, lives up at Newcastle. He also spends his time on the clay in the sprint car.
Mark, have a look across his windscreen, see what he's got written. It's got Knights Fever in blue and red.
Well, everyone up in that industrial city really bitten by the bug. The Knights win the Australian, the ARL Grand Final, and it really was a great moment for Newcastle. A real lift of spirits up there. You see Wayne is just stroking this car around. He wants to get it home, and he's going to get it across that line. So it's great survival. Spirit of the bush. Here they are on lap 146 of 161. This is the Brian Walden, Steve Williams entry. Haven't seen much of them all day with all that drama going on at the front of the field, but here they are, soldiering along. Car 21 back in 17th position. Very old car, the old VP Commodore. And they've done a great job just surviving here today. Brings it across the top of the mountain. Brian Walden, 45 years of age, from Lithgow in New South Wales. Teamed up with Steve Williams from Sydney. And they're just a couple of guys with not a lot of money. Spirit of the bush, you can see they're both from the western slopes of New South Wales. And they've just put enough money together to be able to enter the privateers category, and that's great. That's really the spirit of Mount Panorama.
We continue our revolving door of guest commentators today, and it's our pleasure to welcome to commentary the King of the Mountain, Peter Brock. Tell us about your day, Chief.
Well, I would have to say that all things considered, that I had a terrific day. I've been out there, I haven't stopped signing autographs since 05 breakdown, so I've been busy, I can assure you of that. I've been sitting at the back there just sort of twiddling my thumbs. And to have got in the car this morning at the with the opening stint, the car was running magnificently.
So were you.
Well, it was all just happening. In fact, Ron Harrop was on the on the two-way radio very early on. You can see that, talk about two-way radios, that guy there, I bet his two-way radio's not working. You see that aerial up there, it's probably picking up no signals whatsoever because he's got that blinker on, and one of his crew's probably saying to him, turn your blinker off, you know, it's from the last pit stop. This happens all the time to us, I can tell you. But look, I had a call from Ronnie, and Ronnie said to me, okay, Pete, looking good. I had a nice little gap the first few laps, did a 12.4 or something or other. I thought not bad for an old bloke. And, you know, started looking at fuel economy, just short shifting, etc. But I was being very careful through the traffic. You really have to be aware that drivers come here, the track is overwhelming. It's a difficult circuit. They don't race a lot of these people all year round. They save their pennies, as these guys on screen have done, as you just mentioned. And in consequence, you need to be aware that on the top of the mountain somewhere, they might not have seen you. And, you know, that's really what brought young Craig Lenz undone.
And we've got the Mitre 10 Ford coming into pit lane at the moment. Can't see it on screen, but there it is now. Coming into pit lane for a very late stop. Mark Larkham at the wheel. Let's go to John Smales.
And the reason it's coming in now is because the clutch has almost gone on this car. They want to put fuel in it now. They fear the clutch will give out entirely. Therefore, Larkham can get through to the end, flat changing without the clutch. And that possibly, that burnout you saw then as he shot out in just over 13 seconds is potentially the last time that clutch will be used on that car for the rest of the Primus 1000.
Another example of desperation stakes that you see here on the mountain, Peter.
You do see it all the time, and that was actually clever because you could easily let the car go around there until, you know, you really had nothing to go with. The reason he dropped the clutch with such ferocity there was very simple. These clutches are in or out. If you try to slip them, they don't like it one bit. So he just said, okay, I'm going to dump this clutch and just go.
Are you a believer in fate, Peter Brock? I often wonder about that when I think back to the era at Bathurst here where you were virtually untouchable. All the luck seemed to go your way. Now toward the end of your career, it seemed to turn around. It was almost like you've gone 180 degrees on the luck scale.
Yeah, look, I mean, this is how life goes. You can soon tell that when it's your moment, when it's time for you to stand up and be counted and to do these things go your way. And the moment that it becomes apparent there's something else in life that you've got to be looking at, it's amazing how things just don't quite happen as well. I'm not bitter or angry or frustrated or anything like that. As far as I'm concerned, we've had a sensational race betting here this weekend with enormous crowds, an enthusiasm that is hard to believe. I'm even just walking down pit lane to walk up to this commentary position. I'm getting cheered by the crowd. I thought, be up and out of the car for a while. And to have gone out in the track there, and I guess I suppose you could say someone up there likes me because, you know, to blaze around those first stint and have a car which was whistling along nicely, a crowd that was so supportive, cheering me on, etc. Well, you know, I'm not too concerned about it, to be honest with you.
You got plenty of pressure from this guy earlier on this morning too. Larry was really forcing an issue with you, but you handled that, and then you increased your lead again. Yeah,
Larry was out there, but I mean, I was actually getting held up a little bit with the slower traffic, and I was being very careful. I mean, it's a bit silly to sort of, you know, you think to yourself 161 laps, you rush past a car, you clip them, or you perhaps put yourself into a wall, or you damage the suspension or something like that, all because you were trying to pick up a few tenths of a second. And I watched Larry and I thought, yeah, every lap, if I just get a clean run over the mountain, down over Skyline, down through the Dipper and out of Forest Elbow, I could pick up a few car lengths on him. So let's not get too concerned, Peter. You've got the car on the track here, which is, along with Greg Murphy's, probably, you know, the quickest car on the track.
Listen, how's Mark Skate?
Well, Mark is, I guess he's becoming a little bit philosophical. I mean, I've been at him about this for a while, saying, look, Mark, you go out there with this whole idea of you must win, and if you don't win, you find yourself in the depths of despair, and pretty soon it's hard to pick yourself up by the bootstraps. So you just got to take it as it comes, roll with the punches, and he'll be around for a lot longer, of course, and he's going to win some great races. I've been extremely impressed with his approach. It hasn't been easy for him to be my co-driver in these closing races. There's been enormous pressures from the public, from the media, and he hasn't necessarily had as much of my time as he might have liked, nor of the team, I might add. And you've got to be pretty understanding in those circumstances. And Mark has not only been saying the right things, but I genuinely feel that the Mark Scaife we see now is a very different person than perhaps he might have been 4 or 5 years ago. And if logic has any place on this planet, we'll see Mark, I believe, taking over the seat that I vacate at HRT. That is not a foregone conclusion. I'm not the person who makes those decisions, but if someone said to me, what do you reckon? I'd say, stick him in, this guy's good.
Well, there's an indication of just how many cars this mountain has chewed up today. The second Gardner car of Bradbury, Stokel and Tratt, Dick Johnson, John Bow, Waldock and Smith, Trimble, Mazira, Brock and Scaife. That went out too early for many people's liking. Wilmington Cedars, Hislop and Briggs. It chewed up plenty.
Marno and Grice out on 69 laps. Poole and Scott only did 74. Conway and Monaghan 84. Gardner and Crompton, you saw that big blow up when they were leading the race. They only made 89 laps. Longhurst and O'Brien, a broken throttle cable, 110. And Seaton and Parsons, 121. And there's another car in trouble. Number 9, Komatsu Ford.
Jason Bright
at the wheel. And looks like he's got a puncture on the front left. Trying to limp it down Conrod Straight and get it back to the pits.
So what could that be? I mean, you could speculate, I guess, but if it is a tyre, would probably come from a lock-up, the left-hand front. I can see bits of rubber there falling off, I think. Maybe or not, maybe he's just flicking them up off the road. No, there it is, the tyre's gone. I would say that tyre has developed that problem simply because of tyre lock-ups perhaps going into the dipper.
Looks like their wheel nut's coming off too. I think that whole wheel's about to part company. You can see that centre lock wheel nut wobbling around with the wheel. That's a real drama for Jason Bright. He's got to try and get it back to pit lane. They're running in the top 10.
Yeah, and I noticed his last lap was a 14.8. That's a very respectable lap time this late in the race. Considering Larry's back in the 16.5s and Stephen Richards 15.0. What do we got? Mark Larkham 15.6. So he's about the quickest car. Well, was the quickest car on the track. But that looks as if it's going to be a long pit stop.
You've always said that you take notice of young drivers and up-and-coming drivers. Are you impressed with young Jason Bright?
Very impressed, very impressed. Next year, I have said that I intend doing whatever I can to assist the Young Lions program, but I also have mentioned that I won't be doing that exclusively because I would like to see any aspiring young driver given the best chance of all time, and Jason Bright's one of those.
Just as coming through the S's there, coming into the pits, that wheel nut fell off, and he's just made it. Unbelievable, John Smales.
It is, Lee. There is no wheel nut left on the motor car. It's stripped. You can see the way they're just wiping off the iron shavings off the thread. It'll be interesting to see whether the new wheel nut seats. It has. They say it's okay, and they're sending Jason Bright out into the play. He lost 17 seconds in the pits, but that's incredible. I've never really seen that happen before.
trying to put a little bit of pressure on the race leader, Larry Perkins, but there's still a 17-second gap there. And, of course, Larry, in response, has clocked at 2:15, just about 2:15 flat. So going a little faster now, Larry, as he approaches what could be an amazing victory. And ironically, I guess, pulling ahead of Stephen's father, Jim, in the all-time Bathurst wins. He'll go to 6. Perhaps Jim will be on 5. But a great battle here back in the field. Let's get back to Lee and Mark.
This is the battle for 6th and 7th. Stephen Ellery right there in the wins. Commodore is chasing out after the Shembry-Luff combination. Ian Luff behind the wheel in the gearbox Commodore. And Ellery is hassling him big time. The inside move, and he's got him. Well done. Stephen Ellery out of Forest Elbow, so he moves up one position better. And the wins Commodore, the combination of Hossack and Ellery, are coming on strong towards the end of the Primus 1000.
Well, while it would be nice to stay up there in 6th position, I'm sure Ian Luff will be very much aware of the $25,000 prize money for the top privateer. Let's have a look at the Shell Helix replay. Bang! We just saw Wayne Russell, the Novocastrian. Before we were watching the picking our way through the privateers. Now he's got into a tangle with another car. That's put him off. Let's have a look at this from another angle.
Mark, watch Larkham. Watch Larkham on the outside because he has to go right around the outside. I just caught a quick glimpse of him. Watch to the outside of Kevin Heffernan. Larkham has gone out in the dirt to avoid these two guys. Watch to the top of the screen. Larkham has gone way out. He still hasn't even come in shot as yet. There he goes around the back through the dust cloud.
Through the dust, so hopefully he's emerged to the other side. And he's really slowed down too. His lap times have fallen off dramatically, just at a 2:24. Let's have a look at this from another angle. Got all angles covered here. And Larkham heads off into the scrub through the dust. Kevin Heffernan tries to pick his way past Russell. Russell tries to survive as well, and might at 10 Falcon of Mark Larkham trying to pick his way through the dust.
Seen quite a few hiccups there today, Peter. We've seen quite a few hiccups there today.
We certainly have, and obviously Mark's in for a bit of a quick look-see here.
And the crew running down, try and clear all that debris out of the air intakes of the car. Very critical cooling air ducts for the engine's ancillary systems. They want to get all that dirt and garbage out of there. Keep in mind Larkham's clutch is just about gone. Every time he does this coming out of the pits, he just moves it one step closer to failure.
Well, he's got a little bit of room to breathe there because Stephen Johnson is still 2 laps down, back in 4th position, so there's a little bit of room to breathe there.
Well, there's room to breathe, but I think my main concern is that clutch is going to hang together for the final 10 laps. So Mark Larkham soldiering on. It really is soldiering on, Peter Brock. I mean, he's just hanging on by the skin of his teeth.
Yes, well, of course, the 2:23 you mentioned before was very much because he had that miscue. But we were talking before about amongst us, all about drivers such as these fellas like Wayne Russell, etc., out there. And this is, I mean, it's an extraordinary experience for them to get on the track and to find that other cars are going to take the corners so much faster than they do. I mean, you go through that kink area and get on the brakes maybe 50, 80 metres later, maybe doing 40 or 50k faster. And sometimes they just, I guess they just don't see you coming. Now, you have these moments where they knock each other, run each other off the road. They're still out there having fun, but it's so easy, like Mark Larkham there, to get caught up in someone else's problems.
Do you remember when you said to all of us not so long ago that when you finish this race today, you were going to go around, and when the official tells you to go into pit lane backwards, you were just going to ignore his signal and keep going? You won't be able to get to do it.
I won't be able to do that, and I can tell you also I had a lot of, I guess, I wouldn't call it pressure so much, but indications from the powers that be, including the police department, that they could not guarantee that it was all going to work out okay. So in a way, this could be very much a blessing in disguise.
Keeping our eyes on the Mitre 10 Falcon of Mark Larkham coming down Conrod Straight. You can see there we're just over the 6-hour mark. This is going to be a pretty quick race indeed. 154 laps down of 161. I think the quickest race ever run, something like 6 hours 19, Mark Scaife and Jimmy Richards. So we're going to go pretty close to that record.
I can tell you the lap times in the opening 32 laps or whatever it was. I didn't see one lap get above about a 14.5. Most laps were mid-13s, and I did quite a few in the 2 minutes 12s. Now, not so long ago, we were pretty happy to qualify at those times, let alone run a race at Mount Panorama with 120 litres of fuel and basically conserving a car. So it's extraordinary just how this class of cars come on with fine-tuning and development.
We were just staggered looking at that pace in those early laps, Peter. For that first 30 laps, 2:13s, low 13s. Some of the guys even dropped in a few 2:12s.
Yeah.
Neil Crompton, when we had him up here talking to him, he offered an opinion that was perhaps a car braking pace. Would you agree with that?
No, I don't think so. I mean, Larry is out there, and Larry's sort of going out there, going pretty well, and Larry was in the midst of it all.
Perkins lapped in 2:16, but of course the Gladiator, the man who's gunning for his 6th victory up here on the mountain, knows a lot about winning these ones.
We continue on. Lap 155, coming around to 156 of 161. There's going to be a few records that are going to tumble here today. We may even break the quickest race. That stands at 6 hours 19. One thing that's really pleasing for the all-female team, the Castrol Cougars, they're going to break a 27-year record of Sandra Bennett and Christine Cole of the highest placed female outfit of 13th. There's an interesting conversation. That's the battle between second and third. Jimmy Richards on your right in the white and blue cap. Andrew Mediki on your left. Of course, Jim's son Stephen is running in second position. Bottom right of your screen in the Valvoline Cummins Commodore. Andrew Mediki teamed up with Mark Larkham in the Minor 10 Falcon. They're running third, and they'll be over the moon if they can stay where they are.
Well, there it is, 13 seconds, 13.8 as they crossed the last time with only 5 laps to go. Last time Richards put in a quick one, Larry Perkins responded. And so it will go. Holden now gunning for its 18th Bathurst win. Ford has 13. Of course, earlier this weekend, Holden cranked up another pole position. They have 11 overall to Ford's 14.
Full credit to this young guy, the 25-year-old from Melbourne, Stephen Richards. He's a very hard-working guy. He's not really a professional race driver either in the true sense, because he's an employee of Gary Rogers Motorsport. He works full-time for Gary by preparing these cars. He works and he does everything. We heard Gary talking about that before. He gets paid a wage by Gary, and he's just lucky enough to drive the cars.
What an atmosphere this will be very soon as we conclude this race. From the Whitman's Lightship, we see Mount Panorama in all its glory on the weekend that counts. Amazing stuff. Record crowd, 52,000. And a handful of people up there having a wonderful day, I'm sure, in the Whitman's Lightship. Stephen Richards moved to third place in this race last year before hitting the wall out of the chase. He's gone a lot further in 1997, but will he go far enough? Larry Perkins still leading him by nearly 14 seconds and lapping slightly quicker now.
Full credit to Peter Gazzard and Malcolm Steniken, top privateer, running in 7th position outright. Richards just coming past privateer entry of Brian Wald and Steve Williams, Spirit of the West.
Amazing lead that we've got Gazzard leading the level 2 of the privateer category, but in 7th position overall ahead of Ian Luff in 8th, and that's terrific stuff.
Yeah, they've done very well. Also, John Faulkner, they've had a fair few adverse conditions today, and they've clawed their way back up into 5th. There's some 7 laps down on the race leader, but still going very, very hard. Well, Stevie's going to need a rocket on the back of that Valvoline Cummins Commodore to bridge that gap of 11 seconds. But full credit to him and all of the Gary Rogers Motorsport team. They've done a tremendous job. So too have this outfit, the Perkins Engineering outfit. There is the man himself. He runs a full-time business, 16 full-time employees. Such a professional outfit down there at Moorabbin alongside the airport. It's a first-class factory. Larry builds these cars from ground up, then he drives them home, and today it's going to be such a great level of satisfaction when he wins Bathurst for the 6th time. All he's got to do is hang in there for a few more minutes.
Well, it won't be long really before Larry goes from there to the tractor, as we see the Perkins family watching on. It is so close, it's within reach, yes. It's worth a wave. We put them on with a few drivers this weekend as we've interviewed them just as their car has lost it, but hopefully not Larry Perkins. He is very, very solid. $100,000 to the winner of this Primus 1000 Classic, and at the moment it looks like the view from this vehicle will see the checkered flag before anyone else.
Just a little over 11 seconds, the gap between the Perkins-Ingle combination and the father and son combo of Stephen and Jim Richards. What a story that is. 5th in the Sandown 500 this year. They've broken a record as well, because the best father and son outfit goes back to 1991. Alf and Tim Grant, they finished 6th. Jimmy and Steve have blown that right away. If they can remain where they are for just a little bit longer, they'll hang on to 2nd spot.
A vast crowd gathering down in pit lane for a double celebration here as Larry Perkins gets himself onto the last lap of this memorable race. The double celebration I'm referring to is, of course, Larry's potential victory, probable victory, and the farewell to Peter Brock, who's already surrounded by security guards as he gathers to make his appearance on the podium. Certainly not as one of the first 3, but simply to say goodbye. Well, there is Richards.
Can just imagine how excited Bronick Karch, Managing Director of Castrol Australia, is at the moment. They're very serious about their V8 racing here in Australia. Russell picked up 3rd in the Australian Touring Car Championship this year. Larry 5th after a few unfortunate rounds. This guy is running hot at the moment and has been all day with his dad, Stephen Richards. He's going to be so delighted with this finish. A really good, solid run. They're not a very big team. They don't have a lot of resources, just a lot of effort, a lot of talent, a lot of determination. Larry over the top of the mountain for the final time. Let's listen to the roar. Just fantastic. They've let off a flare up there as well. Plenty of Larry Perkins fans here at Mount Panorama.
Well, that's an almost stomach-churning shot as you see the big V8 monster fly over that hill at you. And, of course, butterflies in the stomach as well as you hear the roars of that very friendly crowd. They've seen so much drama this weekend. They've seen so many great names and great cars chewed up by the mountain. But Larry Perkins has survived and is still going quicker than anyone else. A 2:15, 4:4.75. Doesn't mean too much now. It's simply a matter of distance. And as he heads down the straight, that distance is being swallowed up. Larry Perkins through the chase and shortly onto the home stretch.
This is it. You're riding the Dunlop in-car camera with Larry Perkins. He is bringing it home. The Castrol Commodore under the Dunlop bridge. He is on Dunlop tyres, and hasn't it been a successful combination? Larry Perkins and Russell Ingle, they do it for the 2nd time together. Perkins wins the 1997 Primus 1000 Classic. There he is. Well done, Larry. And Russell Ingle, he's happy. He's over the moon, and so they should be. That's their 2nd win. 1995 was their first one together. They've done it again in 1997. Congratulations to Stephen and Jim Richards, the father and son combination. Jim also, he is very, very happy with Stephen's effort, and so he should be with his own. There he is there. Good on you, Dad. He's done a terrific effort.
And pretty soon we expect Mark Larkham to bring home the Mitre 10 Falcon in 3rd place. But look at Russell Ingle. What a year it's been for him. Up and down in the headlines, of course. He's had a rough year in more ways than one. Barry Sheen is warming him up.
Russell, happy man.
Oh, mate.
I was happy after 95, and I tell you, this is even better, Barry. This is too good.
You panicked a bit. You got it sideways at the top of the mountain.
He's a mongrel, I tell you. Every time he did this last year, he pushes it right on the last lap, and he gives us all a big scare. But what a day! What a day! I tell you what, it just gets better and better.
Can't get any better than that.
Fucking oath, yeah, great.
Right, back to you guys.
There's a banner in support. Mountain Mad, happy as Larry, and he certainly will be. There was a Castrol fan jumping in front of the camera. There's Larry, and he'll be delighted. So were his team. You could just see how happy they were, how delighted they were with their efforts. A tough day's work. We go down to the pits. Here's John Smales with Jim Richards.
And the Richards team put in an absolutely sensational effort today. A technically spectacular job, Jim. Only 4 stops to Perkins 5, but he was just that much stronger.
Yes, I think, probably the result has exceeded our expectations. We knew our car was good, we knew it was strong, we knew it would last, but a few cars broke down on the way. But hey, to finish 5 or 6 seconds behind the winner, and the winner being Larry, who's really quick, I mean, that's fantastic, really good.
Richo, the feeling of pride as you looked across the line and saw Stephen come through.
Oh, yeah, sure, but I mean, it's basically we're 2 racing drivers doing a job for our sponsors, but it's great that Steve and I were able to come second. It's fantastic.
Thanks, Jim.
Pleasure,
well
thank you, thank you.
There's a tremendous effort. The Minor 10 Falcon, Mark Larkham, Andrew Mediki. Well done, Larko. The hand goes out the window, and won't that be such a relief? He has finally got a good result, a good solid result, and thoroughly has deserved it.
Well, he was so quick at Sandown, wasn't he? And then, of course, out of the race there, he's been plagued by bad luck. As we have another look at Larry with an unforgettable smile. We've seen it a few times, though, on Mount Panorama. Stephen Johnson should take 4th place ahead of a marvellous effort from John Faulkner. Still to come in, of course, those drivers. Stephen Ellery next. Gazzard, the leading and probably the winning privateer. And in 7th place overall. Terrific stuff. Steve Reed, great effort from he and Ashby there to pick up 8th place. And these drivers, as I say, are still to finish. Ian Luff expected to finish 2nd of the privateer battle, and Terry Finnegan to round out the top 10. And here now is the swarm.
Here they come.
Oh boy, you can expect some high times down there, and if you're anywhere behind pit straight, a long time getting out.